Section 1 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. Chapter 2, Monasticism and the Holy See, Part 1. The monasteries before the time of Benedict. At the time when Cassiodorus established his colony of Vivarium with its combination of religious exercises and study, while Benedict ruled the monks at Monte Cassino, conventual life had become popular not only in the East, its earliest home, but also in the West, where in many places it thrived exceedingly. As yet, however, no general rule of life was followed in the monasteries of the West. Such a rule was evolved by Saint Benedict's foundation, and it was already beginning to be accepted and applied even in the lifetime of Cassiodorus, who, however, was not acquainted with it. Such was the growth of monasticism in the Church that the tree spread its manifold branches over Italy, North Africa, and Spain, over the ancient provinces of the Roman Empire in the north, and over the newly founded states, even as far as Britain and Ireland. In the 6th century, in the monastery of Bangor, on the east coast of Ireland, 3,000 monks, supporting themselves by manual labor and divided into 7 choirs, kept up day and night an unceasing service of song. In Gaul, in the beginning of the 5th century, according to Sulpicius Severus, a contemporary, no less than 2,000 monks assembled for the funeral of the great founder of monasteries, Saint Martin of Tours. In Spain, Saint Martin of Bracara, or Braga, who worked among the Suevi of Galicia, took as his example the monastic and apostolic ministry of his namesake of Tours. He gathered around him troops of monks, and with their help converted to Catholicism the local Aryan tribes. The island of Lirinum, from the beginning of the 5th century, became the site of flourishing monastic schools, where civilization and learning found a refuge, and which served as seminaries for the training of worthy bishops. John Cassian, whose works were so much in demand, from his retreat at Marseille, labored to promote asceticism among the monasteries of ancient and more recent foundation. He did in southern Gaul what had been done earlier, and on similar lines, in northern Italy by Eusebius of Vercelli and Ambrose of Milan, whose enthusiasm led countless persons of both sexes to embrace virginity either in private retirement or in the life of the cloister. Augustine watched over his monasteries at Carthage, Tagaste, and Hippo. Rufinus labored in the cause of monasticism at Aquileia, and later, after a visit to the monks of Egypt and Asia, with the help of Urseus, abbot of Pinetum, he introduced the rule of Saint Basil into many Western monasteries. Finally, Jerome, the most eloquent champion of asceticism and religious vows, was so successful in Rome, even in the highest circles, that we hear him exclaiming in astonishment, "Rome has become like Jerusalem. How many converts are rising for virgins? Who can count the crowds of monks in the city? Formerly it was considered a disgrace to serve God in this state. Now it is an honor, and has become quite fashionable." Augustine, who had visited these Roman monasteries, recalls them with pleasure. "I know many of them," he writes, "as homes of saints, where in the midst of brethren who live together in love, piety, and freedom, there ever presides one distinguished for moral dignity, wisdom, and ecclesiastical learning." The history and gradual development of monastic life in Rome deserves our close attention. It began before Augustine and Jerome, even before Athanasius visited Rome with his escort of Egyptian monks. There is no proof that these visitors to Rome from the deserts of the Nile were the first to make Romans acquainted with the coenobitic life. From the remarks of early authors, the opposite may be gathered, namely, that already before the 4th decade of the 4th century, besides solitary ascetics of either sex, there existed in Rome conventual communities, particularly of men. This manner of life had not, however, as yet attained popularity, nor was it followed by people of high rank. It is nevertheless true that the oldest Roman monastery, of which we know the name and situation, belongs to a later period. It was founded by Pope Sixtus III outside the city on the Appian Way ad Catacumbas, that is, nigh the temporary tomb of the apostles, and was dedicated to Saint Sebastian. Through the discovery of numerous inscriptions, we have, moreover, fairly trustworthy evidence of the existence of a convent of consecrated virgins on the Ager Varanus beside St. Lawrence's Basilica outside the city. The Basilica of St. Agnes seems also to have had at an early date its convent. Near the tomb of St. Peter, we find a convent in the time of St. Galla, where this noble Roman matron passes the days of her widowhood. The Liber Pontificalis also tells us that Leo the Great founded a monastery near St. Peter's tomb, meaning probably that named after Saints John and Paul. At St. Lawrence's, too, a monastery for men was built near the convent for women by Pope Hilary, Leo's successor, who also erected another monastery within the city at some spot unknown. It is worthy of notice that, as the instances cited show, beginning with the monastery near the Apostles' tomb on the Appian, the early conventual establishments of Rome seem all to have been attracted to the burial places of the more famous saints. Thus, too, the saintly Paulinus of Nola and Theresia, his wife, after dedicating themselves to the religious life, built a joint ascetic or conventual dwelling beside the basilica and tomb of Saint Felix of Nola, the present Cimitille. From the apartments where they prayed and chanted psalms, they could look into the sanctuary of the patron martyr of Nola. We may add that the monasteries of Rome were established in the neighborhood of famous shrines and basilicas, not merely to increase the devotion of the communities, but also that the monks might supervise the services at these places. The due performance of the services in the memorial basilicas and catacombs was better ensured, when, beside the city clergy who only went out to them at stated intervals, there were the pious inmates of the monasteries in attendance on the spot. Such was the case at the Quematerium ad Catacumbas, whilst the monks of St. Lawrence's did the same at the Quematerium of St. Hippolytus and for that of St. Cyriaca. A reminder of the earliest consecrated virgins of Rome is contained in the catacomb of St. Priscilla. This is the picture above the tomb of a virgin who had received the veil from the Church's hierarchy, and who is here represented in the act of being vested with the symbol of perpetual virginity. The bishop, seated upon his cathedra, with his deacon beside him, points with his finger to a figure of the Virgin Mother of God on the same fresco, as if to show the candidate that lofty example of virtue in the new state of life into which she is entering. The same Virgin, with her veil, appears in larger proportions in the center of the picture, praying with arms outstretched. The veil she has received falls over her head and upon her tunic, that is tunica descinta, which is embroidered with a double stripe, or clavis, down the front. How simple and expressive is the language of the epitaphs of the Church's consecrated virgins compared with the titles bestowed on the vestals. In the inscriptions on the statues, whereby agreeably with decrees of the high priests they were immortalized, the chastity of the Vestellis Maximae is extolled in elaborate terms and with much parade, because, forsooth, they had observed the law of the goddess, that is, the vow taken for the years of their priestly service. The Christian tombs, on the contrary, have as a rule much simpler though far more telling epitaphs. For instance, the tomb of the worthy and well-deserving Virgin Adeodata, she rests here in peace, awaiting the order of her bridegroom, Christ. Belicia, a most faithful virgin, rests here in peace. Aurelia Agapitilla, a handmaid of God, sleeps here in peace. In this grave rests Alexandra, a consecrated virgin of happy memory, who departed to meet Christ and to be taken up to heaven. And so forth. Pope Damasus extols his sister Irene in a touching, poetical epitaph for her zeal in following Christ, to whom she had consecrated herself in holy chastity. He closes with the prayer, "Now that God, thy bridegroom, has come, remember us, O Virgin, that thy lamp may give us light before the Lord." It is not always easy to tell whether such epitaphs found in Rome refer to male or female ascetics dwelling alone or to inmates of conventual houses. Even when monasticism had thoroughly established itself in the city, asceticism continued to be practiced by individuals, families, and even large associations, according to rules of their own choosing and independently of the monasteries. Saint Fulgentius of Ruspe, when staying in Rome at the time of Theodoric's arrival, visited not only the monastic establishments, but also certain noble families well known to him, who practiced renunciation of the world in its very midst. As his letters show, he remained in constant friendly intercourse with many followers of this mode of life. He knew and valued Theodore, the senator and ex-consul, who dwelt with his wife, as with a sister, wholly devoted to virtue. He speaks of Theodore's pious mother, the guardian angel of the ascetic association in her illustrious house. To this association belonged also the noble Romulus. Fulgentius particularly praises the Virgin Proba, who was a member of the Anician family. He warmly extols her for feeding the poor at her table. Regardless of splendor of dress, scorning the luxurious bath, the enervating couch, salves, paint, and the jovial companionship of society. The actual monasteries of Rome received valuable support from, and were in constant spiritual intercourse with, such people of high standing who had devoted their lives to godliness. A yet more important prop of the religious orders was the Roman papacy. We still possess a whole series of decrees issued by the popes from the 4th century onwards, dealing with monastic affairs. Some defend the monks against injustice, others regulate their mode of life, and are concerned with discipline. Others, again, deal with the appointment of religious to offices, clerical or otherwise, etc. The popes insisted strictly on the inviolability of monastic vows when once taken. Pope Siricius in 385 dispatched a circular letter to Bishop Himerius of Tarragona, containing instructions against breaches of conventual chastity. Leo I also, in 443, in his epistle to Rusticus, Bishop of Narbonne, appointed punishments for monks or nuns who had proved false to their vows. Leo's efforts to secure among the monasteries unity and peace in the domain of orthodoxy were felt as far as Palestine. The Eastern monks, easily excited and much too prone to fanaticism, often took the side of the heretics. Having done this, they were wont to support the worst errors of faith, not only by the moral influence of their outwardly strict and mortified lives, but also by acts of violence, which they carried out at the head of a rabble ever ready to follow them blindly. Pope Leo in his letters had to bring into play all his authority to allay the excitement among the monks of Palestine, who had been led astray by Nestorian and Eutychian doctrines. We have already related how much Pope Hormisdas in Rome was harassed and assailed by certain overzealous Scythian monks. He patiently opposed and overcame their turbulence. It is thus seen that in monasticism all was not equally good, nor has the golden stream of zeal and strenuous asceticism at any time been altogether devoid of dross. Though conventual life on the one hand matured the richest fruits of self-sacrifice and made itself valuable by promoting the spread of the Church with its teaching and morality, yet on the other, the solicitude of the papacy and episcopate for the welfare of the monasteries repeatedly obliged them to intervene in order to remove the abuses so ready to make their appearance. In Italy, among the pre-Benedictine monks of the 5th and 6th centuries, two things especially gave rise to dissatisfaction. Even the imperial government, which in its desire to promote monasticism and increase its privileges, had legislated for the maintenance of good order, could not make an end of these abuses. One was the roaming about of monks of all sorts. Crowds of them were ceaselessly on the move. For good reasons of their own, they were unwilling to settle in any monastery, preferring to call in at each monastery in turn for a few days as passing guests. When they went, they left behind them a sad reputation for worldliness, self-will, and the vastness of their appetite and thirst. These were the monachii gyrovagi, of whom Saint Benedict has something to say. The other evil was due to small groups, sometimes of only 2 or 3, uniting together without any conventual or ecclesiastical superior, with no fixed rule proved by experience, but living very much as they pleased. In reality they serve the world, says Benedict, and belie God with their habit and their shaven pate. This bad kind of monks we call Sarabate. Cassian was already acquainted with the name and with what it stood for. The earliest conventual establishments where good discipline were observed were under the bishop, under his supervision, and guided by their superior, who was one taken from among them. They followed a settled rule of life, had their regular occupations and penitential practices, their time being duly apportioned to prayer, labor, and recreation. As we are aware, there existed in the West no one rule obeyed in all the monasteries, nor were there any religious orders such as the world knew them later. The customs of the monks varied from country to country. Even within the same province or city, the observances of the monasteries might differ materially. At the same time, even then, 2 observances had come to be valued above all others. These were the rules of the famous Greek father Basil of Caesarea and of the Latin abbot Cassian. Both were to serve to some extent as models for the future conventual rule of life. The rule of Saint Basil owed its vogue in Italy to Rufinus. This rule was characterized by the strict conception of monasticism prevalent in the East. Its rigor was even increased by many of its observers, who embodied in it customs derived from the Egyptians. The latter practices had come to their knowledge through the widely read Life of Saint Anthony, written by Athanasius, and the lively tales told by travelers of the Nile country and its saintly monks. But Cassian and his predecessor, Martin of Tours, appealed to the Western character better than Rufinus, Basil, and the Egyptians. The life of the great wonder-worker and founder of monasteries in Gaul proved attractive. His biography, written by Sulpicius Severus, found its way throughout the Roman Empire, like the Life of Saint Anthony by Athanasius. In Rome it was very favorably received and was soon accepted by Romans everywhere. Cassian of Massalia owed his influence to the fact that his practical insight had taught him to modify the practices of the Easterns. He did not consider the extraordinary examples of certain favored saints to be binding upon all, but took into account the customs and views prevailing in the West. It seems that, before Benedict's time, Cassian's institutions formed the standard in most of the monasteries of Italy and Rome. Even Cassiodorus could still recommend the inmates of the religious establishments founded by him to study earnestly Cassian's ascetic writings. Cassian, after his long stay in Egypt and Palestine, paid a visit to Rome in 405, and it is a remarkable coincidence that the Liber Pontificalis should ascribe to Innocent, the Pope of that day, a constitution on monastic rules. Innocent may have seized the opportunity of the presence in the city of this experienced and illustrious man to lay down some general principles and observances which might produce order amidst the many rules then followed. The general scheme of the monastic life has at all times been based upon the same principles. Subsequent efforts made for the improvement of conventual life have always respected these fundamental principles. Such an endeavor was that of Saint Caesarius of Arles, who drew up a monastic rule about the year 520 and secured its adoption in southern Gaul. Another similar one was that made by Saint Aquitius, called by Saint Gregory, the father of many monasteries, in the province of Valeria, in the neighborhood of the Lacus Fucinus. Yet another was initiated by Saint Columban, who, towards the close of the 6th century, restored monastic life in Gaul and in Upper Italy, and whose strict rule, with its corporal chastisements, remained long in use. Finally, we must not forget the patriarch of medieval monasticism in the West, Benedict of Nursia. The universal principles of the religious life comprise, first, voluntary poverty, that is, the renunciation of personal possession or control of property; then chastity, or the voluntary heroic struggle with fleshly lusts; Thirdly, obedience, that is, the surrender of the subject's erring will in submission to the enlightened guidance of a superior, who is himself governed by the rule. This threefold sacrifice is offered to God by irrevocable vows. Further, in the monastery, according to the Church's mind, prayer and work are combined as elements of the daily life. By prayer here is understood chiefly the official public prayers recited in the Church's name, that is, the canonical hours with their psalms, antiphons, responses, lessons, etc. Work in the early monasteries of which we are speaking was either the mental labor of study, teaching, preaching to the people, or evangelizing the heathen, or in the case of most of the monks, simple manual toil of any kind. The monks were nearly all laymen, very few being in holy orders. Palladius, in his account of the Egyptian monks, says, "One of them is busy with work in the fields, another in the garden, a third in the bakehouse, a fourth at the forge. This one works as a carpenter and joiner, that one cleans and mends clothes. Another tans leather, and yet another makes shoes. Here one copies beautiful and dainty books, there another weaves baskets, large and small." To the abbess of a Roman convent, Demetrius, a daughter of one of the highest families in the city, St. Jerome writes, "As soon as you have finished your prayers and choir, let not the wool from your hands. Let your fingers ceaselessly work at the shreds of the distaff, or press the woof in the shuttles of the loom. Collect the produce of the sisters' industry to arrange it for weaving, and look well how the weavers do their work. If done badly, find fault with it, and show them how to do it." In this manner, Latin conventual life, even before Saint Benedict, had assumed an eminently practical form. It became a social power, offering useful and religious interests even to the untalented, and at the same time raising better minds to lofty spiritual heights. Benedict had been preordained to re-establish Western monasticism upon firmer ground by means of a mild and wise rule, which was to become the common property of later monasteries. His ordinances, drafted after long reflection and under special illumination from above, in many ways softened the rigor of the previous forms of monastic discipline. They demanded nothing beyond the powers of any member of the community. All over and above this was left to the free will of the individual, which the rule served, however, to spur. Like that of Cassian, this rule suited the Western character. Each monastery was to be as a family under an abbot's fatherly government. This introduction of a kind family feeling, and likewise the authority and freedom which were combined in the rule, adapted it to the needs of the medieval world better than any other previous monastic regulations. All unconscious of the far-reaching character of his innovation, Benedict was really supplanting the monasticism of the Roman world by that of the Middle Ages. The asceticism of subsequent centuries bore the stamp of the powerful yet peaceful and fatherly mind of the founder of Monte Cassino. His little book of rules, with its simple, practical regulations, prepared under divine providence a seed ground upon which great churchmen were to be matured. Popes like Gregory I and Gregory VII, strong bishops and enlightened doctors like Anselm and Bede, bold and self-sacrificing missioners like Augustine of England and Boniface of Germany, who, with troops of industrious monks, went forth into the wilds of unbelief to spread Christian civilization and impart peace to the hearts of men estranged from God. End of section 1. Section 2 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Monasticism and the Holy See, Part 2. Subiaco and Monte Cassino in the History of Rome, and Saint Benedict. Saint Benedict, in his longing after God, first sought peace for his own soul. He wished to dwell in retirement and prayer. Still young, and surrounded by the attractions of high social position, he quitted Rome, where he had received his education, and journeyed up the valley of the foaming Anio, beyond Tiber, till he found a spot, remote from all the world, where he could imitate in prayer and penance the example set by the saintly hermits of Egypt. The cave which he chose overlooked the walls of a splendid imperial villa built by Nero and lying in the valley. Whoever visits now this memorable grotto, the Sacro Specchio of Subiaco, against which the monastery church was erected at a later date, and then wanders through the ruins of Nero's structure below, which still retains its grandeur, will feel deeply impressed by the historical contrasts gathered together in this picturesque corner of the wilderness. We have here a memorial of the abandoned luxury to which pagan Rome descended under the rule of the mad Caesar, and likewise the rocky monument to the virtue, self-sacrifice, and godliness of early monasticism, for the revival of which Christian Rome had sent her noblest son. The monks who, under Benedict's personal direction, established their bare cells in the villa, could well say to themselves that, with their poverty and contempt for the world, they had literally put their foot upon the sinking glamour of worldly pomp. The villa, long since deserted, was doubtless, when Benedict came, standing as a ruin half hidden by the thickets. Yet even today its general plan can be traced, and up to quite recently valuable works of art have been found beneath it. The fine marble statue of the naked youth playing ball, a Greek work, came from this classic soil, and has now enriched the Museum of the Thermae in Rome. It was discovered by Dom Leone Allodi in 1884, at a depth of nearly 30 feet. It may be that the earliest monks saw it standing beside the river or the lake, where it probably formed part of a larger group. The grounds of Nero's villa stretched on both sides of the bed of the Anio, the banks being joined by a lofty bridge, above which the stream was held back by a dam, so as to form a lake of considerable depth. This lake was the scene of the story related by Gregory the Great of Benedict's disciple Maurus, who, at his abbot's command, walked boldly upon it without sinking to save his drowning comrade Placidius. Besides this lake, there are one or two others lying higher. They, too, were formed by strong barriers of masonry, which retain the descending water. It is from these lakes that the locality took its name of Sublacus, now Subiaco. The neighborhood of this romantic site, fixed upon by Benedict, was not at that time utterly uninhabited. A monastery existed already not far from the grotto, standing on the hill behind Subiaco. It was one of these pious inmates, Romanus by name, who undertook to supply Benedict in his hermitage with bread, letting it down to the anchorite's cell by means of a rope. Not until 3 years had passed in utter seclusion would Benedict enter into communication with his neighbors. He began by instructing the poor herdsmen who were wont to clamber up to his cave. Later on, yielding to pressure, he undertook the direction of a headless monastery at Vicovaro, but returned to Subiaco when the monks, in disgust with his severity, had attempted to rid themselves of him by poison. In the vicinity of his beloved grotto, on the river banks and on the heights, he founded 12 monasteries, each holding 12 monks under abbots of his own denomination. So numerous were those attracted by his reputation. Among his monks there were even some Goths. Illustrious Romans, too, began to send him their boys to be educated and prepared for the monastic life. The patrician Tertullus confided his son Placidius to Benedict's skillful hands, while Equitius sent him Maurus, a youth of great promise, who soon became his master's assistant in the school of God's service. Subiaco was not, however, to be the chief center of the new monastic life which took its birth there. The enmity of Florentius, the priest, who even tried to tempt the monks to sin, drove Benedict from this spot to seek a refuge in the still remoter district of Monte Cassino. There, high above the little town of Castrum Cassinum, on a mountain with an exquisite view of the Campanian plain, the saint found a new haven of peace. There he settled down within the walls of an old Pelagic colony. The masonry, of so-called Cyclopean architecture, consisting of hewn blocks of rock piled one upon the other to form colossal walls, had long since been abandoned. At some points they were still intact, and it may be seen that they descended from the mountain in two long divergent arms as far as the hollow in which Casinum lay. This gigantic stronghold could easily be adapted to serve as a protection for a large establishment of monks. With all its majestic beauty, the place was, however, scarcely congenial to a Christian, for it was yet a retreat of heathen idolatry. The last of the pagans still rallied there round an altar of Apollo. Unlettered rustics still ascended these heights to offer sacrifice. Since Gregory the Great, in his biography of Saint Benedict, written 50 years later, speaks of the Ara as having existed there from the hoariest antiquity, and since he mentions a grove for demon worship in connection with the temple of Apollo, we may take it that the worship of Apollo at this spot dated from the time of the earliest settlers, and that the Ara consisted of the usual tall square of masonry similar to others found upon hills, and dating from the Pelagic or Cyclopean times. Apollo in those early days was called Pitosiris. It may be that the saint was attracted to this locality not only by its safe and airy situation, but also by the very fact that it was still a resort of the heathen. He may have conceived the idea of completing the conquest of Italy for the God of the Christians. At any rate, the monastery established by Benedict upon this hill, dedicated to the false god of light, was destined more than any other to radiate the light of Christian civilization over barbarian Europe by means of the virtue and learning of its monks. Benedict smashed the statue of the god, broke down the altar, and erected instead a small church of St. John the Baptist. In place of the temple of Apollo, however, he built another little church to St. Martin of Tours, the patron saint of monks. The grove, which he burnt down, afforded him and his sturdy brethren ground for cultivation. The earliest monastery on the hill, of which the visitor naturally will seek the traces, seems to have been built inside the southwest angle of the Cyclopean Acropolis, near St. Martin's Church. To this day, the monks will have it that in this portion of the enlarged monastery there are still mementos of the founder. The Church of St. John, on the contrary, with Benedict's tomb, must be sought for at the opposite end of the present buildings, where it once stood all alone upon the gentle slope of the hill, now occupied by the large conventual church, with its two picturesque forecourts. The whole arrangement of the place is made clear by an early engraving, which shows the great monastery upon the projecting crag above the ruins of the ancient Casinum, and the small medieval town of San Germano, and also gives the names of the surrounding sites mentioned in early Benedictine history. The monastery of Monte Cassino was founded in 529. Saint Benedict dwelt here for rather less than 15 years. He stamped out idolatry in the neighborhood and implanted in the hearts of faithful brethren, whose number was ever on the increase, the love of monastic virtues. Disciples soon carried the spirit of their master and his rule to other monasteries. At an early date, medieval art was wont to portray the saint, with his rule, in front of his disciples. Such pictures, pervaded as they are by love and veneration for Saint Benedict, charm us by the quaintness of the figures, and are of interest as showing the plain dress of the early monks and abbots. The spirit of the Benedictine rule is none other than the spirit of the gospel, applied in a life based upon the evangelical counsels. This is distinctly stated in the short introduction which Benedict wrote for his rule. Its expression is as clear and fresh as the balmy air breathed in that monastery on the mountain-top. Everything that the saint says in this preface, and then applies in the book itself, is in fact as distinct and lucid as the southern sky, which covers Monte Cassino and the verdant plains of the Campagna below. "Hear, my son," says the founder to his disciples, adapting the words of Scripture, "the precepts of thy teacher, and incline unto them thine ear and thy heart. Receive gladly thy father's counsel, and obey it. Return unto God by the difficult path of obedience, for thou hast forsaken him by following thine own will in disobedience. I speak unto thee, who hast resolved to forsake thine own pleasures, and to enter the service of the true King, our Lord Jesus Christ. Thou wouldest fain be girded with fine and powerful weapons of obedience. Pray then before all, most earnestly, that strength from above may be granted thee to carry out the good that thou hast begun. A frequent complaint of recent years repeats in various forms the saying of Gregorovius that the restrictions imposed by conventual discipline lie beyond the province of nature. Saint Benedict, too, was well aware that the life of perfection is no natural vocation, nor a thing prescribed by Christianity for everyone, or even for the many. To embrace the state of the so-called evangelical counsels and the sacrifices they involve, he regarded as suitable only for those who felt within them the call of the love of God. The saint and the thousands who followed him on his rugged road knew also, and felt it strongly, that their aim was not agreeable to that lower human nature, which they had to bear within them to the grave. But in their resolve to follow after Christ, they determined to struggle against those lower inclinations, so as to set free the higher nature within them. At the very commencement of his rule, in the words quoted above, the founder anticipates the modern objection that cloistral life is contrary to the purposes of nature, though it is scarcely likely that he foresaw the need of dealing with a grievance such as this. He shows clearly that his words are not intended for all believers, but only for him who wishes to enter into the especial service of Christ the King. Such a one he urges to pray God fervently that he may obtain the necessary grace, just because the path upon which he is entering is far above man's natural calling, inclinations, or powers. The life of virginity. As Ambrose said long before, speaking to both the faithful and the heathen, is not of this world, nor a discovery of nature. Who can deny that it came down from heaven with Christianity? You scarcely find it in this world until the Redeemer took upon him our flesh. His advent was needed to infuse the higher spirit of heaven into the body of man. Ye are not of this world, proceeds the Milanese doctor, speaking to those who had elected to follow chaste lives. Ye are indeed given to the world, but the world could not retain you. According to the testimony of all the great men who adopted the life of sacrifice and prayer within the Benedictine order, the founder's promise of the purest and noblest joys to his true sons never was belied. In the forefront of his rule, he draws the attention of those entering the monastery to these spiritual pleasures. What can be sweeter, O dearest brethren, he says, than the Lord's invitation to us? See with what gentle kindness he shows us the way of life. Let us then gird up our loins with faith and zeal in good works, and let us walk, guided by the gospel, in his ways, that we may be worthy to see him who has called us to his kingdom. With wonderful solicitude for all the details of conventual life, and with a moderation and tact testifying to his real genius, the saint, after thus addressing his disciples, proceeds to give the rules for the regulation of the life of the monks, for the guidance of the family or community by the abbot, and for the due exercise of virtue and mortification, prayer in choir and manual labor, study and recreation, punishment of the unruly, relations with the outside world, reception of guests. In short, the whole life of those committed to his care is adjusted wisely and affectionately. The fact that the rule, in many cases, leaves the decision to the abbot gives it a character of singular elasticity and freedom. This is, of course, not the place to examine in detail this masterpiece of legislation. What is noteworthy is that for almost everything enjoined by the rule, points of comparison exist with earlier monastic constitutions. Benedict created no new manner of life, nor did he introduce anything quite unknown. On the contrary, it can be shown that his precepts are most frequently taken word for word from Saint Basil, whom he calls father, from Cassian, or from others. The style of Benedict's rule is, however, very different from that of either Basil or Cassian. Benedict's is a code of laws, of which the enactments are so terse and methodical that they seem put together at one stroke, whereas the others present their ordinances more often in the form of pious reflections or of short ophthalms, without embodying them in a complete rule or setting up a true monastic constitution. End of section 2. Section 3 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Monasticism and the Holy See, Part 3. The Rule of Saint Benedict and the Popes. The sober, moderate spirit of the Benedictine rule and its strict adherence to tradition made it precious to the Roman Church. One might well say that the whole constitution of the order was an outcome of the spirit of Christian Rome, nor could the papacy fail to recognize in the rule of Saint Benedict the traces of its own administrative policy. This explains why the popes, beginning with Gregory the Great, gave preference to the Benedictine rule above all others. On the other hand, it is this papal support which explains the extraordinary success of the rule, its immediate adoption and wide dissemination. If Rome had not, so to speak, taken under its wing the rule and those monasteries where it was observed, it is doubtful whether the latter could have exercised such immense power for good. It was to Gregory and his successors that the Institute owed its spread and its success in every sphere. Needless to say, the founder in drafting his rule was thinking only of Monte Cassino and of the monasteries which might proceed from it. To produce a general rule for all the monasteries of the West never entered into his plans. This was a result secured only later under the guidance of Providence. In his modesty, Benedict laid down for his monastery of Monte Cassino and its possible offshoots the principle of stability. Conformably with his vow, whoever, after undergoing the long novitiate, was admitted to a monastery, belonged to it for good and all. Benedict made no attempt to combine several monasteries under one administration, though the idea of such a combination was not foreign to his mind. It was the popes, far more than the founder, who conceived and carried out the plan of enforcing this rule generally, and they were led to take this line chiefly because of the easy application and exceptionally practical character of the Benedictine institutions. The greatest merit with regard to the extension of the order belongs to Pope Gregory I, not only on account of the administrative steps he took in favor of these monasteries, but also on account of the biography of the saint, full of love and admiration, which is contained in the dialogues. Gregory had been in friendly intercourse with personal disciples of Saint Benedict. His statements are derived from the founder's successors in office at Monte Cassino, the abbots Constantine and Simplicius, from Valentinian, abbot of the Benedictine monastery near the Lateran in Rome, and from Honoratus, abbot of Subiaco. Hence his accounts are characterized by much local and personal color. One instance is his allusion to the Roman subdeacon Florentius, who is mentioned as a still surviving grandson of Florentius the priest, the prime mover in the persecution which drove Benedict from Subiaco, a sad family reminiscence for the subdeacon. Gregory's narrative is certainly overstocked with miracles. A number of quite extraordinary events, which are related as matters of everyday occurrence, may be founded upon false traditions or exaggerations of contemporaries and disciples, dominated by Benedict's personality. Such stories could, however, scarcely have arisen save in the case of a man of wonderful power who was generally accredited with the gift of working miracles. The case is the same with Saint Benedict as with Saint Martin of Tours and other great saints and missioners. To cast doubt on their miracles, one and all, would be contrary to sound historical criticism. Nor are miraculous tales by any means the main subject of Gregory's life of Saint Benedict. Its chief subject matter is the great man's character. We there see Benedict in all his individuality. We realize his wonderful generosity and zeal for holiness, an ardor which he nevertheless knew how to temper with wisdom and gentleness in his dealings with others, so as not to repel them. We feel also the severity of the lawgiver, which the sacred art of the Middle Ages typified by a rod, though amidst it all we feel the love and affection of the Father. This portrait of the saint is too true to nature and completes too well what the rule leaves unsaid to have been all a product of Gregory's fancy. Supported by the authority of the Roman See, and furthered by this attractive biography, written by a pope of Gregory's high standing, The Benedictine order quickly made its way among the nations in Christendom. Mabillon, the historian of the order, describes it as having been in the 7th century already in a golden age. The monasteries of this rule in England even then vied with those of Italy and Spain. From the 8th century till the foundation of the mendicant orders in the 13th, the rule of Saint Benedict was observed, almost without exception, in all monasteries throughout the West. So rapid was its progress in the beginning that legend soon seized upon the phenomenon, for instance, making of Saint Maurus, the founder's spiritual son, an active promoter of the order in Gaul, for which, however, no authentic documents can be quoted. In Italy at the time of Saint Benedict, the yearning of society for monasticism was quite remarkable. The downfall of Roman institutions, civil and social, in the West led people to expect a universal catastrophe. To this was added the moral effect of the long and terrible war between the Ostrogoths and Byzantines. Many turned away in weariness and disgust from a world which Gregory, in his writings and sermons, so often describes, agreeably with the feeling of the day, as perishing. They sought shelter in the cloisters, hoping to find better things there. There can be no doubt that it was not from earthly considerations that the majority betook themselves to the rough and simple monastic cell, but because they were moved by the Spirit of God, which haunted the troubled world. It was the will of Providence that the people should recollect themselves, and also that missionary centers should be created for the new nations, to the improvement of their rugged character. Nothing exercised such fascination over these still unconverted sons of nature as the shining example of a man of heaven, especially when his teaching was supported by the power of miracles. There were, however, others who took the religious habit from less worthy motives. They had been disillusioned or overcome by their bitter experience of the world, or they came in hopes of finding safety and shelter. Such disciples, incautiously admitted, were often a source of internal strife. As sober historians, we may well think that many a monastery had much to do to inspire such torpid members with some sort of religious energy. Nevertheless, had not by far the greater number of the monks who prayed and worked entered with a true vocation and with a right heart, the monastic institution would never have thriven as it did for so many ages. Bernard of Clairvaux, that saintly abbot, later on in the Middle Ages, casting a glance back on the results monasticism, since its origin, had achieved in its followers, exclaims in astonishment, "Christ spoke wonderful words when he said, 'Everyone that hath left house, or brethren, or lands, to follow me, shall receive 100-fold, and shall possess life everlasting.' These words have everywhere led men to despise this world, and to choose voluntary poverty. They have filled the abbeys with monks and the deserts with hermits. They have spoiled the Egyptians, and decked the sanctuaries with their best possessions. They were living and powerful words, which kindled souls with zeal for holiness, and with the hope of a reward, sure and everlasting." End of section 3. Section 4 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Pope Vigilius in Constantinople and the Emperor Justinian. Vigilius at court. Amid the storms excited by the struggles of nations, the West was quietly preparing for the future, and, among the factors which were to be most beneficial for medieval civilization, monasticism, of which we have just seen the inception, holds the highest place. In the East, on the contrary, though Justinian, by dint of able policy and good generalship, was increasing his temporal prestige, the fruitless theological controversies over the 3 chapters occupied the forefront of interest. We left Pope Vigilius on his unwilling journey to Constantinople. He reached his destination in midwinter at the end of 546 or beginning of 547. The Emperor Justinian was anxious to conceal from the bishops, especially from those of the West, the moral coercion that had been exercised against Peter's successor by his forcible removal from Rome. During his journey, Vigilius had received many complaints from various parts of the West against Justinian's high-handedness in the matter of the 3 chapters, and this resentment strengthened him in his intention not to accept the emperor's ruling. Probably from considerations of prudence, the emperor had prepared a brilliant reception for the pope. He himself went to meet the church's head, and the two embraced each other with tears, after which the populace, singing psalms, marched before the pope on the way to St. Sophia. Everywhere he was met with the cry, "See, the ruler has come, the Lord!" When the reception was over, the guest took up his quarters in the Palace of Placidia, which was the official residence of the papal nuncio in New Rome. The first interviews between Vigilius and Justinian bore on the distress of Rome and Italy. Procopius tells us that Vigilius ceased not to urge the emperor to make every exertion to reincorporate Italy in the empire. To this end, he used as his intermediaries certain noble Italici, who were living in the Greek capital. He was more especially supported by Cethegus, a patrician and man of consular dignity, who had journeyed from Italy on purpose to seek assistance. The emperor, continues Procopius, describing the whole episode with astounding accuracy, indeed promised not to forget Italy, but his whole attention was devoted to the doctrines of Christianity, and he was busy with the settlement of controverted points of theology. This is how matters stood in Byzantium. Such was indeed the case, and the pope, because he persisted in his refusal to ratify the imperial edict, had to suffer persecution at the hands both of the court and of the Greek episcopate. Justinian displayed all the courtesy and all the brutality he was so well able to combine. When Vigilius found himself separated from his attendants and acquaintance, and treated like a prisoner, he exclaimed, "Though you may be able to hold me prisoner, blessed Peter the Apostle, you cannot imprison." At last, however, the pope's resistance was overcome, and he yielded to the pressure brought to bear on him. His giving way was first of all a consequence of his weak character, but it was also due to his fear lest a schism should break out, seeing that the emperor was supported by the whole Greek episcopate. In doing what he did, he clung to the hope of overcoming Western opposition and dispersing the prejudices which existed there. It would almost seem that the empress had a finger in the business. Womanlike, she was anxious to have at last the satisfaction of curbing a pope who had not chosen to respond to her former advances. There was no question, as we know, of making any compromise with heresy. Vigilius, like the emperor, could condemn the 3 chapters without any deviation from the faith. We have previously observed that Justinian's edict against the chapters, which was the cause of the whole dispute, in no way impaired the Church's doctrine. On the contrary, it had been issued from an excess of zeal in favor of the faith. To be orthodox was the emperor's great ambition, and a point on which he had even inclined to be sensitive. But was such protection by edict required for the faith? Was it even useful, and not rather injudicious, as actually tending to foment confusion and even schism? That was the question regarding which different opinions prevailed. The censured writings of Bishop Theodoret and the theological letter of the so-called Ibis, that is, 2 of the chapters assailed by Justinian, had been already sufficiently stigmatized, though indeed only indirectly, by the condemnation of Nestorianism. Why then proceed against them again? Also the 3rd chapter, the works in the person of Theodore of Mopsuestia, had long been disapproved of by all right-minded people. However, Theodore, the real father of Nestorianism, like Theodoret and Ibis, had long since quitted this world. Why then, one might ask, reanimate his ghost and again bring him up for trial? Justinian and his court theologians argued, "We must stamp out the chapters, for they furnish a refuge to the Nestorians." Such was the argument of Theodore Ascidus, the bishop, who had first proposed the measure, and of Menas, the weak Byzantine patriarch, who most willingly staked the whole authority of his see upon the imperial edict. The opposite party, consisting of the Latins, and for a while supported by the pope, declared, on the contrary, that the condemnation of the 3 chapters lowered the dignity of the Council of Chalcedon, which had seen no reason to take any action against the chapters, and had even recognized Theodoret and Ibis as soon as both had protested their orthodoxy. Moreover, on the Latin side, it was also pointed out that the emperor, as temporal ruler, had no right to issue edicts on church matters, such as that against the chapters. Such opponents saw well the danger there was in the servile deference of the Greek bishops to such edicts of the court. Such was the reasoning, for instance, of Dacius, Archbishop of Milan, then residing at Constantinople, who assailed the edict in the name of the North Italian bishops; of Facundus of Hermione, the learned and impassioned spokesman of the African episcopate; of his countryman, Bishop Pontian; and of Ferrandus, the Carthaginian deacon. In their attacks, they, however, sometimes went too far, and ascribed to the discriers of the chapters views and doctrines which they did not hold. Vigilius, faltering in his opposition to the emperor, contented himself with the assurance that, in spite of all, the rights and privileges of the Roman primacy were formally secured. Above all, the decision was to emanate from him. As a matter of fact, the assembly which he now held with the bishops staying in the imperial city took the form of an independent papal court of justice for settling the question raised. It resulted in the pope rejecting the 3 chapters by the Judicatum, April 11, 548, a perfectly orthodox document in which the decisions of the 4 previous general councils are again reaffirmed. The publication of this judgment caused a fierce storm, the Latins at Constantinople being loud in their outcry. Even Vigilius's own nephew, Rusticus the deacon, opposed the pope, and was backed up by Sebastian, another papal deacon. Vigilius would have done well to have retired in haste from the contentious atmosphere of the capital. No doubt he wished himself back in Rome, but there Pelagius, the powerful deacon, was also a dangerous opponent of the pope's recent step, whilst the city itself was in the grip of Totila, who well knew that the pope, as the foremost advocate of Roman imperialism, was working against him at the Byzantine court. The situation was indeed a difficult one. Almost worse than anything the Goths could have done were the steps taken by the pope's theological adversaries. They calumniated him, declared him guilty of treason against the Council of Chalcedon. The bishops of Illyricum, Dalmatia, and Africa withdrew from his communion. The pope, startled and bewildered by the confusion, resolved on the holding of a general council, but Constantinople was clearly not the place for this, and the plan never got beyond the preliminary steps, thanks to Justinian's cunning and the decrees of banishment which he issued against the dissenting bishops. Vigilius demanded the return of his Judicatum from the emperor and received it back after many requests. For this, however, Justinian avenged himself by issuing, in 551, a fresh edict against the chapters, a proceeding which only embittered the controversy. Vigilius now threatened to excommunicate the bishops who were assembled with him in the palace of Placidia, and who were mostly Greeks, should they sign the emperor's new edict. They were, however, prevailed upon by Theodore Ascidas and the court to disregard him, and took the emperor's side. No one could foresee how the conflict would end. It would seem like a punishment for his usurpation of the see of Rome that Vigilius found himself entangled in such difficulties and ill feeling. He was, however, to pay still more dearly for ousting Pope Silverius. As soon as Justinian saw that Vigilius was becoming inclined to make advances to the Western party, and was determined at any price to assert the independence of the Church, he sought to place him in safe custody. Vigilius accordingly, with his clergy and Dacius of Milan, sought refuge in the Church of St. Peter in Hormista. From this place of sanctuary he launched an excommunication against Theodore Ascidas and his adherents. The praetor of the city guards promptly appeared on the scene with armed troops sent by the emperor, under orders to remove Vigilius and his companions by force from the church. In their straits, the pope and Dacius clung to the altar, while the clergy closed around to protect them. First the clergy and then Dacius were wrenched away. Then hands were laid on the successor of Peter, in an attempt made to drag him away by his feet and head, But so firmly did Vigilius hold to the pillars of the holy altar that in the struggle it was overturned, the pope escaping injury only through the prompt help of the bystanders. Meanwhile, the pope's friends had forced their way into the church, and on seeing the treatment meted out to the revered universal bishop, they raised the cry of revolt. At last the soldiery, becoming alarmed at their threats, desisted, and escaped from the desecrated building, pursued by the crowd. Not until they had received a safe conduct would the pope and the bishop quit the sanctuary. In the palace of Placidia, however, the emperor and his abettors again assailed the pope, so that he was at last forced to resolve on a flight from Constantinople. One night, 2 days before Christmas, 551, and therefore in the midst of winter, he let himself down by a rope from a window of the house in which he was guarded, onto a wall which was being built, clambered over the stones at the risk of his life, and, passing through a postern where there was no sentinel, reached the sea. Their friends were awaiting him with a boat, in which he was quietly rowed across the Bosphorus to Chalcedon, the memorable city of the council, and in the same church where the fathers had held their meetings, at the tomb of Saint Euphemia, the terrified pope, the bishop of Milan, and other faithful followers sought a haven of refuge. This step made the position of Justinian one of great awkwardness. How could he, the Orthodox emperor, lay himself open before the whole Christian world to the charge of having driven away the supreme pontiff as a fugitive, especially to a spot like Chalcedon? Did not the deed seem to brand the emperor as an opponent of the council once held there, and to put him in the position of a real persecutor of the church? The exclamation which the Liber Pontificalis puts on Vigilius's lips only expressed the view of all the faithful who heard of these events. In Justinian I found not a gracious sovereign, but a Diocletian. Justinian asked himself whether he should drag the pope from his refuge. His embarrassment became still greater when Vigilius, owing to his sufferings and fatigue, fell ill, and sent a pathetic circular letter to the whole of Christendom. In this, the supreme head of the church related what had occurred, professing his unswerving adherence to the faith and setting forth his claims. The circumstances of the persecuted pope could not fail to excite reverence. Affliction and public violence had inspired him with strength. Under similar conditions, other heirs of Peter's plenary power, who also had their hours of weakness, displayed equal courage. Even his enemies were now ready to submit, and those Greek bishops who had been excommunicated sent letters making offerings of peace. Justinian himself, with the utmost kindness, besought the pope to return, offering him a safe conduct. The personal intervention of Belisarius, the friend and quondam all too ready patron of Vigilius, was, however, needed before the pope would quit Chalcedon. After his return, the idea of a general council was again taken up, and Vigilius worked energetically that the Western Church might be suitably represented. It was his aim to conciliate the West and terminate the schism. He wished to set aside the question of the chapters, and in spite of the emperor, to involve in oblivion the troublesome points in dispute. This would, indeed, have been the best course from the first, as the question was one which should never have been raised. But that it must at last be firmly suppressed was strongly urged on the pope by Pelagius, the bold and far-seeing deacon of Rome. After having worked well for the Roman Church and the afflicted city, he had now come to Constantinople, which he knew well, having formerly occupied the position of papal apothecary. The sharp eyes of Pelagius soon perceived that the emperor was exerting all his might to render impossible a genuine ecumenical council. Bishops to the number of 151, all from the East, save 6 Africans, were already in session as a general council, when at the pressing advice of Pelagius, the much tried and ever wavering Vigilius decided to enter the lists against it. Then was seen the extraordinary episode of an imperial, so-called ecumenical council being held, while in the same city, St. Peter's successor refused to take part in it. Vigilius let it be known that he would publish a special decision, agreeably with the importance of his position. The assembly of bishops formulated a decree, which, as might have been foreseen, agreed with the emperor's views, and condemned the 3 chapters. The Pope, on the contrary, now issued his definition, taking in it a line opposed to the emperor's. This was the so-called Constitutum. The document appears to have been previously sent by him to the Assembly, while it was still sitting, but it had been taken back by Justinian. It forbade the condemnation of the 3 chapters, and the detailed exposition accompanying the prohibition is excellent. A series of erroneous doctrines, extracted from the writings of Theodore of Mopsuestia, is refuted with good proofs. Justinian replied to the Constitutum by causing the bishops assembled to erase the name of the Pope from the diptychs, declaring meanwhile that no intention existed of severing intercourse with the Apostolic See. This took place while the council was yet in session. After its close, the emperor banished the few Latins of the opposition on whom he could lay hands, and followed up his victory by promises and presents. He doubtless also approached Vigilius, either with threats or by gentler means. Unfortunately, we are not informed as to the details of the Pope's conduct, but it is certain that he, at last, in 553, submitted to the emperor. The advice of Pelagius the deacon was unavailing to induce him to maintain the position he had taken in the Constitutum. The Christian world learnt with dismay that Vigilius had altered his mind a 3rd time. Such changeableness was scarcely calculated to raise the dignity of his see. It was, indeed, a wound of which the results were to remain. We must not, however, forget that the Pope was ill and suffering agony from stone, that he had been finally separated even from his friends, and was affrighted by the fate of his exiled supporters. Justinian, on the other hand, his bitter oppressor, not only had on his side all the Greek bishops, but had also again asserted his power in Italy. The valiant Narses had subdued Rome for him, and the Gothic domination was now a thing of the past. Now that Rome was again in his power, what was there to prevent the emperor from setting up a new pope whose views agreed with his own? This thought also may well have disturbed Vigilius, and have been the last drop which caused his cup to overflow. In his anxiety to return to Rome, he was now ready to do anything. We still have the last long letter from him, which lacks only the address, in which he accepts the imperial edict and condemns the 3 chapters. The scribes who were responsible for the drafting of this document were at pains to insert in it a detailed confutation of the arguments previously adduced in support of the chapters. At a later period it was made clear that this assent to the decision issued by the emperor and the assembled bishops did in the end pave a way to agreement, and at least serve to unite the whole East. Now that the sovereign had gained his end, Vigilius was allowed to return in the sunshine of imperial favor. As a mark of regard, he took back with him something valuable for Italy, for the city of Rome, and in a certain sense, even for the papacy. This was the promise of a pragmatic sanction, or imperial law, regarding Italian affairs. Such an ordinance was promulgated at Constantinople on August 13, 554, a few months after the drawing up of the papal document just spoken of, at the beginning of which we find it stated that it had been granted at the request of Vigilius. What we now possess of the sanction is not the original law, but a collection of statutes, by which was modified and improved the great law which heralded a brighter day for Italy. It seems to have been in the spring 555 that Vigilius set out on his homeward voyage. On arriving at Syracuse, however, he felt too weak to proceed, and there, on June 7, 555, he breathed his last. At last, after 10 years' absence, his lifeless body was brought back to Rome and buried on the Salarian Way, in the memorial church built by Pope Sylvester above the cemetery of Priscilla. He had done much to restore the Salarian catacombs, where the ravages of the Goths had been severely felt. The memory of this work perhaps explains why he was buried there, and not with his predecessors in the portico of St. Peter's. He is the first in the list of popes who, as far as we know, at no time, then or later, was ever the recipient of saintly honors. End of section 4. Section 5 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Pope Pelagius I and Rome after the Three Chapters controversy and the Gothic War. Part 1. Pelagius I and the Friends of the Three Chapters. A Roman inscription extols a certain Roman presbyter, Boulais, as the person best fitted to succeed to the apostolic see. This inscription, unfortunately, is a mere poem adorning his tomb, for the worthy priest in question died before the end of August 555. From this epitaph, which is embedded in the wall of the atrium of Santa Maria in Trastevere, we gather that Boulais had represented the Pope during the last years of Vigilius's absence. He was much beloved on account of his integrity and charity. He had given his all to the poor. He was also, so it seems, a champion of the faith and of the Council of Chalcedon in particular. Moreover, according to the laconic text, he had been called upon to maintain the traditions of the Church regarding the non-reiteration of confirmation. The letters on the tombstone are difficult to decipher, as it once formed part of the pavement and thus was worn away. De Rossi has, however, supplied what is missing with the aid of early copies, taken from the slab when it was still in good preservation. Boulais having been called away by pitiless death, there remained another Roman at Constantinople, who, in the eyes of Justinian, seemed fit to succeed. This was Pelagius the deacon, a cleric most respected on account of his qualities, and no less for his high birth, who had long been on good terms with the emperor. Just now, and for some time past, he had, however, been in disgrace at court. In fact, on account of his opposition to the imperial council, he had been put under lock and key in one of the monasteries of the city, where he was kept so secluded as not even to have access to books. Even this confinement did not prevent the fiery controversialist from continuing to defend his point of view with the pen, nor from branding the condemnation of the Three Chapters as a mistake and a fatal misfortune. Nor did he stop there. Because Pope Vigilius had finally acquiesced in the judgment of the council, he pitilessly assailed him, depicting him in the guise of an irresolute old man, at the mercy of his satellites, that is, of the clergy surrounding him. He accused him of unreliability and of prostituting his office for money. Towards the end of 554 or beginning of 555, he even wrote a new work in 6 books against the opponents of the chapters. It may be that, on receiving news of the death of Vigilius, he realized that the unfortunate pope had at least gone to the grave with the knowledge that his last action in withdrawing his veto had, after all, been useful for the peace of the Church and for her consolidation in the East. The maintenance of the Church's unity must outweigh all other considerations. It may be, then, that Pelagius, on coming to himself and reviewing matters, perceived that the course he was so ardently following could lead only to schism and irreparable mischief. We do not know how his conversion was effected, but at any rate his opinion did undergo a change, and he too finally accepted the condemnation of the Three Chapters, thus taking the part of the council, which was that of all the Greeks and of most of the Latins. It has been said that only the prospect of receiving the papal dignity could have influenced him so powerfully. This may possibly have been the case, though proof is wanting. Justinian undertook to promote his election to the papacy, and Pelagius accordingly went to Rome, where he was received with mixed feelings. As regarding the chapters, minds were divided. Unhappily, we have no information regarding the election, but we know that Pelagius was consecrated on Easter Sunday, April 16, 556, after the see had been widowed nearly 10 months. The consecrating bishops were John of Perusium and Bonus of Ferentinum, the usual bishops not being present, possibly because their sees were also vacant. The main support of the new pope was Narses, the orthodox and zealous general, who then governed Italy in the name of the emperor. Under the rule of a man like Justinian, the papal dignity can scarcely have been a very desirable office, at least, not for one who knew the emperor's character so well as Pelagius. His treatment of Vigilius was too notorious. In such a city as Rome, torn by factions, it was much more inviting to be a wealthy and influential deacon than to be pope, and to have the duty of struggling against a dogmatic and overbearing emperor, whom recent triumph had rendered even more tyrannical. This is why we think the contention questionable that mere ambition induced Pelagius to alter his opinion regarding the 3 chapters. It is true that, having become pope, he labored to make the judgment of the Synod of Constantinople accepted. He honestly strove to remove the prejudices existing in the West against the Synod and the emperor, and in favor of the chapters. His position as pope was, however, rendered exceedingly difficult, owing to the passion he had at one time displayed in defense of the chapters. His foes cast his own writings in the face of the new pope. They dragged to light the hard things he had said of Vigilius, and made his ministration in many ways as troublesome and difficult as his predecessors. His sole consolation was to be able to state quite truthfully that he had at least been consistent in his firm hold on the doctrines of faith. The doctrines of Theodore of Mopsuestia he had indirectly, but clearly enough, condemned in the Constitutum of 553, which was largely his work. As for the 2 others, Ibis and Theodoret, he did them no injury any more than Vigilius, in anathematizing certain writings of theirs, which they themselves had rightly retracted at Chalcedon. It was therefore wrong to argue, as did the Western advocates of the chapters, that a blow had been struck at the authority of the Council of Chalcedon. Under the then circumstances, peace and orthodoxy were best to be served by increasing the importance of the last council, that namely, held at Constantinople in 553. In process of time, this council, when the details of its history had faded out of mind, came to be numbered with the first 4 ecumenical councils. In 590, it is true, Gregory the Great mentions only the first 4 as ecumenical, though he professes an equal reverence for the 5th, that is, of Constantinople, condemning all it had condemned. All these councils were enforced by universal consent. That the decision of Constantinople came to obtain such authority was evidently not to be ascribed to the character of the assembly, for neither the attendance nor the intrinsic importance of the gathering was such as to render it ecumenical. Its authority throughout the Church was due rather to the subsequent acceptance by Vigilius and Pelagius of the judgment it had pronounced. After having been stamped with approval by the Holy See, the Synod, little by little, won recognition throughout the Christian world. Yet in the West, there was no lack of opposition against the validity of its sentence, and the schisms which had been so much feared actually broke out here, or at least were escaped only with difficulty. Such was the case in northern Africa, in Illyricum, and in the northern Italian provinces. Thanks to the pressure of the imperial government and the persuasive arts of those who favored the council, the assent of Africa and Illyricum was obtained at no great cost. In Italy, however, and especially in the dioceses of Milan and Aquileia, and likewise in Dalmatia, a stubborn and schismatic opposition was maintained. As already hinted, Pelagius had also to face resistance in Rome, and to overcome it, was forced to employ extraordinary, and for the papacy, unprecedented means. Such was the profession of faith which he made at his consecration. In this, he declared his entire acceptance of the 4 councils, particularly of that of Chalcedon. Of any 5th ecumenical council he here says nothing. Further, he declared his adherence to the doctrines laid down in the writings of his predecessors, Celestine, Xistus, and Leo the Great, down to John II and Agapetus. Those whom they recognized as orthodox, he too acknowledges as such, particularly the venerable bishops Ibis and Theodoret. Of Vigilius and the decree of Constantinople he prudently refrained from speaking. As, however, the monks and many of the more educated and better class faithful persisted in holding themselves aloof from him, he took advantage of a station in the Basilica of St. Pancras to make a fresh pronouncement. The station in this church, then as now, was on Low Sunday. According to custom, the monks, clergy, and many of the people came in procession with the Pope, who acted as celebrant. No doubt both in the procession and in the Martyrs' Basilica on the Janiculus there were some significant gaps. Pelagius took counsel with the general, Narcissus, who was also present, and thereupon, as soon as the service was over, all present proceeded to St. Peter's, singing psalms on the way. There Pelagius, taking the book of the Gospels and a cross, mounted the ambo, and solemnly holding both above his head in the sight of all the people, swore that he was innocent of the betrayal of the faith with which he was charged. On the same occasion, or shortly afterwards, he held with the clergy present a sort of consistory at the tomb of St. Peter. He advised a careful and canonical replenishment of the ranks of the Roman clergy, which had been considerably thinned during the prolonged absence of Vigilius and during the ensuing vacancy. At the same time, he also proposed a decree for the prevention of simony at the forthcoming ordinations. By such measures, in the interest of the Church, and by his solicitude for the city churches, in which he replaced the valuables of which they had been robbed during the war, by dint of prudence and worldly knowledge, he finally rallied all the Romans to his cause and dispersed the last traces of schism. What actually did most for the reestablishment of peace was, however, his affectionate care for the poor, his constant endeavors, for which he had been famous even in early days, to ameliorate the condition of the inhabitants of Rome. Pelagius was now free to turn his anxious eyes towards those regions of the West which had either dissolved communion with Rome or seemed on the point of doing so. The bishops of northern Tuscia refused to insert his name in the diptychs. He removed the cause of their objection by sending them a profession of faith in which the thorny question of the 3 chapters is not broached, but which seems to have satisfied them. In the archdioceses of Milan and Aquileia, obstinate and fanatical schismatics continued to disturb the peace by publicly thwarting the primate. After fruitlessly endeavoring to reconcile them, Pelagius at last requested the Byzantine authorities to deal with the ringleaders according to the laws of the empire, and to eject them from their bishoprics. Throughout the Frankish countries also, the malcontents diligently circulated his ill-considered earlier writings against the judgment of Constantinople. They urged that credence should be given to the earlier Pelagius rather than to the later. King Childebert, uncertain of his ground, very good-naturedly begged the Pope himself to assure him in writing that he accepted in all things the doctrine of Pope Leo. This Pelagius did, and as suspicions were not thereby allayed, he sent the king a fresh and still more elaborate profession of faith, together with a friendly letter, by which he hoped, if possible, to dispose, once for all, of the aspersions which had been cast on him. Both documents seem to have been intended more for the local bishops, who had been responsible for the king's inquiry, than for the king himself. Matters of faith, says the Pope to his uneasy questioners, once more without a word of the Council of Constantinople, were not being discussed in the East. In this respect, thanks be to God, the Church ever since the death of the Empress Theodora has nothing more to fear there. There have been, however, lively discussions concerning some chapters lying quite outside the faith. It would take too long, he continues, to explain these matters by letter. We will only add, what should suffice for your tranquillity, that we anathematize all who swerve or have swerved from the faith of Pope Leo, solemnly ratified by the Council of Chalcedon, even though they detract from it but to the extent of 1 word or syllable. Your zeal for the faith and your love of unity are too great to be moved by any evil rumors or impertinent documents. Here, in Italy, a few half-educated bishops, men ignorant of the first elements of faith, have indeed wandered so far astray as to refuse to listen to reason. They have forgotten how profitable is steadfastness in the Catholic faith. Pelagius, with his practiced eye, saw how advantageous it was to lay doubts to rest and pacify the separatists by such general assurances. Without trenching on the highly involved and dangerous question of the 3 chapters, he simply declared his position to be that of Leo and of the Fathers of Chalcedon. He also asked no more from the other side than that they should give proof of their union with the Holy See and submission to the Pope. That is, he demanded merely an indirect acceptance of the council and of its condemnation of the 3 chapters. The suppression of the controversy and the silent acceptance of the decision, manifested by union with Rome, was indeed the best way out of the difficulty. What possible advantage could have accrued either to peace or to truth by once more stirring up the old and, to Western minds, scarcely intelligible controversies regarding Theodore of Mopsuestia, Ibis, and Theodoret? It was a mercy for all that they were at last safely put to rest. The following popes, in their efforts to end the schism, rightly kept to this same line of conduct. In the argument he uses in endeavoring to induce his opponents to submit, Pelagius points out that to the Pope alone were the keys given, and that the Church must be sought for in him. In so many words, he lays it down that the authority of his see includes that of the other apostolic sees. This last emphatic utterance shows in what sense must be understood the occasional appeals of Pelagius and his successors against their adversaries to the agreement of the other apostolic sees. They do not lessen thereby, as has been alleged, the decisiveness of their own judgment. They merely enhance their own authority with the dignity attaching to the other honored sees, in order the more easily to secure the submission of their antagonists. His former writings against Vigilius, nevertheless, continued to cause the Pope many hours of anxiety. Recently discovered documents show how, in his own circle of friends, he spoke of his past. The so-called British collection of papal letters, which came to light not long ago, contains a letter from Pelagius to Sapautus, Archbishop of Arles, which may well be quoted here. He says, "How can the other side blame me for a letter which I wrote after the council, when I was still in doubt which side to take, and which does not pretend to be a decision, but merely to express a doubt? When I wrote it, my status, as deacon, was such that, even had I wished to make decisions, I should have been under the obligation of submitting them to the judgment of so many bishops. Nor are my opponents aware how much it cost me, when at last my firm conviction led me to accept the wholesome judgment, and how much I had to suffer then from the other side, on account of my previous indiscretion. Ought I then to have hardened myself forever against the truth, because, forsooth, from ignorance for a while I held other views?" In his difficulty, he quotes St. Cyprian's allusion to St. Peter, who, in the dispute at Antioch, had also been led by St. Paul to alter his views. He recalls the harmony now existing among the bishops throughout the East, Illyricum, and Africa, many of whom had once thought differently. He is now, so he writes, in receipt of acts of councils held in Africa and Illyricum, which bear witness that all agree in the judgment pronounced, and are in unity with the Church. He would, therefore, fain say with Augustine of the alteration in his opinion, "I would rather blame myself than at the expense of truth stick to what I have once said." Just as his retractions did honor to Augustine, so he, Pelagius, saw no disgrace in his. The newly discovered texts thus show the history of Pelagius in a different and more favorable light than that in which some had been disposed to regard it. Pelagius extracted himself quite honorably from his awkward predicament, and his acceptance as Pope of the decree of Constantinople was certainly no mere act of hypocrisy. The Pope frequently had recourse to Sapautus concerning church affairs in Gaul. He advanced him to the rank of apostolic vicar for the kingdom of Childebert, a post which was in keeping with privileges attaching to the see of Arles. Through Sapautus, he also sought to influence the king's attitude towards the Church and to remove certain abuses prevalent among the Franks. In an encyclical addressed to the bishops, he urged them to keep to the laws of the Church, which forbid the too rapid promotion of clerics. A case had occurred there of a layman receiving every order, episcopal consecration included, on a single day. Pelagius also dealt severely with certain relics of paganism remaining in those regions. If intercourse between the Frankish countries and Rome was less frequent than of yore, this was because it was hindered by political circumstances. Constant warfare made communication difficult between the various countries, and everywhere hampered church government. End of section 5. Section 6 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Pope Pelagius I and Rome after the 3 chapters controversy and the Gothic War, Part 2. Italy and Rome after the Gothic War. Many pages of the correspondence of Pelagius with Archbishop Sapautus of Arles contain vivid reminders of the long Gothic struggle and of the wars which afterward ravaged Italy, and for which the Franks were largely responsible. "Such is Rome's poverty and want," he laments, "that it is painful to behold. People of high rank are reduced to beggary. The estates of the Roman Church in Italy are almost all laid to waste, or else have been lost to us by alienation." As the Holy See held estates in southern Gaul, of which the steward was Placidius the patrician, the father of Sapautus, the Pope begged that the revenues therefrom might be exchanged for useful things and sent by a safe way to Rome. For instance, he proposes that with the money clothing should be bought, white tunics, cowls, or collobia, or whatever else was produced in Provence. After the fall of the Gothic kingdom, innumerable hordes of barbarians from the north had poured into defenseless Italy. They were mostly Alemanni and Franks, under the leadership of Lutharus and Butelin. This was no war, but an inundation, which in its wild course destroyed all it could, and carried away whatever had remained over after the fearful struggle between Byzantine and Goth. Pestilence, too, followed close on the heels of these nations in migration. The plague struck down Lutharus and many of his people as they were returning from Italy in the autumn of 554. Butelin's bands were cut to pieces by Narses in the plains of Capua. Such was the fury of this last encounter with barbarians laden with spoils of southern Italy, that few indeed escaped death by the sword or arrow. The historian Agathias even opined that Narses had gained a victory to be compared with those of Marathon and Salamis. We are not told that the city of Rome was actually attacked during this invasion, but we can well understand how the author of the contemporary biographies in the Liber Pontificalis, writing in Rome, could say of the victory that all Italy was jubilant over it. Another writer gives expression to the same feeling of gladsome relief as follows: "The patrician Narses has given the country back to the Roman Empire. He has restored the ravaged cities, and after driving out the Goths, has brought back Italy to her former joy." It is, however, difficult to perceive what joy there was in merely seeing the bare and desolate plains of Italy once more change owners, without any sure pledge for a better future. In spite of the safety of the country and of its fresh annexation to the Roman Empire, its state remained one of misery. Procopius professes to be unable to estimate the number of human lives which the whole war had cost. He even speaks of millions, though of course he exaggerates. Lack of cultivation, an evil from which Italy had suffered even previously, must now have made itself felt even more, and such places as were still inhabited mourned amidst the accumulating ruins. Very many fortified cities and castles, whither the defenseless population had fled for refuge, showed in their walls the experience they had undergone at the hands of the Goths, or the traces of the siege engines of the Byzantines. The piles of ruins left behind them by both armies throughout the whole country remained long after to attest to the ferocity of the war. It was at that period that the Campagna in the neighborhood of Rome took on that solemn garb of mourning, of which to this day it has not divested itself. The whole tract seems still to weep over the downfall of that ancient civilization which once covered it with life and bloom. Ever since, these hills and plains have lacked settlers, though the Campagna, more than any other region, always required the sturdy hands of colonists in great number. The thin crust of earth spread over volcanic rock or sand, and the unfavorable climate demanded far more labor here than elsewhere in order to win from the soil the fruits of husbandry. Irrigation, too, now came to an end, for the ancient aqueducts had, almost all, been broken down, and who can think of restoring them amid the universal distress? The water which ceaselessly flowed from them sought out fresh channels for itself, working havoc among the former gardens and pastures, to say nothing of the fever-laden air produced by the stagnant pools. The population of Rome must by that time have been reduced to exiguous proportions, at least in comparison with the quondam multitude of citizens and patricians who composed the people of the Quirites, and the huge crowd of slaves by whom they were served. No other period of stress had ever brought the inhabitants so low, in point both of number and of wealth. What irony to see the senatus populosque Romanus established in stint and shame amidst the still-standing monumental splendors of the whilom mistress of nations. The forums and thermae, the mansions and porticos, retained in their neglect their colossal grandeur, but they were now the dwelling of a famished crowd, among which were vast numbers of gentry now reduced to beggary and forced to seek consolation, hope, and even their daily bread at the deaconries, the basilicas, and the monasteries. But sparse mention of senatorial families henceforth occurs among the inscriptions of Rome and in historical notices. Numbers of noble families not yet entirely extinct were either with the court at Constantinople or living on their ancestral estates in Sicily. The Roman Senate continued a nominal existence for a little while longer under the presidency of the Praefectus Urbi, yet in 579 it is never once alluded to in historical sources. In that year, an embassy went in the name of the Senate to seek help at Constantinople. It is very significant that this was, at the same time, an embassy from the Pope. Quite evidently the power of the Senate was gradually being merged in that of the Church. Agnellus, the writer of the history of the bishops of Ravenna, looked on the end of the Senate as the consummation of the downfall of the ancient grandeur of Rome. Speaking of the calamity of the Gothic War, he says, "The Senate of the Romans gradually disappeared, and then the freedom of Rome was abolished." Did we seek a turning point when ancient life expired in Rome, none better could be found than the second half of the 6th century, with the distress which ensued after the Gothic War. In all the customs and habits of life, both private and public, so profound were the alterations that took place, that Roman civilization received its death blow. Moreover, a general political convulsion was impending in Italy through the Lombard invasion. A new world, so to speak, was about to come into being in Italy. The olden civilization was collapsing, learning and art were face to face with ruin. In this extremity the bishops and the popes took the human race under their protection, and in the midst of the flood of barbarism, the monasteries became the last shelters for study, homes where strength could be sought for the struggle against the universal decay. In his plaint over the sad fate of the Senate, Agnellus lamented that an end was made of the freedom of Rome. Though Agnellus can scarcely have meant his words to be taken so literally, it is a fact that what the Byzantines set up in place of Gothic rule was no freedom, but rather the reverse. Byzantine government tended to curtail free individual action and to introduce the system of serfdom. We should not be far from the truth in saying that, on the contrary, true freedom had its home among the Goths. That the Goths had to yield to the Byzantines was not because their political institutions were devoid of freedom and freshness, for in this respect they far excelled the Byzantines. The real reason why their rising kingdom was crushed so promptly was due to the estrangement of the Latin population in Italy. The Goths failed to take any root in the country, and their kingdom remained a warrior state composed of aliens. Principally on account of their difference in faith, the natives refused to be on friendly terms with the Goths, and thus it came about that this strong, free nation was isolated and deprived of all support. It was because of their heresy that they fell, and it was a blessing for Italy that Arianism disappeared with them. Unhappily, however, the advent of the Byzantines brought despotism instead of Arianism, and, in place of an outworn religion, the bureaucracy of a state already in many respects rotten became the object of aversion for the Latin population. In the Byzantine state system of that day, the lead was taken by a few privileged individuals who ruled everything at the expense of private initiative and at the same time claimed every benefice for themselves. They enriched themselves and oppressed the weak. Although, under Justinian, law was much studied, the actual administration of justice was often very lax. Nor were legislators successful in making the necessary allowances. For instance, they failed to adapt their laws to the requirements of the Germanic states conquered by Byzantium. In spite of all this, some gratifying changes may be noted in Rome and Italy during the reaction which followed the Gothic wars. Many towns were rebuilt, and the roads once again were thrown open to travelers. What is more, the new laws embodied in the Pragmatic Sanction prepared fresh openings for the Church, making it possible for her to help in healing moral, social, and political evils. Finally, in the more exclusive domain of the Church, as we shall see, a cheering progress is observable at headquarters, affecting even the liturgy. It was due to the foresight of Narses, the Byzantine commander-in-chief, that in the days of peace many ruined strongholds and castles were again rebuilt. He also restored the walls and gates of Rome, so far as this was necessary. The Greek cross, which, as already stated, is still visible upon the keystone of certain Roman gateways, also shows that Rome was then reincorporated in an Orthodox empire whose hope was in the cross. Beneath this sign of the cross, the ancient city wall will sustain the shock of the Lombards. Obedient to the cross, the Byzantine power will rule over the city for yet 200 years, though its sway will become more and more merely nominal. Only then will its rule pass away when the time comes for it to take the side of the iconoclasts against the true religion of the cross. Such a Greek cross as those spoken of above was also placed upon the bridge over the Anio on the Salarian Way. This was a fine structure which Narses rebuilt in 565 after it had been destroyed by Totila. The bridge displays this cross upon the corner pilasters of the parapet. A couple of these stones with their crosses still exist, though the ancient bridge itself has passed away and been replaced by a new one. From old copies we also know the wording of the two Latin inscriptions which Narses set up in the center of the bridge on the inner side of either parapet. Both are at present buried in the riverbed, where they live on under the turbulent waters of the Anio, like the brave deeds of Narses in history. One of them, headed by the monogram of Christ, told how Narses had routed the kings of the Goths with wonderful promptitude and restored freedom to the city of Rome and the whole of Italy, and how he had restored the structure of the bridge destroyed by the tyrant Totila to greater beauty than before. In the inscription he is styled Narses vir gloriosissimus, ex praeposito sacri palatii, ex cons ex patricius. On the parapet on the opposite side, a passerby could have read the other inscription, a well-turned and, for the period, gracefully composed poem of 4 distichs. Above the murmuring stream, says the poet, Narses has once more re-established the stone roadway. He who bent the stiff neck of the Goths also made the mighty river pass under the yoke of the bridge. End of section 6. Section 7 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Pope Pelagius I and Rome after the 3 chapters controversy and the Gothic War. Part 3. The Pragmatic Sanction for Italy, growth in the influence of the bishops and pope. The legal rearrangement which had been introduced into Italy by means of the Pragmatic Sanction might have succeeded even better had it been carried out by those in power. According to what we know of its articles, They first laid it down as a principle that the imperial code should hold in Italy as elsewhere. Further, they enacted, to the advantage of both church and country, that the election of governors in each province, or provinciarium indices, should be conducted by the bishops and the provincial magnates in joint session. Also that the bishop was to have a say in the choice of city officials. Likewise that the bishop and leading citizens were to audit the accounts of officials who retired, that he was to report to the emperor any ordinary judge who refused to render justice, that he could claim a joint right to try any case when the judge's impartiality had been impugned by either side. Finally, that he was to decide between the governor himself and such subjects as might consider they have been wronged by him. Such enactments meant that the Church received a sort of oversight over the officials of the state. The state decided on thus including the Church in the system of government, not only out of regard for the actual position, wealth, and property of the bishop, who, even previously, had exercised great influence over civil affairs, chiefly owing to the power which came from the landed property conferred on them. The Eastern autocrats were moved by two other considerations: by their consciousness of the great moral weight of the bishops and the social power of religion, by their knowledge of the corruption rampant among the officials, and their certainty that it would be hopeless to dream of extirpating bribery and oppression without the help of some authority guided by loftier principles and above bureaucratic influence. We must also remember that the civil and military authorities, owing to the lack of public funds, or to incapable administration, often stood helpless and without resource when cities and whole provinces were in the direst need. In such cases, the bishops were wont to intervene. In this wise, in most of the cities, a large part of the administration had, little by little, passed into the hands of the bishops. Among such bishops who thus saw their influence increase, the Bishop of Rome was certainly not the last. Seeing that the Pragmatic Sanction gave such powers to the bishops, we shall not be surprised to learn that it also acknowledged their right to exercise ecclesiastical jurisdiction. Complaints against clerics and monks were to be tried before the bishop. As in the eastern half of the empire, the secular arm was ready to execute the sentence of ecclesiastical courts. The defensores of the Roman Church, acting as the standing representatives of the popes, tried charges against bishops quite independently of the state. At first, in criminal cases, the clergy could claim ecclesiastical immunity only for trifling offenses. In more serious cases, after having been deposed and degraded by the church authorities, they were handed over for punishment to the secular court. But, towards the end of the 6th century, even this intervention of the state ceased, and the church, acting alone, imposed on the clerical evildoer a more or less heavy penance, accompanied by imprisonment which sometimes lasted for life. It was then laid down as an axiom that secular judges have no competence in matters concerning the church alone. Nor were the denizens of the cloisters forgotten in the decrees supplementing the Pragmatic Sanction. The revolutions in Saxe had led to the violation of many a vow. Hence a decree which runs: "Consecrated virgins and all persons of the female sex, who having been vested with the religious habit, have nevertheless been taken in marriage, must again return to their convent or church, or to the religious situation they formerly held." The new law ensured to the city of Rome all her previous privileges and immunities. It also confirmed the existing regulations and grants for the repair of classical buildings, for the Tiber bed, for the market and harbor of the city, and for the aqueducts. Public distribution of food was to take place as under Theodoric, and as had been provided for by Justinian. Similarly, the usual grants were to be made to grammarians, orators, physicians, and lawyers, so that, as the wording runs, a well-taught new generation may flourish in the state, and that, in fine, everyone may taste the happiness of our time. The eternity of the emperor, a classic curial formula in vogue since heathen times. in the divine pragmatic sanction also gave directions respecting the coinage and the standard weights and measures. We are informed that the emperor has given orders to this effect to both the Pope and the Senate, who are thus created guardians of the coins, weights, and measures, and that thereby nothing can be done to the detriment of the provinces. Other laws of Justinian expressly speak of the Church as the authority appointed to safeguard the legal standards of weight and measure. These standards were to be kept in the principal church of each town, and to them all weights and measures used in business were to be adjusted, whether they were for civic, military, or government use. This custom of the Christian empire tallied with one already existing in heathen times, for in classical antiquity the official standard weights and measures were placed under the protection of the temples of the gods. In Rome they were kept in the temple of Capitoline Jove, and accredited copies, duly stamped, were held ready in other temples, such as those of the Dioscuri, of Mars Ultor, and of Ops, for comparison with the weights and measures in use. We have many weights of ancient Rome, frequently of black stone, and usually of circular shape, flattened at the top and bottom. They weigh from 10 to 100 pounds, counting the Roman pound as 12 ounces, or 327.45 grams. Many of these stone weights bear the number of pounds chiseled upon them, and still have their handles, or at least the holes into which the handle was fixed with lead. A few even have the hallmark introduced in 167 by Junius Rusticus. In the churches of Rome and in other places, various weights of this kind are exhibited, the common people accounting them as stones used in the martyrdom of the early Christians. It would, of course, not be right to deny that such weights may occasionally have been used for the punishment of Christians, but the reason why so many of these stones have been kept in churches from time immemorial must rather be sought in the law which once directed their preservation there. They thus acquired a certain dignity, and in later times, when their origin was forgotten, they became objects of reverence. Especially when many of the various sizes are found together, they may well have been preserved without a break since the time of the old Christian empire. During the sacks and other misfortunes which the basilicas had to experience, they were far safer than other objects of greater value. Baronius is quite wrong in endeavoring to show that a difference exists between the stones in the present churches and the early weights, inasmuch as the weights were always provided with numbers, whereas those in the churches are not. The fact is that many weights never bore any marks, whilst many of the stones in the churches do in reality display numbers. Pelagius I was just the man to use to the best advantage of the church and country the new legislation of Justinian for Italy. His previous experience as deacon, in business both ecclesiastical and political, qualified him for the attainment of the high aims sought by papacy and empire. His regests indeed afford us an insight into a singularly strenuous life. A glance at his letters shows us how Pelagius intervened in the regular administration of justice, and, for instance, removed cases in which the clergy or the monasteries were concerned from the secular tribunals of Italy, and sent them to be tried by his bishops, how he called in the secular arm against usurping or unruly bishops, demanding at the same time the presence of a few clerics, in order that the military may not appear to be acting alone. Again, we find him assailing abuses in the monasteries or among the clergy with the ready weapons of spiritual admonition and penance. At other times, he backs up the action of his bishops by the defensores of the Holy See, that is, by experienced lawyers in lower orders who carry out his directions. In some of this Pope's letters, a strong secular element is noticeable. This was called for by the particular risks of the period, especially when it became necessary to put in order the property and revenues of the Roman See. Pelagius displayed a prudence which overlooked nothing. Already, under previous popes, we find passing allusions to the estates or patrimonies of St. Peter. The basis of the species of Doomsday Book of the Lateran, which still served for the administration of the patrimonies under Gregory the Great, dated from Gelasius. From the chancery of Gelasius, documents are still preserved which take the reader back to the earliest days of these estates, especially a number of receipts duly handed over in exchange for the revenues. Even then, the patrimonies already extended beyond Italy, for instance, as far as Dalmatia. Gelasius, like Pelagius later, we find complaining that, in consequence of the wars, many of the patrimonies had been confiscated by the enemy. Hence, that less than heretofore can be given for the support of the poor. That Pelagius, on account of damage done to the patrimonies in Italy, claimed help from those in Gaul, we have already seen. In his anxiety, he also turned to Africa, where the Roman Church perhaps even then possessed the estates mentioned under Gregory I. To Boethius, the Praetorian prefect in Africa, he explains that after 25 years of warfare, even then not yet at an end, the Roman Church could reckon only on a scanty income from distant islands and remote countries for the support of its clergy and numerous poor. Meanwhile, matters gradually improved under his painstaking care. In the few documents which have accidentally survived, Pelagius mentions several remittances. For instance, in letters to Maurus, bishop of Praeneste, and Julian, bishop of Singoli. Both were administrators of Roman patrimonies lying in their districts. Julian had consigned 500 gold solidi to a banker in Rome named Anastasius, who is here styled Argentarius and Arcarius to the Pope. A certain church notary named Valentine was, however, the principal mainstay of the Pope in his work of economic reform. In this work, Pelagius stood in need of such assistance, for the difficulties of his task were increased by the unreliability of the ecclesiastical officials. For instance, the Pope was obliged to dispatch a letter of rebuke to a defensores named Dulcitius because he had sent in a statement of accounts previously cooked, after the fashion of the Greeks. So careful was the Pope's management that we even find a letter of his to Gerdamer, a Comes, concerning the cultivation of some meadows on the Via Portuensis. All this trouble was rewarded. It was the property of the poor that was at stake, and these res pauperum, as the estates were called, were rightly so dear to the Pope that even when the famous Narcissus himself suggested using them for other persons, Pelagius peremptorily refused his proposal. When Pelagius died on March 4, 561, an affectionate epitaph in the then customary metrical form was placed upon the monument erected by the Romans to his memory in the portico of St. Peter's. The poetry, indeed, was not of the best, but the verses rightly extolled the deceased for the part he had taken in the revival of Rome and for his efforts to relieve all forms of distress. It tells how he brought many new recruits into God's sanctuary and banished simony, how he ransomed captives and never withheld from the unfortunate poor the things he had in gift, how he shared the sorrows of all and made his own the sighs of all and also all their joys. End of section 7. Section 8 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Pope Pelagius I and Rome after the 3 chapters controversy and the Gothic War, Part 4. Pope John III, since 561. The choice of the clergy and, no doubt, Byzantine influence raised another noble Roman to the apostolic throne after the death of Pelagius I, himself a nobleman. Rank had now become a desirable thing on account of the secular position of the papacy. John III, son of Anastasius, a vir illustris, was consecrated on July 17, 561. According to Evagrius, he was surnamed Catilinus. 4.5 months had elapsed between the 2 pontificates. The delay was probably due to the fact that the Emperor Justinian had reserved to the crown the right of ratifying the papal elections. Hence each time, after the election had been concluded in Rome, the clergy had to send an embassy to the Greek capital to crave permission for the consecration of their candidate. In the Liber Pontificalis, this custom is mentioned not long after, for we are there told that, owing to the wars, it was impossible to undertake the embassy to Constantinople, and that the Pope-elect, that is Pelagius II, had therefore been consecrated without awaiting the emperor's command. So close then was the alliance into which the Roman Church entered, or was forced to enter, with the Roman state, that even the appointment of its head, the supreme pontiff of the whole Church, was made dependent upon the consent of the secular power. The Roman Church was also obliged to pay a large sum of money to the court, agreeably with invariable Byzantine usage, in exchange for the act of ratification. This remained the rule for a whole century, for it was not until 684 that the Emperor Constantine Pogonatus renounced the privilege of confirmation in an edict addressed to Benedict II. We may add that this ratification was never taken as a right over the Church inherent in the emperor. Such was certainly not the case. The emperor claimed the right as a mere formality when once he had induced, or practically compelled, the Church to allow him this share in the elevation of the Pope, and the Church acquiesced in the claim only in view of the benefit accruing to both Church and State from such a peaceful union of both powers. In canonical language, she was willing to account the papal election as yet incomplete and illegal until the imperial assent had been secured. Not until this assent had been obtained did the candidate complete the election by giving his own consent. The imperial assent was never refused, and in reality it was of no great moment, at least not when the election had been unanimous, though in double elections any ill will on the emperor's part could easily have created difficulties. At any rate, the Roman Church did not consider the situation as either wrong or intolerable. Had it seemed so in her eyes, she would certainly not have lacked the courage frankly and freely to oppose the pretension, just as the earlier popes who followed Leo the Great, Hilary, Simplicius, Felix III, Gelasius, and Symmachus, heedless of danger, had withstood Byzantium when it sought to interfere in the rights of the Church and of conscience. End of Part 3. End of Section 8. Section 9 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 4. Rome under Narses and in the early period of the Exarchate. Chapter 1. The Popes and the Government of Italy and Rome. Part 1. A glance at events. The three popes who occupied the Roman chair in the interval between Pelagius I and Gregory the Great, in spite of Byzantine victories and the hopes founded on them, reigned in a time of great hardship. John III, who was pope for nearly 13 years, saw the advent of the Lombards in Italy in 568 and the dawn of a fresh reign of terror. Speaking of the death of Benedict I, a Roman, son of Boniface, who followed John as pope after an interval of 10 months, the Liber Pontificalis says, "Overwhelmed with troubles and afflictions, Benedict departed this life." Benedict, when he died in 579, had been in office barely 4 years. Pelagius II, the son of Winigild, a Goth, was the next to be raised to the uneasy throne of Peter. His choice is a happy sign that the Church of Rome was beginning to overcome the antagonism of nations which so lately had been engaged in a murderous struggle. Pelagius II was an excellent priest, though not a peer in talent and political gifts to the first bearer of the name. After a pontificate full of afflictions and anxiety, principally owing to the near approach of the Lombards, he was carried off by the terrible pestilence which in the beginning of 590 ravaged the city and its neighborhood. To compare this enumeration of the immediate predecessors of Gregory I with the names of the contemporary monarchs, Justinian I, the conqueror and lawgiver, closed his eyes in death in 565. He was a sovereign of great enterprise, a successful but unscrupulous reviver of the outward power and splendor of the Empire of East Rome. A contemporary diptych once preserved in Rome represents him very characteristically prancing on horseback over the figure of Gaia, that is, over the earth subdued by him, while his devoted servants bring him the tokens of victory, and the conquered nations the tribute of their countries. Above him we see Christ, in youthful form, blessing the emperor and holding in his hand the scepter of divine government over the world. To tell the truth, this scepter in Christ's hand was not always remembered by Justinian, and, in doctrinal disputes, not infrequently had to yield to the scepter of the worldly autocrat. A milder man by far was Justin II. We may even feel tempted to rank this cultured, peace-loving, and pious monarch higher than the domineering Justinian, with his excessive fondness for outward display. But Justin II proved weak. He was too old, and showed the faults of an old man in his government. The far-sightedness and the kingly character of his predecessor were not his. The next emperor, Tiberius, who came to the throne in 578, had more determination and energy. Finally, Mauritius, who in the year 582 succeeded the latter, was above all a soldier, and displayed many of a ruler's qualities. He spoiled, however, the good he did by petty efforts to enrich the exchequer by little acts of meanness, and not less by disfavor shown to the free action of certain elements, which helped to support the state, among which the Church holds the first place. Partly from piety, partly from policy, the Emperor Mauritius was an admirer of his court patriarch, John the Faster. The latter was trying to increase his own dignity to some extent at the expense of the Pope of Old Rome, and his action found warm approval and support at the court of Constantinople. When, however, John the Faster, at a synod in Constantinople in 588, gave himself the sonorous title of Ecumenical Patriarch, Pope Pelagius II raised his voice in protest and declared the decrees of the council invalid. The history of the relations between popes and emperors throughout this period is, however, only imperfectly known. Documents which have thrown light on it are unfortunately missing. The letters of the papal chancery, of which some have survived belonging to the time of Pelagius I, furnish no information. One document only has been saved from the long pontificate of John III, and that only because it was included in Gregory the Great's Register of Letters. We do not know the wording of a single letter of Benedict I, though we hear of his injunctions. Even in Jaffe's Regista, we find only 11 documents belonging to Pelagius II. Hence, any detailed history of the popes of this period is unfortunately impossible. We are better informed about ecclesiastical life in Rome and about many details belonging to the domain of religious and profane literature and art. Even certain questions regarding the administration of Italy and the Roman district can be settled with tolerable clearness, especially owing to the light thrown on the then state of things by the voluminous correspondence of Gregory the Great. Hence, in sketching this portion of the history of Rome, we shall devote our attention to its internal condition. The Byzantine government, the last stage of that once so finely organized and powerful Roman rule, is the first thing to be considered. The series of exarchs in Italy, to give a glance here at its beginnings, do not commence with the famous general Narses. It is true that, even after the close of the Gothic War, he held the highest military command over the Byzantine portion of Italy, and also that he stood at the head of the civil government. He ruled the entire country from his residence on the Palatine in Rome. For all this, he did not bear the title of exarch. His position was rather a personal one, and the office of exarch had not yet been called into being. When Narses had been disgraced, circa 568, dying soon after, Italy had bitterly to feel his loss. The East Roman general Baduarius made a transitory appearance in the campaign against the Lombards, but he too was not yet described as exarch. The standing army and a fixed military command did not then exist. This alone makes it possible to understand how the Lombards, soon after their irruption into Italy in 568, saw their efforts crowned with success. Under their onslaught, Baduarius, the son-in-law of Justin, sustained a sanguinary defeat at some date between 575 and 577. After him, the needs of the times compelled the appointment of a commander-in-chief in Italy, on whom the title of exarch was bestowed. This soldier, Decius by name, in 584, occupied the stronghold of Ravenna, the bulwark of Byzantine power, which had been threatened by the capture of its port Classis by the Lombards. Smaragdus, the successor of Decius, probably arrived in Italy the next year. The nomination of this exarch was an excellent choice. As a soldier, Smaragdus is extolled by Pope Pelagius II for his victories, whilst Gregory I describes him as a good churchman who was ready to stand by the popes. In 589, however, a new exarch already ruled Italy, to wit, Julian, whose name de Rossi has shown to occur upon the fragments of a Greek inscription in Rome. Until Gregory's time in 596, the general invested with the title of exarch was Romanus. He was scarcely equal to the exceptionally difficult military tasks which devolved on him, and preferred to let things go their own way. On the other hand, in his dealings with the Church, he was none the less zealous and despotic. The exarchs, from Decius onwards, resided in Ravenna. Those who succeeded Romanus to the middle of the 7th century were Callinicus, 596–603, an able viceroy, then much to the satisfaction of Gregory I. Smaragdus again assumed the government, though for how long we do not know. He was followed by John, who in turn was succeeded by Eleutherius, who ruled until 619. From 625 to 643, the exarch was Isachius, succeeded in 643 by Calliopas. About 645, we find Platon, and from 649 until 651, Olympius. End of section 9. Section 10 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, The Popes and the Government of Italy and Rome, Part 2. The Administration of Italy and Rome. The office of exarch, as Mommsen has recently pointed out, was a natural outcome of the official position which the Gothic king, Theodoric, had assumed with respect to Byzantium. The exarchate in Italy was simply the continuation of Theodoric's office of permanent magister militum of the empire. Just as the Gothic king in the emperor's eyes was the highest military chief, though the office he held was neither for life nor hereditary, so was it also for the exarch. The Byzantine system of government allowed for similar plenipotentiaries in Thrace and in the East, where they bore the title of magistri militum. As, however, in Italy, many other inferior officers were called magistri militum, the commander-in-chief there was distinguished by the title of exarch. In North Africa, also, the chief military authority was known as exarch, though, as is clear, for instance, from inscriptions of the African exarch Sclomon, he was also sometimes called magister militum. Hence the dignity of exarch found its place quite naturally in Byzantine officialdom. The system of ranks and titles was indeed considered something inviolable and sacred, nor was the title of exarch an unknown one, though in its earlier use it had signified something different, being reserved for the leaders of armies actually at the front. The exarchs of Italy were, however, not mere army chiefs, but also wielded the highest civil authority. They conducted the whole administration in Italy in the name of the emperor and controlled the revenue. For this purpose, they had the assistance of a number of high officials selected by themselves: consiglieri, scholastici, assessores, domestici, and cancellari. That civil government should depend on the highest military commander was certainly no advantage to the country, for such an arrangement left a way open to despotism. Yet in the permanent state of war which followed the Lombard invasion, it had become necessary. Little by little, we find the military duces taking the place of the judices provinciarum, or civil governors of provinces. Often the inhabitants had good reason to complain that the administration of their provincial affairs was left to subordinate officers, furnished with ample powers, and who often used them without much scruple. The subordinate officers were, however, to remain, whereas the Eutyches disappeared from history during the course of the 7th century. The power of the Italian exarch and his subordinates did not extend over Sardinia and Corsica, which, since Vandal times, belonged to the jurisdiction of North Africa and depended on the Byzantine exarch there. The exarch of Italy is sometimes simply called Patricius or Patricius Italiae, patrician rank being the highest rung of the Byzantine social ladder and invariably conferred on the exarchs. Except the exarch, there was no other patricius in Italy. Hence, colloquially, the title of patricius was often used indiscriminately with that of exarch. The title of honor peculiar to the exarch was excellentissimus. The highest imperial officer in Italy after the exarch was the praefectus praetorio per Italium, who resided in Ravenna and was responsible for the administration of justice in the Byzantine provinces. This office seems to have been still in existence in the middle of the 7th century. We also gather that, under the Byzantines, the ancient office of Vicar of Italy and Vicar of the City of Rome long continued to be maintained. The Vicar of Italy, with the title Agens Vices Praefecti Praetorio, was the permanent representative of the empire in Rome. In Rome itself, besides the two vicars just spoken of, the city prefect, Praefectus Urbi, still officiated, though in a different sphere of usefulness. It would not be hazardous to suppose that, on state occasions, he still availed himself of the ancient distinctions conferred upon him by the empire, namely, of the right to use the state chariot and to display the imperial portraits. It is not, however, clear from our authorities what prerogatives this once exalted office had retained for itself. At any rate, its splendor was a thing almost of the past. From the death of Gregory the Great down to Pope Hadrian, that is, till the end of the 8th century, no Roman city prefect appears at all in history. According to Cassiodorus, the prefect of Rome under the Goths exercised jurisdiction not only in the city, but also for 40 Roman miles around. This would lead one to suppose that the then authority of the prefect was still commensurate with his office. Nor is it impossible that the prefect's office may have survived without interruption throughout the subsequent period, though with reduced judicial competence. However this may be, the functions of the various officials subordinate to the city prefect were gradually absorbed by the ministers of the papal see. This absorption was not hindered by the fact that the prefect, as well as the vicarius urbis Romae, retained his agens vices, or vice prefect. There was indeed no lack of unnecessary officials. In fact, the increase in episcopal influence was largely due to the conspicuous failings of the great army of civil officials, especially to their corruption and incapacity. In many instances, it is a mere accident that there is no information to hand concerning certain Roman offices. The praetorship and quaestorship of the city of Rome are not mentioned after the middle of the 5th century, though we read in Gregory the Great's letters that, before entering the service of the Church, he had held the office of Praetor of Rome. Intercourse on affairs of state between the exarch of Ravenna and the city of Rome seems to have been in the hands of the so-called Cartulari. The Cartularies of Ravenna repeatedly played an important part in Rome during the 7th century. What their duties actually were cannot be defined with certainty, but probably corresponded with those of secretaries to the exarch. A Cartulari, when staying in Rome, took up his quarters in the ancient residence on the Palatine Hill, which was still invariably known quite simply as Palatium. Here was also the dwelling of the Vicar of Italy, with his swarm of Byzantine courtiers, and here, too, the exarch of Ravenna was welcomed with oriental pomp whenever he chose to honor Rome with his presence. When, in 653, the Emperor Constans II visited the city, he likewise was accommodated in the apartments of the venerable imperial castle. End of section 10. Section 11 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The Christian Palatine. As the conqueror of Italy and governor of its provinces, Narses, after having evicted the Gothic officials and courtiers, took possession of the halls of the Palatine. The rich spoils which he brought with him, treasures from many an Italian city, may well have lent passing splendor to the crumbling palace. We are told that Narses, like a king, was accompanied by a train of 400 souls. Doubtless, with a court of such a scale, he will have repaired, to some extent, the time-worn buildings on the Palatine. Even Theodoric had contributed a sum annually to be spent on the upkeep of this imperial residence, and a Greek, who represented the emperor, would scarcely have allowed himself to be outdone by a Goth in his care for the classic imperial home. No buildings, not even certain traces of repairs executed by Narses, can, however, be pointed out on the Palatine. There we may wander through the huge deserted ruins, stumbling at every step on relics of stately edifices, halls, porticos, and heathen temples. Of the Middle Ages, however, even of the early portion of that period, we shall find but few reminders. Imagination almost gives way under the effort of animating this colossal world of antiquity with Christian pictures, whether of Byzantine or later times. Christian annals speak mainly of the wreck and ruin of the antique. How much of their ancient splendor was left in the days when, under Leo the Great, Genseric's vandals burst, plundering and burning, into the innermost recesses of these halls, teeming with wealth? Who cared for the blackened, tottering halls till the advent of Theodoric and Narses? Certainly none of those who, during the oft-repeated assaults and sacks of the city, sought only to wreak revenge and acquire wealth. Even in the case of Theodoric and Narses, it is probable that they confined their attention to rendering part of the town-like imperial edifices on the hill habitable. It would seem that two groups of buildings remained inhabited, one opposite the Capitol and the Forum, on account of its connection with the city, and the other at the southern angle of the hill, near the so-called Stadium Palatinum, which even now is relatively well preserved, and which commands the Appian Way. These parts appear upon our plan at the top to the left and at the bottom to the right. It may be taken that, in later times, communication was always open between these and the other still occupied parts, by means of the roads leading round the hill, whereas the middle of the Palatine, with its huge masses of buildings, must soon have become an impassable and even dangerous wilderness, owing to the accumulating ruins. Upon the famous hill, the old heathen temples began to shroud themselves in mystery. Such was the fate of the temple of Apollo, adorned with the finest works of art, which seems to have stood in the east of the Flavian Palace, or Domus Flaviorum. Of the temple of Jupiter Victor, situated on the other side, and which now could mourn the loss of the votive offerings made it by the victorious generals. Of the temple of Cybele, the mother of the gods, which perhaps, of all the temples on that hill, was the last to remain an object of veneration to the many votaries of Mithra and devotees of Eastern rites. All around the Palatine stood temples, deserted and ravaged, to Victoria, to Divus Augustus, to Minerva, and to Jupiter Stator. The two libraries, Latin and Greek, of Apollo, stood exposed to the weather and probably long since robbed of their literary treasures. The towering palace of the Emperor Tiberius, and the splendid one of Augustus, a model of elegant architecture. Even the palace of the imperial Flavii was unable to maintain itself, that vast and massive structure rising in the center with its broad ruined peristylium, adjoining halls for banquets and festivities, and reception rooms in front, supported on either side by the basilica and the so-called Lararium. The gardens of Adonis, which Domitian had laid out on the oriental pattern, had long been forgotten and were a mere wilderness. Lupercal, the legendary shrine, stood desolate since the time of Pope Gelasius. Many years had elapsed since the Pythagogium for the imperial pages had sent out the last of its trained and obsequious servants to minister to the rulers. Pages for the imperial vicar had to be imported from Byzantium, but the cross and the religion founded on it was now honored upon the hill, where the walls of the Pythagogium had once been desecrated by the notorious caricature discovered by Garucci. The dweller in the home of the pages who scratched this caricature upon the wall shared the idea prevalent among the heathen that the crucified Savior, worshipped as God by his comrade Alexamenos, had the head of an ass. This same despised Savior in the 6th century, and even earlier, had come into the possession of several much revered shrines on and near this very Palatine. They served to make reparation for the virtue, religion, and morality formerly so remorselessly outraged on this very spot by tyrants and libertines. At the western angle, above the substructure of the Circus Maximus, rises the church of Santa Anastasia, the court church of the Palatine. Its original name, in all probability, was Anastasis, that is, resurrection. In this quality of a church dedicated to the risen Savior, it corresponds to the Anastasis at Constantinople, which in turn was an imitation of that in the holy places in Jerusalem. Erected, as it appears, by the imperial court in the 4th century, it was richly endowed and formed a contrast to the fanes of Hercules standing beneath it in front of the gates of the circus, namely the Ara Maxima in ancient Rome and the circular temple of Hercules, both pretending to have been founded by Evander. On account of its connection with the court, Santa Anastasia was accounted the first of the Roman titular churches. In rank, it came next to the Lateran Basilica and the Church of Santa Maria on the Esquiline. It enjoys certain prerogatives with regard to the station services, which can only be explained out of the consideration shown by the Roman Church to the emperor's vicars on the Palatine. For instance, it had its own station on the morning of Christmas Day, when the Pope proceeded thither to the imperial residence to celebrate early Mass. The church continues even now to be a station for one of the 3 Christmas Masses. From Santa Anastasia, skirting the hill, we come to Santa Maria Antiqua, or Santa Maria Liberatrice. This shrine, which we already know the story, stood on the north side of the Palatine, beside the ancient Vesta temple, and can be traced back to Pope Sylvester. It was also reckoned the first among the Roman deaconries. That is, it stood at the head of the churches officially entrusted with the distribution of alms and with works of mercy. Here, too, the origin of this honorary precedence admits of no doubt. Santa Maria Antiqua was the deaconry of the court. In Santa Anastasia, spiritual blessings were bestowed on the soul. In Santa Maria, the imperial vicars dispensed temporal help to impoverished Rome. It must also be remembered that, at Santa Maria, a Christian sanctuary was brought into contrast with a site of idolatry, and that such a contrast in the 4th century had enormous significance. Mary, the Virgin Mother of our Savior, was here pitted against Vesta, whom mythology regarded as the mother and protectress of the Roman state, who was called the Virgin Goddess and was served by virgins. The spiritual combat waged here in front of the portals of the abode of the Vestals has already been alluded to in our description of a visit to the Roman Forum. On the way from Santa Anastasia, along the edge of the hill, we come to another church, the Trulus or Rotunda of St. Theodore. The mosaic of St. Theodore, an Eastern saint, in the principal niche, is of Byzantine character and may date from the 7th or the 6th century. The foundations of the rotunda show, however, that it was first erected almost in classical times. May it not have been the Palatine, that is, the court baptistry? The baptistries were circular in form, and we know from other sources that, in the year 403, the city prefect Longinianus erected a baptistry for the church of Santa Anastasia, certainly not far from the present building. The present Trulus, however, dates almost entirely from the 15th century. In the neighborhood of Santa Anastasia, but on top of the Palatine Hill, there must also have been another church, the oratory of San Caesarius in Palladio. So far nothing is known with certainty about its situation. With regard to the purpose of this chapel of St. Caesarius, we know that it served, amongst other things, to receive and retain the likenesses of the Byzantine emperors. The portrait of the new ruler was usually brought by an embassy to the large cities, and after having been ceremoniously received, it was put up in a shrine. In effigy, the emperor still reigned upon the Palatine. Within due limits, the Church surrounded his divinely instituted authority with a halo of respect, particularly on that spot where emperors, in their ludicrous presumption, had once deified themselves. The name of this oratory seems to have been selected, agreeably with the taste of the time, owing to the resemblance between Caesarius and Caesar. The title of San Caesarius seemed appropriate on the hill of the Caesars. The title Saint Caesarius also proclaimed the Christian character of the reigning Caesars. A Greek monastery grew up later near San Caesarius. During the Middle Ages, it stood first in rank among the 20 abbeys in Rome, an honor which it indubitably owed, like Santa Anastasia and Santa Maria Antiqua, to its proximity to the court and the exarch. In a certain sense, it must have been the monastery of the court, and just like the parish church of the court and the court deaconry, it was fitting that the monastery of the Greek court should enjoy special privileges. The commencement of the Latin monastery of Santa Maria in Pallara, on the Palatine opposite the Colosseum, is obscure. The oratory existing there, and said to have been built on the site of Saint Sebastian's martyrdom, is at any rate very ancient. An official continued to be entrusted with the Cura Palatii. This we may gather from the name of one named Plato, mentioned in the 7th century. Plato's epitaph was in Santa Anastasia's and was put up in 686 by his son, who later became Pope John VII. It praises Plato's solicitude for the Prisca Palatia Romae, and particularly mentions that he restored the lofty staircase of the palace. This last statement must allude to the still partly visible staircase leading down beside Santa Maria Antiqua from the Palatine, which was the principal thoroughfare to the Forum and the city. It was also near this church that John VII built himself an episcopal residence, or episcopium. He also beautified the church itself. Small artistic objects, mementos of the first Christian denizens of the imperial palaces, have occasionally, even to quite recent times, been brought to light by excavations at that world-famed spot. The large collection of clay lamps with Christian symbols, discovered under Pius IX on the Clivus Victoriae, that is, on the side of the Palatine above the Forum just described, is particularly attractive. These lamps must have served for official illuminations in the inhabited part of the palace, on festive occasions, secular or religious. In classic times, just as today, the Romans were wont to mark their merrymaking by illuminations, and the Byzantines certainly adopted the custom from Rome. It is told of Constantine the Great that he had his new city on the Bosphorus brilliantly illuminated from end to end on Easter night. In the North African provinces, where at present constant new discoveries are ever bringing fresh information concerning the habits of imperial Rome, some fine collections of little lamps for illumination have been unearthed. The Palatine lamps mostly displayed monograms of Christ, or monogram crosses of various shapes, also the fish and the mystic palm tree. In one instance, that of a Jewish lamp, we even find the 7-branched candlestick. On another lamp we see displayed a scene which has a special bearing on the Palatine and its spiritual transformation. It shows the figure of our Savior holding the triumphant staff of the cross in his hand and placing his foot upon the head of the dragon, while a serpent and a lion vainly threaten the victor of the world, thus exemplifying the words of the psalmist. Thou shalt walk upon the asp and the basilisk. Thou shalt trample underfoot the lion and the dragon. Psalm 90, verse 13. This particular instance is one of the oldest of the use of this scene, which became a favorite in Byzantine art. That the lamp is Byzantine work is sufficiently clear from the tall and stiffly solemn figure of Christ. But Byzantine and Roman, Christian and Jewish products are not the only ones represented among these lamps. Some, from their decoration and the white clay of which they consist, must have come from Egypt or the Holy Land. Hence these comparatively insignificant objects prove in a sense how worldwide was the importance of the Roman Palatine where they were found. In connection with these Eastern lamps, de Rossi reminds us that from the 6th to the 8th century, the soldiers and courtiers who formed the retinue of the imperial representatives often came from remote regions of the East. A large clasp of pure gold in the form of a cross, which was found accidentally in 1895 at the so-called Domitian Stadium, may have belonged to one of these foreign nobles. It is one of those fibulae which were used to fasten over the shoulder the ends of the chlamys or Byzantine court dress. In this case a second cross may be perceived, surrounded by birds. We may only allude cursorily to the early Christian articles brought to light in the same stadium in 1893, consisting of plates, lamps, and amphorae. One of the latter bore in red on its neck the first letters of the names of Christ, Michael, and Gabriel. Such discoveries may seem trivial and superfluous for the reader's instruction, but they nevertheless are important for the history of the Palatine. Indeed, seemingly insignificant archaeological finds often throw an astonishing amount of light on the history of Roman civilization and topography. For instance, the Christian memorials found in the so-called Palatine Stadium point to the fact of the southern end of the ancient residence having, in all probability, been inhabited even in the centuries which followed Constantine. End of section 11. Section 12 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Greek Colonies in and near Rome, Part 1. From Aquae Salviae, or Tre Fontaine, to the Scola Graecia, and to Narcissus' Church of the Apostles. Narcissus immortalized his name at the spot near Rome where St. Paul was beheaded. With his great wealth, he there founded a Greek monastery, perhaps the oldest Greek one in Rome. This spot was then called Aquae Salviae, and lay not far from the Ostian Way, more than a Roman mile beyond the Basilica of St. Paul, on an ancient road branching off the Via Ostia. This was the Via Laurentina, which led towards Laurentum and the sea. Quite near this site, a small heathen temple built of blocks of tufa was discovered not long ago. It stood close by the springs, which had a repute even in pagan times, and which gave the place its name. These same springs in later times were popularly believed to have miraculously gushed forth from 3 spots, touched by the head of the apostle as it fell after his decapitation. Anyone nowadays pilgriming to this lonely region has no sooner left St. Paul's behind him than he finds himself in a characteristic scene of the Roman Campagna. The verdant plain upon which flocks are feeding, bounded in the distance by the Alban hills, is broken by low ridges which descend towards the Tiber on the right in soft undulating lines. Here and there the evenness of the fair hills, as is so often the case in the volcanic Campagna, sinks in an abrupt hollow, the rugged edges of which are covered with darker heather. Upon many a knoll in this broad wavy plain, humble homesteads and quiet farms have been established on the site of the grand villas of ancient Rome, and in some cases actually rest on the foundations of the olden edifices. In the lower parts of the district, brooks meander through the damp meadows, scarcely noticeable save for their mysterious murmur. Near a bridge over one of these rivulets, or Ponticello, the Via Laurentina diverges on the left from the Ostian Way and ascends the eminence formerly dominated by a medieval fortress. Thence the eye can descry the melancholy ruins of the olden watch towers which once guarded St. Paul's, its monastery, and the surrounding land tilled by the monks. In earlier times, pious souls might have been seen wending their way through the vineyards to the left, to visit the cemetery of St. Thecla, with its large underground church, which now rests peacefully beneath a hill covered by a farm. On the right below, on the bank of the Tiber, which flows here in a broad reach, lay the Vicus Alexandri, an old river port of Rome much frequented by seamen and merchants, but long since destroyed. Some time-eaten relics of mortuary monuments and traces of enormous Roman sewers are all that remain to remind us that, when St. Paul passed along this road on his way to death, this place was a busy haunt for men. Having reached the top of the Via Laurentina, we see at last the present monastery of Aquae Salviae, or Tres Fontaine, in a pleasant vale, nestling in repose and recollection among lofty eucalyptus trees. In its present form, it is the best preserved medieval abbey of Rome, and the impression of hoary antiquity made by the harmonious combination of buildings, gardens, and woods, and the memory of the twin founders, Bernard of Clairvaux and Pope Eugenius III, is even increased by the white-garbed figures of the Trappists who now inhabit it. The two handsome modern churches which rise among the foliage near the ancient pillared basilica and the weather-beaten monastery walls scarcely clash with the visitor's agreeable sense of being here, carried back to the church's early days. Quite a century before Narcissus, the so-called Acts of Peter and Paul speak of this spot as the site of St. Paul's beheading. Besides, at an early date, various notices, dating almost from Constantine's time, allude to certain local reminiscences of Paul's death, which are probably connected with this place. Both in tradition and in art, we find the pine tree and the reed, testifying to a damp soil, used as symbols of the place, just as the terebinth from earliest times was associated with the tomb of Peter. Moreover, even before Constantine, a Christian graveyard, the Quimaterium Zenanus, existed near Aquae Salviae. Pope Gregory the Great merely penned the firm conviction of his day when he stated that the apostle of the Gentiles suffered death for Christ at Aquae Salviae. In the next century, and surely even earlier, Roman pilgrims were wont to seek the monastery founded by Narcissus at this hallowed spot. The 7th century pilgrim itineraries expressly mention this shrine. Even the excavations have also given noteworthy support to the tradition attaching to the neighborhood of the Three Springs. During the work begun in 1867, an inscription of the year 688 or 689 was found, according to which the church erected on the site of the martyrdom had already, under Pope Sergius I, long been in existence. It was a church, as its traces still show, which was built on the hill on the same spot and in the same manner as the present one, which dates from Cardinal Aldobrandini in 1540. According to drawings made before Aldobrandini's time, it consisted of a sort of double building running parallel with the springs. Remains of marble sculpture, brought to light in the excavations during the 60s, might, judging by their art, belong to the Byzantine structure erected by Narcissus. The monastery, ad Aquas Salvias, remained a Greek settlement well into the Middle Ages. In the 10th century, the Romans told St. Nilus of Calabria, when offering him the monastery for a Greek colony of monks, had always been in the possession of the great Canician nation. Even in the 7th century, it was already called, in allusion to its inmates, Monastery of Cilicia, evidently because it belonged to monks hailing from the province of Cilicia in Asia Minor. Now in Cilicia was Tarsus, Paul's birthplace. Hence it would seem that he was venerated here, on the spot of his glorious martyrdom, by pious ascetics from his native home. Nor would it be at all strange, or out of keeping with the customs of the 6th century, had Narcissus himself, for this very reason, imported Cilician monks into Rome's earliest Greek monastery. Constantine the Great provides us with a comparison. He endowed the memorial basilica which he built to St. Paul with many gifts of landed property, the list including, according to the Liber Pontificalis, an island, Gordianon, below Tarsus in Cilicia. We may therefore infer that at that day there was a wish that the region of Tarsus should show its gratitude at the very place hallowed by the entry of the apostle into life everlasting, for having been privileged to be the earthly home of the Roman witness of Christ. The Eastern character of the monastery of Aquae Salviae clearly accounts also for its obtaining the head of the famous Persian martyr Anastasius, which brought it fresh renown. When this relic reached Rome from the east, under Pope Honorius, it was handed over to the care of the Greek monks at the place of martyrdom of St. Paul. From this relic, in turn, comes the later name of Monastery of St. Anastasius, which later still was qualified by the addition of at the Three Springs. Originally, however, it would seem that the monastery of Narcissus was dedicated to the Blessed Virgin. It was certainly not styled Monastery of St. Paul, for the monastery of that name already existed at the tomb of the Apostle, near his basilica, and was occupied by Latin monks. Thus did Latin and Greek ascetics vie with each other in those hallowed meadows in zeal for the honor of the martyr, for he was indeed the Apostle of the Gentiles, who had converted the whole world, and preached to both East and West. In the days of Narcissus, the apostles, Saints Philip and James, also were honored with a splendid church modeled on the famous one to the apostles in Constantinople. On the way to it, passing down the road which leads from Aquae Salviae to this church, we may be allowed to call the reader's attention to the other Greek ecclesiastical monuments, which by no mere accident are grouped together on this road. Our way, especially after we have entered the city through the Ostian Gate, takes us past a whole series of sacred fanes, which are either of Greek origin or contain Grecian reminiscences. It even leads us to the Greek quarter, close to the Tiber, near the quays used by ships hailing from the east. This quarter, now that Narcissus, by his success in war, had restored Byzantine rule, was doubtless more animated than of yore. Many of the monuments and edifices of which we shall speak belong to the period of this general or of the early exarchs. First of all, before the walls of the great Basilica of St. Paul's comes the cemetery in which Greeks and Latins lie together in peace. From this cemetery and from the basilica itself, the present monastery of St. Paul has secured a goodly store of Greek epitaphs. The last one bearing a definite date belongs to the year 534. According to one inscription there, which gives us the details, a certain Eusebius, whose name denotes a Greek origin, had the vast cemetery carefully restored towards the end of the 6th or beginning of the 7th century. The work was carried out on the porticos and pictures of the churchyard, on its tessellated pavements, on its benches, windows, roofs, and outbuildings. This worthy man and the alumni who helped him deserve our thanks for their enumeration of all these things, for no text so well as this wordy inscription enables us to understand the particulars of the vast cemeterial establishments attached to the great basilicas outside the city. It tells us of structures with an upper room, of others provided with a bath, of apses closed by screens, of a tunnel leading to the tombs of the martyrs, and of marble tables set beside these tombs. This aforesaid tunnel, or introitus ad martyres, may have led the visitor to a spot especially dear to the people of Antioch. A priest of Antioch, named Timothy and worshipped as a saint, rested near St. Paul in an underground crypt topped by an oratory. The statements of Eusebius are unhappily too vague to do more than arouse our curiosity. No archaeological or historical knowledge can suffice to do full justice to the handsome buildings of the great Greco-Latin cemetery of St. Paul. Let us now proceed in the direction of Rome up the long covered portico which leads to the gate and thence into the city. We next reach an Alexandrian shrine, standing at no great distance from St. Paul's and quite close to the portico. This is the church of the martyred Minas. This witness to the faith lay buried at Alexandria, but his Greek fellow townsmen had carried his fame throughout the empire. Little vases with portraits of Minas, particularly with him depicted praying between two camels, had been found in Rome and other places. They formerly held drops of the oil burning at his tomb in Egypt. Pilgrims, when visiting famous shrines, were wont to carry away such filled ampullae, which were called eulogies, and were deemed a sort of relic. The description left by the anonymous writer of Einsiedel in the 8th century alludes to this church of St. Minas as the chief object on the road between St. Paul's and the city. Already at the end of the 6th century, we hear of Gregory the Great making a station and preaching a sermon in this basilica of an Eastern martyr. We learn from the fragment of a Greek inscription about a corporation, or somation, formed of Alexandrians in Rome, who, under their president, founded an oratory or a church shortly before this time to the most holy Minas, at some place not named. Immediately before reaching the Ostian Gate, we again see an oratory near the pyramid of Cestius, dedicated to the Greek deacon and martyr Euplus of Catania in Sicily. Pope Theodore, a native of Jerusalem, erected it about the middle of the 7th century. On the Ostian Gate itself, the Byzantine cross previously mentioned is also a memorial of that period. Having entered the city, we at once see on an eminence to the right the church and monastery of Saint Saba, a native of Palestine, who founded the great Lavra near Jerusalem. It was established by Greek monks, who wished in some measure to imitate here in Rome the famous celle of the Jerusalem Lavra. The name Celle Novae, applied to this structure, may contain an allusion to this. This name occurs in the 8th century, but in 649 the monastery most likely already had a Greek abbot. At any rate, this place was already much favored by Saint Sylvia, Gregory the Great's mother, who lived there in pious seclusion. Quite recently the remains of the original Greek foundation were found below the present church. It was then seen that the first church had been established in a hall dating from the late Empire. This original church must be the oratory of Saint Sylvia, spoken of by John the Deacon. The old monastery and its venerable church now belong to the German College in Rome, and their solitude is often broken by the light-hearted students who resort thither for recreation. Having passed the Emporium and then the Horia or warehouses of the 13th and 11th regions, following the course of the Tiber, we find ourselves at last in the Forum Boarium, the headquarters of the Greek life in Rome. The name of Schola Graeca, found in the Einsiedeln Guide, and the memory of which is even now retained by the Via della Greca, reminds us of the olden associations of this ancient marketplace. In this vicinity, too, we find Santa Maria in Cosmendin, popularly known as Bocca della Verita. The word Cosmendin, signifying decorated, is evidently borrowed from the Greek. There was, moreover, a Cosmendin in Constantinople, another in Naples, and a third in Ravenna. The neighboring Santa Anastasia, or Palatine Church of Anastasius, enthroned above the Circus, also discloses plainly its Byzantine origin. It was here that Leo the Great gave timely warning against the Alexandrian merchants, who were disseminating their own Eastern heresies among the unsuspecting people of Rome. Not far off, near the four-arched monument of Janus, on the open place called the Velabrum, stood a church to George, the Greek saint, whom the Middle Ages so enthusiastically venerated as a knight. It adjoins the small triumphal arch erected by the goldsmiths to Septimius Severus. In the 7th century it was restored or rebuilt, probably by Pope Leo II. This place of worship still retains its olden character, scarcely impaired, and also contains a number of Greek epitaphs. The oldest of these, however, go back no farther than the second half of the 9th century. The circular church of San Teodoro, and also that of San Caesarius on the Palatine, were equally memorials of the Byzantines. Other churches to Greek and Eastern saints were yet to be erected on the Roman Forum, till finally Frankish influence ousted the Byzantine in Rome, and the Western element took the place of the Greek. Under Felix IV, the martyrs Saints Cosmas and Damian began the series. Saints Sergius and Bacchus were patrons of a deaconry church near the Arch of Alexander Severus. To these saints, from the neighborhood of the Euphrates, Justinian had also dedicated a church in Constantinople. The Curia of the Senate became the shrine of the Nicomedean martyr Adrian, and according to a recently discovered inscription, a Hygomenos, that is, a Greek abbot, and his monks had their dwelling in Santa Maria Araceli. It is quite clear that Greek settlers in Rome and the worship of Eastern saints were long favored and promoted in the neighborhood of the Palatine by the Byzantine rulers. End of section 12. Section 13 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Greek Colonies in and near Rome, Part 2. The Church of Saints Philip and James as a memorial of re-establishment of Byzantine rule. The basilica on Greek lines to the apostles Saints Philip and James, erected under Narses, to some extent constituted a monument of the triumph of Rome of the East. It stood on the road between the Palatine and the Baths of Constantine. Quitting the Roman Forum, after having passed through the forums of Caesar and Trajan, we should have reached the western side of the Quirinal Hill, a spot proudly overlooked by the Baths of Constantine. At this point, the base of the Quirinal was bordered by great porticos, in the midst of which rose the fine new Greek church which we are about to visit. This building has now entirely lost its ancient character, and is called the Basilica of the 12 Apostles, though at first it was dedicated only to the 2 apostles, Philip and James the Less, whose relics were brought over from the East, probably by the agency of the new Byzantine government and at the instance of Narses. The rich and costly structure, in the adornment of which no expense had been spared, was indeed chiefly intended to receive those treasured relics, so highly welcomed by the Romans. During the Middle Ages, it came to be said that Narses had taken pillars and other building materials from the Forum of Trajan, and even that he had liberally made a present of Trajan's column to his favorite church. As a matter of fact, this finest of Rome's forums, in the time of Narses, had still a long existence before it. Not until much later did its famous columna centenaria pass under the care of a church depending on the new Basilica of the Apostles. The fable probably took its rise from the splendid pillars of Pentelican marble in the church, some remains of which can still be seen in a side chapel. The rich forest of columns and other ornaments of the new building may, however, have come from some ruined structure of Constantine's time lying near or on the same site. On the same spot a smaller church once stood, called the Basilica Julia, having been consecrated by Pope Julius soon after Constantine's time. This church it was which was rebuilt on a far larger scale and to a special pattern, being modeled on the revered Apostoleion of Constantinople. The adoption of this model speaks much for the extent of Byzantine influence in Rome. The Apostoleion, or Church of the Apostles, on the Bosphorus, was at that time famous throughout the world. The Emperor Justinian had built it in 550 in the form of a cross with truly ornamental splendor, and curiously enough, it too occupied the site of an earlier and smaller Apostoleion built by Constantine in the new city he founded. Both the Constantinople churches, the older and the newer Apostoleion, were used as mausoleums for the imperial family, whose sarcophagi rested there. The new Byzantine church in Rome was also given the form of a Greek equal-armed cross. In Rome, where all the churches were of the Basilican order, such a building was a singular and new departure, only to be explained by the wish of closely imitating the edifice of Justinian at Byzantium. The shape of the cross was preserved in the Roman Apostoleum, if we may so call it, till relatively late times. Even in the 15th century, when great alterations had already taken place in the structure, Volitaranus particularly mentions this peculiarity. The spacious porticos surrounding the Roman Church also made it resemble the Apostoleion in Constantinople, descriptions of which allude to the extensive colonnades, or periboloi, amidst which it was set. All sorts of rooms adjoined these arcades, apartments for the emperor, for the clergy, and for the guards. There were also council chambers and baths, whilst the court surrounding the Apostoleion of New Rome was adorned with statues of the 12 apostles. We must picture to ourselves the Apostoleion of Rome amid similar surroundings. Fine porticos existed there even earlier, and no doubt Constantine had contrived to connect them in some way with his adjacent thermae. One wing even bore the name of Porticus Constantini, and may have been built by this emperor. Another portico formerly stood near the station of the first cohort of guards. The Constantinian aqueducts coming from the Quirinal Thermae supplied the basins and fountains of these great pillared courts, as well as the still existing, artistically wrought ancient cantharis in the atrium of the church. Perhaps, as at Constantinople, statues of the apostles were set up all around. We almost seem to find an allusion to such monumental works of art in the pedestals and other buried remains of past glories, which Volaterranus says he saw in front of the present church. In short, as we have seen, no reasonable doubt could exist as to the Byzantine character of this remarkable church. We might even make bold to suggest that the building was intended as a mausoleum, first for Narses himself, and then for the future imperial viceroys in Italy. The career of the victor of the Goths came, however, to an unexpected end, and not Rome, but Ravenna, was to be selected as the headquarters of the Greek exarchs in Italy. Italy, even then, was already in possession of one conspicuous mausoleum of the same style, for Placidia's celebrated monument in Ravenna is also built in the form of a Greek equiquiral cross. The memorable church of St. John the Evangelist at Ephesus also was built by Justinian in the cross form, without a doubt, in imitation of his Apostoleion at Constantinople. Moreover, St. Ambrose had already followed the example of Constantine in Milan and dedicated a cruciform church to the apostles, which seems to have followed the lines of the Basilica Julia, the predecessor of the new Apostoleion. This basilica, which was surely intended by Constantine for the honor of the apostles, was also in all likelihood cruciform. Our further knowledge about this remarkable Greek building in Rome is limited to the following facts. It had been begun under Pelagius I, the energetic pope who stood in such high favor with Justinian. Not in vain had Pelagius spent so long a time in Constantinople, where he was able to admire the emperor's great architectural enterprises. Having been begun under these auspices, it was his successor then, John III, who, with the encouragement of Narses, completed Rome's new monument and performed the ceremony of consecration. Both these popes, together with their work, were immortalized in the contemporary inscriptions above the church's portals. Another ancient inscription in the apse boasts that John III had pushed on the work in spite of the distress of the times and, though the world was coming to an end. It states that the church had been erected in order to unite the sacred flock of the people in a holy place against the assault of the wolf, and to set up on this site the light of the apostles James and Philip. These last words contain a valuable historical allusion to the translation of the relics of the two saints, whereas the documentary evidence of this translation is unreliable and has seemingly been distorted by legend. In the course of the iconoclast controversy under Pope Hadrian, we hear of the great splendor of this church. We are told that the church was remarkable not only for its size, but also for its resplendent, colored mosaic work, that it was also adorned with sacred pictures, which were objects of veneration. Pope Hadrian and his predecessor likewise restored the historic portico surrounding it, that is, portica in circuitu. The church had become in course of time one of the most revered in the city of Rome. It had, for instance, the privilege of being, on the Ember Days, the station for the scrutinia or examination of candidates for holy orders, a fact which seems to give it a rank near Rome's cathedrals, Santa Maria Maggiore and St. Peter's on the Vatican. The regrettable alterations, which destroyed its ancient character, took place partly in medieval times, partly under Julius II, when he was cardinal of this church, but especially through Clement XI and Benedict XIII. In the course of some recent work in the crypt under the church, it became necessary to open the ancient high altar, when an important historical discovery was made. This was on January 15, 1873. Under the later altar was found the little, original, 6th century one with its relics complete. According to the account given by competent eyewitnesses, this find gave a far better idea of the manner in which relics of saints were preserved in altars at that period than any similar monument known. Most of the parts of this interesting memorial have been preserved entire in the same church, and they well deserve a brief examination, since they afford an opportunity of discussing an important ancient rite, namely, that of consecrating places of worship by burying in them relics of the saints. The churches of ancient Rome, with the silent tombs of the martyrs beneath their altars, were pledges of the city's future. The dedication of these churches was thus tantamount to the taking triumphal possession of the ancient classic soil by the saints of the new religion. When erecting the earliest altar of the Church of the Apostles, to describe their proceedings, the architects of Pope John III made a simple altar shell with flags of Pavano-Zetto marble, covered horizontally by a marble slab ornamented by a cross in relief. The almost equilateral cross on this slab, with its enlarged ends, corresponds exactly with the 6th century style. At the bottom of the shell, a circular aperture connected the altar with the small hollow below, containing the actual relics. In front of the shell was formerly the peephole or finistella, which allowed the worshippers to approach and measure the relics, and also to touch the lower slab with such objects as they wished to be blessed. The altar outwardly resembled that of Saints Cosmas and Damian, which still exists in what is now the basement of the church, almost unchanged, since its dedication in the 6th century. In the latter case, however, the internal structure is unknown. In the marble reliquary of the Church of the Apostles, a great many bones were found, also a little oval silver cask containing small pieces of purple material, and a silver vase for balsam. No inscription on stone or metal could be discovered, nor even any of those slips of parchment with a list of the relics, or potassium, so often found in later times. The bones were examined by the scientific commission which from the first had presided over the opening of the altar, and were recognized as remains of 2 adult men. Experts were sent with a tooth found in order to compare it with the jaw of a skull preserved in the Cathedra of Ancona as the head of St. James. The broken tooth was then seen to fit exactly the lower fragment of a tooth remaining in this skull. After lengthy discussion of the whole matter before physicians, chemists, and archaeologists, and after a favorable opinion had been secured from the learned Giovanni Battista de Rossi, the commission announced that sufficient grounds existed for believing that the relics of the apostles, Saints Philip and James, had been rediscovered. The account of these proceedings gives us an instance of the manner in which such matters are now usually settled by the ecclesiastical authorities in Rome. It may also serve to warn us against prematurely discrediting olden traditions regarding the deposition of relics in Roman churches. It is well known that during the Middle Ages, relics were too often accepted without sufficient caution. Many objections could be raised against the depositions, translations, and inspections of those ages. With regard, however, to earlier times, it is satisfactory to observe that certain fixed customs were followed, even in such small details as the shape of the receptacle for the relics, and that the care exercised by the church authorities in the translations, which, moreover, were less frequent then, was as full of zeal as the reverence displayed by the faithful towards such sacred remains. As regards the shape of the reliquaries, silver receptacles resembling the casket beneath the altar of the Roman Church of the Apostles and of about the same age have been found in widely separated spots. In 1863, one came to light at Rimini, beneath a 6th century altar. 2 others, ascribed to the 5th and the 6th century, were found in 1872 in the Cathedral of Grado. In 1876, a similar one was discovered in the Church of St. Zeno in southern Tyrol. The latter seems to date from the 6th century or later, and is preserved in the Ferdinandium at Innsbruck. The most famous reliquary is the oval one taken from an early Christian basilica in northern Africa, the relievo work being of archaeological importance. It is now kept in the Christian Museum of the Vatican. The interior of the altar, to which it formerly belonged, likewise agreed on the whole with that of the Roman Church of the Apostles. It, too, was formed of 2 chambers, one below the other, united by an opening. This aperture in both altars reminds us again of the shaft in existence at the tombs of St. Peter and St. Paul, and at many other shrines, where it served to unite the faithful with the relics of the departed saints. End of section 13. Section 14 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Greek Colonies in and near Rome, Part 3. Consecration of churches by the burial of saints. As soon as the building of the Church of the Apostles was concluded, John III arranged for its solemn dedication. This probably took place on May 1st, as we may infer from the manner in which the two saints, Philip and James, are mentioned together in the so-called Martyrology at St. Jerome. Even now the joint festival of these two saints is observed on May 1st. The present Mass for this day also gives the impression of being the original Roman 6th century Mass for this festival. It differs in several peculiarities from the Masses of the other apostles. Thus the introit and the epistle seem to allude to a deliverance effected by God from great distress and dangers. Now the Romans, through the victories of the Byzantines, had certainly been relieved from the horrors of prolonged warfare, and the rejoicings on the day of the Church's dedication may well have been enhanced by the hope of better times to follow the arrival of Narcissus. The consecration of churches was then already customary everywhere, just as the Jews had solemnly dedicated their temple, and as heathen usage ceremoniously dedicated the sites of idol worship. Christianity also could not refrain from hallowing and taking possession of its sacred fanes by appropriate liturgical rites. The Church likewise termed this ceremony the dedicatio, in Greek enchainia. The most striking part of this ceremony was the deposition of the relics in the new church. In fact, this was the essential part of the rite. First came the vigil, a preliminary service on the previous day, in the church where the relics were kept in the meantime. St. Ambrose had already, after a manner, alluded to this custom, which might be compared with the ordinary funeral service. On the day of consecration itself, the solemn procession of the relics began early, and the ceremonial resembled, yet more closely, a burial service. We must remember that a great number of the oldest places of Christian worship were over tombs of the saints, whether underground, as in the catacombs, or above ground, as in the cemetery basilicas. Thence came the custom of depositing in them bodies of saints, or other memorials and relics, before making use of those churches which had not been built as memorial basilicas, but simply as places of worship for the congregations. Before, however, we follow the procession of the relics to the new church in Rome, we may be allowed to give a few further facts of history. We repeatedly hear of relics being expressly asked for from Rome for the dedication of the churches in far distant lands. The city of the popes began very early to distribute these sacred gifts throughout the world. For instance, relics of the apostles, Saints Peter and Paul, came to Gaul during the time of Venantius Fortunatus for the purpose of a dedication, and in graceful verse the poet describes the ceremony of their translation and the popular enthusiasm at their reception. Roman relics of the two chief apostles have been similarly used even as early as the 4th century, for instance, by St. Ambrose in dedicating his Basilica Romana at Milan. Recent discoveries have shown that, in the African provinces, altars containing relics of these two apostles were called Memorariae Domini Petri et Pauli. Rufinus, the praetorian prefect at Chalcedon in Asia Minor, had, in 394, received similar relics of Saints Peter and Paul for his apostoleion there. Justinian, in 519, before he became emperor, requested relics, or sanctuaria, as they are called in the account, from the tombs of Peter and Paul, that he might consecrate a church to the apostles. When later, in 550, having attained the purple, he celebrated the dedication of that Basilica of the Apostles at Constantinople, which we have so frequently mentioned. The most important part of the ceremony appears to have been the carrying by the Patriarch Minas of the relics to the new house of God. Our authority tells us that, in the procession, Minas sat in the emperor's gold and jeweled chariot, holding the 3 reliquaries on his lap. Relics of St. Stephen the Martyr, according to a description dating from the time of St. Augustine, were brought to the basilicas of North Africa with processions of lights, amid the psalms of the crowd and the most moving demonstrations of piety. Here, too, we hear of the grand chariot in which the bishop rode with the relics. A vehicle of this sort, together with the whole stately procession of the relics to a basilica about to be consecrated, is shown upon the fine ivory carving in the cathedral treasury of Treves, a work of art belonging to about the 5th century. Of this we give an illustration because it affords so clear an idea of what the procession was like which once wended its way to the Roman Church of the Apostles. At the head walks an emperor, distinguished merely by a simple fillet about his brows, or tenia. He bears a candle, and his nobles follow him, also with candles, and wrapped in their robe of state, the chlamys. 2 bishops, wearing the episcopal pallium over the flowing planeta, are seated in a splendid 4-wheeled chariot drawn by 2 horses. Together they hold on their laps a reliquary with a roof-shaped lid. The procession is seen passing an amphitheater thickly crowded with sightseers. From the first story, thuribles are being swung. To the right may be seen the basilica itself, with its circular baptistry, and at the door, the empress, richly clad, and holding a large cross on her shoulder, ready to receive the procession. A similar procession, with all the ceremonial that befitted the exalted see of Rome and the position of Narcissus, accompanied the Roman translation of the relics of the apostles Philip and James. Then followed the consecration rite, properly so called. One of the initial portions of the ceremony within the richly decorated new church was to draw 2 long lines from corner to corner, bisecting one another in the middle, and marked with the letters of the Greek and Latin alphabet. This peculiar custom, which still obtains, is closely related to ancient pagan practice. It had, however, cast off all profane meaning, whilst the slanting cross, by reminding the faithful of Christ, gave the ceremony a Christian character. Such bisecting lines, or crux de succata, were in ancient times employed by surveyors. Augurs, too, used them for measuring the ground intended for temple buildings, a circumstance to be particularly borne in mind in explaining their Christian application. The heathen augurs also inscribed the lines with letters. In the Christian rite, which adopted both customs, the lines were taken to stand for the initial of Christ, as the hymns sung in later times in this part of the ceremony served to show. As for the alphabet, it seems to have expressed the same meaning as the letters alpha and omega alone, namely, that God is the beginning and end of all things. Hence both the cross and the alphabet proclaimed and honored Christ's divinity. In earlier Christian times, the alphabet was frequently used in a mystic sense, just because it was deemed an expansion of the alpha and omega, and a fuller and more solemn expression of these hallowed letters. In addition to the instances collected by de Rossi, we may cite the following one belonging to the period we are treating. Below the humble structures were, in the little town of Narni, adorned the 6th century tomb of the saintly bishop Cassius. A contemporary artist chiseled in one long line an alphabet which serves even today to remind us of the ancient use of the alpha and omega. It is, however, quite possible that here, and elsewhere also, the artist was no longer acquainted with the higher meaning once given to the alphabet. De Rossi, without being able to define its origin more closely, ascribes the introduction of the diagonal cross on the floor in the dedication of churches to times long before the Middle Ages. We believe the custom existed in Rome even in the 6th century, and at the Byzantine period, the use of the Greek alphabet, combined with the Latin, was peculiarly appropriate. The mystic custom of beginning the alphabet on the east side, a practice retained ever since, also corresponds with the earliest days of Christian Rome. The remaining portion of the Roman consecration service by means of the deposition of relics, although by accident our authorities do not mention it till the 8th or 9th century, must also be of great antiquity. The new Roman Church of the Apostles, according to the Ordo or ceremonial, as soon as the procession reached it, was first entered by the Pope and some of the clergy. The other attendants remained at the door with the relics, whilst in the meantime the choir sung the litany. The Pope then prepared at the altar for the interment of the remains of the saints, blessing water mixed with chrism, and then using this with lime to make mortar wherewith to enclose the relics in the altar. He further washed the altar with holy water, as if to purify the grave by lustration. He then rejoined the procession outside, concluded the litany by a special prayer bearing on the consecration, and besprinkled the people with the holy water which remained over. This being finished, followed by the whole multitude, he proceeded to bear the relics into the church. The Pope was without the planeta, for his business was really that of a sexton. On reaching the altar, he deposited the relics in the stone receptacle, of which he anointed the 4 inside corners. Just as in antiquity it was usual to pour perfumes over highly venerated or celebrated tombs. The receptacle was also known as the tomb, or sepulchrum. After the Pope had put on the lid, recited a prayer, and anointed the top slab in the middle and at the corners, the altar was covered with the customary linen cloths, a burning candle was blessed, all the lamps in the new church were then lighted, and there followed at once the holy sacrifice of the Mass, which completed the ceremony of dedication. There were special prayers for the consecration, with invocations of the martyrs, apostles, and confessors, who, in a certain sense, were deemed to be present through their relics. These venerable formulae were, in the main, already in use under Pope Gelasius, and were inserted in the Mass. In such wise did the Roman Church build up the mysterious edifice of its ceremonial, at a time when ancient life all around her was still following its olden course. That her rites should display many points in common with traditional customs, whether secular or religious, was a natural consequence which should surprise nobody. The Church sanctified what she found, and with loving care used it for higher purposes. End of section 14. Section 15 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Monumental Contrasts in Rome, the Imperial Forums and the Flaminian Way, Christian Cemeteries of the Byzantine Period. Part 1. Trajan's Forum. At one prominent period of Rome, all the classic life still pulsating in the city was concentrated more than anywhere else. This was the famous Forum of the Emperor Trajan. Till a comparatively late date, literary meetings continued to be held in such ancient halls and libraries as still survived. Verses were recited and poetic contests waged. On the spot where Sidonius Apollinarius had so complacently viewed his own statue in gilded bronze, Venantius Fortunatus tells us that in his time, that is, towards the end of the 6th century, polished verses were still to be heard, poems, indeed, which he considers poets everywhere might take as their pattern. The art of Virgilius Maro and its imitation was the chief object of these gatherings. Without a doubt, that child wonder Boethius, son of the notary Eugenius, had there displayed his precocious talent. Boethius, who, at 11 years of age, was the glory of his Roman contemporaries, died in 578, and was buried in the family vault at St. Peter's. The curious epitaph, which may still be read in St. Angelo in Borgo, extols the boy in high-flown language, but very indifferent verse as an artist admired even by the Forum's best frequenters, as a poet of great talents, whose rare power had rendered him a teacher of teachers. Though but a boy in age, Boethius had nevertheless left behind great monuments of his mind. This epitaph on the noble youth, Clarissimus Puer, the hero of Trajan's Forum, is one of the last mentioning the ancient nobility of Rome. What, however, makes it still more noticeable is the statement it contains, in which the pious father mentions that for the salvation of the souls of the family, 6 acres of land outside the Porta Portuensis had been formally made over for offerings and lights. The Basilica Oppia on Trajan's Forum was, above all, well suited for grand assemblies. In grandeur and glory, it marked the highest point attained by architectural splendor of ancient Rome, and indeed deserved the speechless admiration which, as we have already heard from a contemporary account, the Emperor Constantius displayed for it when visiting Rome. Even its position was a grand one. In front of and behind the basilica stretched stately open courts. The larger, encircled by a double portico and flanked by 2 wide open crescents on each side, or exedra, formed the forum proper. As our plan shows, the forum was entered at the point where the church of St. Urbano now stands on the Via Alessandrina. A triumphal arch with 3 entrances also stood there, opposite which, according to Ammianus Marcellinus, in the center of the marble pavement of the forum was Trajan's gilt equestrian statue. The other rectangular piazza on the further side of the Ulpian Basilica was of smaller extent, and its portico enclosed a temple to the emperor, the Itus Divi Traiani. In the middle, between the temple and the basilica, stood Trajan's far-famed column, which, still in its old place, is the pride of the city of Rome. Anyone now proceeding eastwards past the column, down the street, would have the sight of the ancient temple on his left, between the 2 new churches dedicated to Our Lady, and the north wall of the Basilica Oppia on his right. The 2 libraries, the Latin and the Greek, belonging to the Basilica Oppia, stood against this north wall, near the Columna Traiana. On the accompanying plan, they are shown in black, as it has been possible to identify their remains. A good deal of the great Basilica Oppia has also survived, but so far only about a third of it has been excavated. Every visitor to Rome will remember those sad rows of broken columns still standing in a hollow and feebly showing the arrangement of the hall. The depression in which they stand intersects the center of the basilica at right angles. The Basilica Oppia had 5 aisles, of which the width is shown by the remains. The columns forming these aisles stretch east and west beneath the modern houses which now bound the piazza. There were 80 or possibly 84 columns, of which portions of 40 only can now be seen. To make the basilica still longer, each end terminated in a large semicircle, of which the western end extended across the present Via Testa Spicata to the foot of the Capitol, and the eastern across the Via Magna Napoli. The splendid structure was built in 2 tiers, and so lofty was its summit that it rose above the top of Trajan's column. Just as the superb bas-relief of the column celebrated the emperor's wars against Decebalus, the Dacian king, so the inscriptions on the high pediments of the basilica proclaim the names of the legions which had taken part in the campaigns against the Dacians. The basilica was to be a fitting memorial of the splendor-loving Trajan, of whose family, the Oppii, it bore the name, and it also fulfilled this object by the costliness of its materials. The pillars of the nave, which measured some 80 feet in breadth, consisted alternately of Egyptian granite and of giallo antico and pavo nazzetto marble. In the aisles they were all of granite. On the walls, floors, and stairs, lavish use was made of all kinds of marble. To the present day, we have eloquent evidence of this in the fine fragments which remain. The floor of the nave, as was the case in the Pantheon, was paved with large square or circular marble slabs, furnished by the quarries of Numidia and Phrygia, and polished in the best workshops of Rome. The aisles were radiant with other choice paving material. The central hall was covered by a richly decorated ceiling, with a cornice molded in bronze. The main entrance was on the south side opposite the broad open square of Trajan's Forum, from which 5 steps of giallo antico, still partly traceable, ascended to the 3 portals of the basilica. Whatever met the eye in the building, even those portions of which the intrinsic value was less, bore witness to the pure artistic taste of the Golden Age. Everything was beautiful, from the double row of columns in front of the doors and the beautifully wrought brazen doors themselves, to the lofty summit of the building, where four-wheeled triumphal cars were drawn by spirited horses, and where bronze-gilt insignia of victory glittered. The uppermost parts were supported by gracefully formed caryatides. Some portions of the frieze, of singularly beautiful design, are still preserved on the spot itself. Others have migrated to museums, and especially to the Vatican. These fragments, though small, are interesting, and were lucky enough to escape the medieval lime kilns. Upon the portions preserved in the Vatican are bas-reliefs of winged genii, busy pouring out punch bowls, alternating with airily designed chimeras. Between these genii and chimeras were vases of curious workmanship, on which there were other lively pictures, such as scenes from Bacchus worship, with satyrs and bacchantes. The Basilica Oppia and Trajan's Forum were ornamented with many choice statues. Even in the 5th and 6th centuries, noble Romans coming here for formal matters, such as the manumission of a slave, found themselves surrounded by the statues of their grand old generals, statesmen, and poets. But there were also many statues there of more recent celebrities. This has been shown by excavations, and we have, besides, the testimony of Venantius Fortunatus. In the 16th century, a number of pedestals were discovered in the Forum belonging to the statues of later age, bearing, for instance, the names of Anicius Alcanius Bassus, of Petronius Maximus, of Victorinus, the rhetor mentioned by St. Jerome, of the poet Claudian, and of the consul Flavius Eugenius. The text of the inscriptions mentions that the statues were of gilt bronze. During the excavations of 1812 and 1813, which brought to light the broken columns now visible, the base of a statue was also discovered belonging to a well-known later rhetor, Flavius Miro Baudes, a Spaniard, who could wield both pen and sword. The inscription states in boastful language that Miro Baudes had not forsaken literature, and his campaigns in the Alpine peaks had but rendered his wit keener. Through Niebuhr, the literary remains of Miro Baudes have been made known. They are not, however, very remarkable for either wit or taste, but on the contrary display a great deal of inflated Virgilian pathos. A fire in the 10th century seems to have been responsible for the first destruction of the Basilica Oppia. In the time of Gregory the Great, in 604, it, and the Forum likewise, was still in good preservation, and lay on the route of the processions. A success of early medieval legend even represents Gregory as pausing during one of these processions to admire Trajan's greatness, and moved by the political virtues of the olden emperor, especially by his clemency, as fervently praying for him. Doubtless, however, even in Gregory's time, traces of approaching decay were visible in Trajan's Forum. During the invasions of the barbarians, this site must certainly have suffered. We should not be wrong in assuming that the grand gilt statue of Trajan had been taken down from the column, and that even the emperor's burial place in the interior of the substructure had been broken open and desecrated. Trajan's ashes had formerly rested there in a golden urn. We may well wonder who became the happy owner of this precious metal treasure. Trajan's huge column ever fascinates the educated bypasser. Unfortunately, we are unable to deal with it here. We may merely state that it was not only a mausoleum and monument to the glory of the emperor, but also a topographical memorial as well. Its height marks the height of the ground which Trajan had cleared away from this point of the city, in order to erect a new and lower level between the Capitol and the Quirinal and Viminal heights, the Basilica Oppia and his Forum. The ancient inscription on the column tells us this to the present day. During the Middle Ages, when the basilica, the libraries, the temple of Trajan, and the Forum were already sinking into ruin, the Senate of the city, together with the Church, took over the special protection of the column. It was made over, together with the surrounding ground, to the guardianship of a chapel of St. Nicholas, called Ad Columnum Traianum. An act of the Senate, dated 1162, for the nuns of St. Cyriacus and for this chapel to which they were attached, says the column was a public glory to the city, and that it must remain uninjured as long as the world endures. To this day, the monument has not falsified the hopes of those olden city fathers. End of section 15. Section 16 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Monumental Contrasts in Rome, the Imperial Forums and the Flaminian Way, Christian Cemeteries of the Byzantine Period. Part 2. Other Imperial Forums, the Via Flaminia. Trajan's was connected with the Roman Forum by two other splendid forums of the emperors, that of Augustus and that of Nerva. A triumphal arch with a triple gateway and 8 columns led from Trajan's to the Forum of Augustus. The two sickle-shaped ruins at its eastern end still give a good idea of the size and grandeur of the Forum of Augustus. Their massive masonry still reaches in places their former height, whilst between them lie the splendid pillars of the ruined temple of Mars Ultor. Anyone now coming from the Roman Forum towards the Arco di Pantani sees to the left, just in front of the latter, 3 towering columns with beautifully worked entablature, which are the remains of that temple. On the right he looks down on the low-lying pavement of the Forum of Augustus, excavated only in 1889, from which rise sternly the semicircular walls of the enclosure. Formerly around the base of each semicircle stood splendid statues of generals and others who had deserved well of the empire, with inscriptions proclaiming their exploits and calling on the people and patricians of Rome to follow their example. Only insignificant remains of these inscriptions were found during the search, though the excavators were particularly seeking for these texts. The Temple of Mars Ultor, in its best days, was a real museum of art, native and foreign. Amongst its works of art were the famous ivory statues of Athene and of Apollo, 2 bronze statues from the house of Alexander the Great, and the brass-gilt quadriga of Augustus. In the 6th century, Romans would, however, have had to seek far afield for all these splendors carried off by reckless freebooters. Several of these statues, after Genseric's sack of Rome, may have found new sites on the Forum of Carthage or in the palace of the Vandal king. The Forum of Augustus did not stretch towards the south like that of Trajan, but rather towards the west and the Roman Forum, that is, in the direction of the arch of Septimius Severus. The Forum Iulium lay, however, between it and the Forum Romanum. Both forums are now traversed lengthwise, though not through their center, by the Via Bonella, which was laid down in the 16th century. This street has made it impossible to recognize the 2 forums, nor does it contain a hint of their ancient glory. Nerva's Forum, adjoining the Forum of Augustus on the south, formed the usual ancient route to the Roman Forum, for which reason it was often called Forum Transitorium. In shape it was comparatively narrow, and more like a broad street than a forum. The surrounding walls, ornamented right and left with beautiful Corinthian columns, bestowed on it a certain character of grandeur. These columns, 4 and 30 in number, were surmounted by a marble entablature with a richly decorated attica, which may be seen in sketches made when a large portion of the forum was yet intact. At the farther end of Nerva's Forum, as at the end of that of Augustus, stood a temple. It was dedicated to Minerva, and had 6 columns in front and 2 at the sides of the atrium. The 2 remaining columns, where the Via Alessandrina crosses the Via della Croce Bianca, still tell a tale of vanquished grandeur. They support a tastefully executed attic and a broad entablature, where we see Minerva depicted as the patroness of industry. The columns are popularly known as Le Colonnacee. The Temple of Minerva corresponds at the other end of this long forum with the Temple of Janus, which was commonly reckoned to lie on the Roman Forum, and which lay on the road thither. From the Roman Forum, as the reader already knows, the series of gorgeous edifices continued without a break as far as the Colosseum. Thus, by means of the forums, a chain of handsome public squares, porticos, and buildings stretched across the heart of ancient Rome. This line of structures threw into the shade whatever else the city possessed of grandeur and beauty. At the same time, their long sheltered ambulatories, huge halls, pretty gardens, and well-stocked bazaars furnished the inhabitants of Rome with every convenience they could require. In designing the Forum Traianum, its imperial founder aimed at establishing direct connection between the southern and northern parts of Rome. Trajan particularly desired to unite the forums already existing on the southeastern side of the Capitoline Hill with the Flaminian Way, beginning on the other side of the hill, and with the squares and buildings in the Campus Martius. The great height of the ground between the Capitol and the Viminal had previously hindered the establishment of such connection, hence the enormous leveling operations which made a clear space for Trajan's Forum, and which, as already stated, are commemorated in the inscription on Trajan's column. In this wise, it became possible to reach the Via Flaminia and the northern part of Rome by walking westward, that is, to the left, from the neighborhood of Trajan's column or the temple behind it. A glance at the plan of early Christian Rome at the beginning of our first volume will make the matter clear to the reader. The steep Clivus Argentarius, now the Via di Marforio, was also of great service for facilitating communication between the south and the north of the city. The Clivus forsook the Forum near the Mamertine prison and passed over the eastern side of the Capitoline Hill. Here on the height once stood the Porta Ratumina of the Servian city wall. Outside this city wall began the Flaminian Way, constructed by the censor Caius Flaminius. Here, on the right, stood the tomb of Publicius Bibulus, a monument of republican times, now in the center of the city, and upon which the inscription of Bibulus can still be read. Nearby, on the left of the Flaminian Way, was the so-called Tomb of the Claudii, the neglected, square, brick-built edifice in the Via di San Marco, opposite the angle of the Palazzo di Venezia. The Flaminian Way at the present day still cuts with its long straight line the flat ground within the city, and is now known as the Via del Corso. In many places, the ancient Roman pavement of basaltic blocks has been found at various levels beneath the surface of the present street. If now we follow this road to improve our acquaintance with this portion of the city, we may rest assured that we are in a thoroughfare which, since the earliest times, has never been out of use. It is indeed a highway unequaled anywhere, full of monuments, full of life and art, along which the wanderer passes from the northern slope of the Capitol to the Flaminian Gate, now the Porta del Popolo. The whole length may be divided into 3 parts, which follow the architectural history of this part of Rome. The first extends from the foot of the Capitol to beyond the arch of the Aqua Virgo, that is, the Arcus Claudii, which spanned the road at the corner of the modern Via del Caravita. The second goes on to the former triumphal arch of Marcus Aurelius at the commencement of the present Via della Vite. Finally, the third brings us to the Flaminian Gate. The first portion derived its peculiar features principally from the buildings undertaken by Agrippa, the patron of the gens Julia. In the second, the Antonines were the chief builders, while the last owes its wealth of classic structures to Augustus, that emperor of glorious memory. In our oldest Christian source of topographical information regarding this road, we find a curious blending of classical buildings and Christian places of worship. We refer to the unknown author of the Einsiedel itinerary. His list of buildings standing on the left-hand side is short. He mentions only the Columna Antonii, Obeliscus, and Ecclesia San Laurenti in Lucina. On the right, however, he knows of more. He first points out the Church of the Apostles, north of Trajan's Forum, ad Apostolos. He next shows us a portico leading to the Church of San Marcellus, and speaks of the aqueduct of the Virgo, even then a ruin, as Forum Virginis Fracta. Further, he points to the column of Marcus Aurelius, or Columna Antonii, and enters a portico which takes him to the Church of St. Sylvester. He names one other building which he calls Pariturium, and finally the Porta Flaminae. End of section 16. Section 17 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Monumental Contrasts in Rome, the Imperial Forums and the Flaminian Way, Christian Cemeteries of the Byzantine Period, Part 3. First part of the Via Flaminia within the city. We must amplify very considerably the curt statements of the Einsiedel Guide, even as regards the first portion of the road where we begin our investigations. First of all, the itinerary does not mention the vast buildings of the Septa Julia at the beginning of the road on the left-hand side. This vast structure, by its very name, reminds us that it was a monument of the Julian clan. The Julian enclosure was formerly the place for the voting of the Comitia Centuriata. Julius Caesar altered it to a square surrounded by a marble portico, and Agrippa completed the magnificent whole in which shops were erected while games were held in its broad quadrangles. The septa extended from about the present side entrance to the Palazzo di Venezia, past the Palazzo Doria, and the Church of Santa Maria in Via Lata, as far as the Virgo aqueduct, and was thus of enormous length. A portion of the Flaminian Way was called Via Lata, probably on account of the contrast between the broadness of the road here compared with its narrow commencement. The Church of Our Lady, which to this day retains the name of Via Lata, seems to have been in existence even under Pope Hadrian I, 772 to 795, but was certainly not erected previous to the 7th century, for it is most unlikely that it would have been allowed to find a place within the public septa at an earlier date. The original Church of Santa Maria in Via Lata stands beneath the present one, the ancient street being considerably lower than the present level. It was in this substructure that late medieval legends located the prison of St. Paul, a fable which is not only quite devoid of proof, but has against it the strongest topographical difficulties. In the Middle Ages, we also hear of a certain Deburium or Deburo near the church. This was probably an allusion to the ancient Diribitorium, which was early destroyed, but which formerly served as a polling booth. At the present street corner of Santa Maria in Via Lata, the first triumphal arch spanned the Flaminian Way. It was called Arcus Novus, and was originally dedicated to the memory of Diocletian, the persecutor of the Christians. At the time of our visit, that is, in the 6th century, the statue of Diocletian had, however, doubtless long given up its position on the top of the arch. Even if the barbarians had not taken it down, it can scarcely have escaped the Christians' hatred of the accursed emperor. Opposite the Septa Julia just described, a remarkable series of grand porticos began on the right-hand side of the way. These were the colonnades which enclosed the church of Saints Philip and James, and which were connected with the porticos of Trajan's Forum. These porticos, which formerly comprised the barracks of the first cohort of vigiles and the catabulum, as already described, were altered by Constantine the Great. When the earliest church of the Apostles was erected here under Pope Julius, they were brought into architectural connection with it, and later still, when Narses rebuilt the Apostoleion, they were doubtless again forced to subserve the new place. The catabulum, just spoken of, was a large hall for vehicles, and its favorable situation in the middle of the city made it the central station of the public carriers, for whom indeed it was intended. Here, quite close to the ancient titular church of St. Marcellus, probably on its left, were standing grounds and stables for the use of the catabulenses. This name appears during the 6th century in the letters of Cassiodorus, where it is applied to such carriers, for instance, in speaking of some convoys of marble blocks, which were to be forwarded to Ravenna by the catabulenses of Rome. The well-known legend of the saintly Pope Marcellus was even then in circulation, for the Liber Pontificalis narrates how, in the time of persecution, he had been condemned to live in the stables and attend to the beasts of burden, or animalia catabuli. It is a fact that this still existing titular church of San Marcellus was standing on this site as early as 418. However confused may be the beautiful tales told, even in antiquity, of the sufferings and death of this holy pope, the fact of this church being situated so near the haunt of the Catabolenses is one which deserves consideration. Formerly this circumstance was overlooked, and only lately has attention been given to this site of the ancient Cataboulum. Quitting these Christian reminiscences of the neighborhood, we again revert, with a suddenness strangely in keeping with the then character of Rome, to other buildings bearing grand heathen names. Adjoining the church of Santa Maria in Via Lata, a second arch spanned the Flaminian Way, that of the Aqueduct of the Virgo. This is not a triumphal arch, but a monumental structure carrying the waterway of the Virgin across the road. Its more usual name, Arch of Claudius, was derived from its builder, the Emperor Claudius, whence it was called Arcus, or better, Fornix Claudii. The long series of arches bringing the water of the Virgo from the Campagna through the city starts below the Pincian Hill. In the present Via del Collegio Nazareno, we may still see in the depths 2 piers of an arch rising from the ground. The series passes by way of the Via delle Vergini and the present Palazzo Scarrara till it crosses the Flaminian Way at the northern corner of the Via del Caravita, close by Santa Maria in Via Lata. In such wise did this aqueduct carry its waters to the Campus Martius and the Thermae of Agrippa to the south of the Pantheon. Between these grand baths of Agrippa and the Septa Julia stood the Iseum and Serapeum and the Temple of Minerva Chalcidica. The memory of the latter site has been kept by the later church of Santa Maria sopra Minerva. The temple of the Egyptian deities Isis and Serapis, which was also a valuable museum, has likewise left a local reminder in the name of the church of San Stefano del Caco, the common people having bestowed the name of Caco on the Egyptian statue of a baboon, which remained there till a late date. To confine ourselves to the ancient monuments lying in the immediate vicinity of the Flaminian Way, the Aqueduct of the Virgin was followed by 2 great buildings, of which the purpose was almost identical. To the left was the portico of the Argonauts, with the Basilica of the Sovereign of the Seas and brother of Jupiter, the trident-bearing Neptune. On the right was the Campus Agrippae, with the Vipsanian portico. These 2 monuments terminate the first portion of the road, which, as already explained, owed its embellishment to the Julian clan, and to Agrippa, the husband of Julia, the daughter of Augustus. The broad quadrangle of the portico of the Argonauts reached northwards as far as the square on the Flaminian Way, in which the column of Marcus Aurelius reared its head. This portico and the Basilica of Neptune, which it encircled, were works of Agrippa. Of this basilica, also known as Poseidonion, we may still see the remains on the Piazza della Pietra, those 11 mighty pillars of the northern atrium, which are such fine specimens of the Corinthian style. The other point of interest, the Campus Agrippae, lying on the opposite side of the Flaminian Way, was a large green surrounded by porticos, but of the purpose of which we know nothing. One distant portion of it, which bordered the Flaminian Way, was known as the Vipsanian portico, from the name of the founder, Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa. Agrippa, to say nothing of his other merits and deeds, was not only a great builder, but also a zealous student of geography. It is thought that he had a good deal to do with the geographical and statistical determination of the empire ordered by Augustus. There existed a large map of the world designed by him, which was probably in the Vipsanian portico, either engraved on marble or painted in colors. End of section 17. Section 18 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Monumental Contrasts in Rome, the Imperial Forums and the Flaminian Way, Christian Cemeteries of the Byzantine Period. Part 4. A Mithra Cave in the 7th Region. At the northern extremity of Agrippa's buildings there lay in the 4th century a much frequented Mithraeum, which deserves our attention. The inscriptions discovered bear witness to the extraordinary zeal displayed there for this form of worship. Some of the stones bearing these inscriptions have been employed during the Middle Ages as material for building or decorating the adjacent church of San Silvestro in Capite. Such a Mithraic inscription of the year 358 was even to be seen below the little choir where sacred relics were displayed. From these epigraphic texts, we gather that the founder of this remarkable Mithraeum was the Vir Consularis, Nonius Victor Olympius, who, in his quality of Father of Fathers, or Pater Patrum, had himself performed his functions in this cave. We learn, moreover, that this superstitious worship continued to be practiced here till the 70s of the 4th century. Reception into these secret mysteries was very different from admission into the bosom of the Christian Church. We may as well interrupt the course of our topographical ramble to glance at this matter and to institute a comparison between Christian baptism and initiation into the secret Eastern rites. Mithra worship in general simulated many Christian customs, and in particular it travestied the baptismal ceremony, that Christian sacrament of the new birth, by certain superstitious and senseless rites. Tertullian already mentions with disgust how, in Mithra worship, the devil apes the Christian ritual. He states that sins are declared remitted after a certain form of baptism, that those about to be initiated are signed on the forehead, that there was an oblation of bread, whilst even a certain resurrection from the dead was preached. It is known that the revelation of the higher mysteries was delusively promised to those about to be initiated. It is also known that the candidate was admitted only after prolonged trial, and that the ceremony of initiation was accompanied by great excitement of the senses and imagination, and a disgraceful stimulation of the passions. It was with good reason that Paulinus of Nola spoke of the dark caves of Mithra. Quite different, on the other hand, was the ritual by which converts were admitted into the Christian Church. Here all was open and pure, and the aim of the entire service was to enlighten the mind by the assurance of certain truths, and to purify the heart by overcoming worldly feeling and concupiscence. The contrast between Christianity and paganism is nowhere more striking than here. According to the opinion of late Roman heathenism, the most effectual purification was to be obtained through the mock baptism of the Taurobolium. The Taurobolium was closely knit with Mithra worship. By sacrificing a bull and being sprinkled with its blood, pagans hoped to secure pardon and purification from the great Mother Cybele and from the god Attis. In this rite, savagery and barbarism vied with most repulsive superstition. Prudentius, the contemporary poet, has left a sketch of this sanguinary baptism. He describes with loathing how the recipient of this rite is lowered into a pit covered over with a platform, latticed like a sieve, and how, when the blood of the slaughtered animal gushes down upon him from above, he eagerly smears the liquid over his whole body, even over his face and tongue. Prudentius depicts the man thus baptized emerging with his beard streaming and clotted with blood, while all present do him homage. At the end of his description, he exclaims with contempt, "Lo, a dead beast has conferred radiant purity on a happy man in this evil-smelling hole." This was in many parts of the empire the manner of performing the Taurobolium. Nevertheless, outside Italy, the actual bath of blood was often dispensed with, and in its place a special rite was undergone, which ensured participation in the graces of the real Taurobolium. Whole corporations, cities, and provinces, in this simpler fashion, could share in the virtues of a bath in bull's blood. It was, however, considered advisable to renew this ceremony every 20 years. What is peculiar in these foreign rites is their frequent close connection with the heathen rites of Rome. The city of Rome, and particularly a spot on the Vatican, close to St. Peter's tomb, was the headquarters for these Taurobolia. The virtue of the superstitious baptism administered there was transmitted abroad. An inscription at Lyons proclaims that the testicles of the bull sacrificed in Rome had been sent to this city of Gaul, that his efficacy might also be transmitted. The festival of the Great Mother and of Attis was celebrated in Rome from the 22nd to the 27th of March. In the calendar of Constantius, under March 28th, we read, "Beginning of the Gaianum, or Initium Gaiani," a mention probably referring to the opening of that place of atonement hard by the Circus of Gaius and near the Vatican Hill. In this case, the festival and rites of late paganism would seem to have been purposely fixed at about the season when Christians were keeping the feast of Easter or its preparation, and when, at the Lateran, baptism was about to be administered by the Bishop of Rome. These insulting circumstances connected with Mithra worship and the Taurobolium sufficiently explain the outbreak of popular exasperation and violence in 377, during which the city prefect, Gracchus, with a mob of armed men, burst into and wrecked the caves of the devotees of Mithra. Then, too, must the fate have been sealed of the Mithraeum on the Flaminian Way, near San Silvestro in Capite, a sudden overthrow during which the great architectural structures of the neighborhood were dumb witnesses of fierce and bloody scenes. The Father of Fathers in this Mithra cave, with his hierarchy of Persians, heliodromes, and lions, must certainly have learnt then that his day was long since past. Paganism proved by its own excesses during its decline that it was more than ever impotent to raise human nature either morally or mentally. The Church of San Silvestro, near the former Mithraeum, does not call for any historical or topographical remarks, for it was not yet in existence in the 6th century. It was erected afterwards by Paul I near his father's house, which he had transformed into the monastery of Saints Sylvester and Stephen. End of section 18. Section 19 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Monumental Contrasts in Rome, the Imperial Forums and the Flaminian Way, Christian Cemeteries of the Byzantine Period. Part 5. Second part of the Via Flaminia within the city. Opposite San Silvestro, a third arch crossed the Flaminian Way, the triumphal arch of the Emperor Marcus Aurelius Antonius. Farther to the left of the road, the massive column of Antonius Pius and the Eustrinum Antoniorum at its foot arrested one's view. More to the south and nearer to our course, the column of Marcus Aurelius rose triumphantly on the site it still occupies. This last monument was the most striking in the magnificent panorama. The huge, renowned column of Marcus Aurelius, the present colossal ornament of the Piazza Colonna, was erected as an imitation of Trajan's column shortly after the death of Marcus Aurelius in 180. With its winding band of bas-reliefs, it soared above a vast court surrounded by porticos. Like its fellow on Trajan's Forum, it could always be ascended by a staircase within. Like the other two, its base is no longer visible, but has disappeared beneath the surface of the surrounding streets, the present false base being an addition made by Sixtus V. Upon the summit, Sixtus placed a statue of St. Paul to match that of St. Peter on Trajan's column. As we said, in the Middle Ages, Trajan's column had a chapel at its foot, which acted in some sense as its guardian. The column of Aurelius had a similar sentinel in the little church of San Andreas de Columna, which subserved the neighboring basilica of St. Sylvester. Hence there devolved on a Christian place of worship that duty of watching over the column of Marcus Aurelius, which once in classical times had been bestowed upon a certain Adrastus. According to an inscription found here, Adrastus held the post and title of Procurator Columnae Centenariae Divi Marci, and had his lodgings close by the monument. The column on the Flaminian Way is entirely covered with tolerably well preserved scenes from the victories of the Emperor Marcus Aurelius over the Quadi and Marcomanni. The bas-reliefs are, however, less perfect artistically than those on Trajan's column. One of these may have been regarded by Christians with especial interest. It occupies a favorable position on the third round from below, facing the street. We allude to the bas-relief where a figure with broad, dripping wings represents the miraculous downpour which, accompanied by a fearful storm, saved the Roman army in Dacia from dying of thirst and from the assault of the enemy. All Christians who read Tertullian's Apologeticus would remember that that famous writer speaks of this rescue, and that both heathen and Christians ascribed it to the prayer of Christian soldiers belonging to the Legio Fulminata, or Thundering Legion. Even earlier than Tertullian, the contemporaries of Apollinarius, Bishop of Hierapolis in Phrygia, and Dio Cassius the pagan, are witnesses to this extraordinary incident, each naturally in his own style. The impartial representation of the scene on the column is curious. It is equally deficient in Christian or heathen coloring. It is no Jupiter Pluvius, who hovers as a savior above the harassed soldiers rushing against the foeman's ranks. In fact, it is no heathen deity at all, and still less the Christian god, but merely a huge personification of rain. The figure is indeed in striking harmony with the neutral and purely Platonic attitude which the philosopher Marcus Aurelius ever observed towards the religions of the empire. Most probably a Templum Divi Marci was connected with the column of Aurelius and the portico surrounding it, just as Trajan's column had its Templum Divi Traiani. About this we have, however, no certain knowledge. But excavations and ancient topographical accounts concur as to the existence and situation of another twofold monument of the Antonines, namely, the column of Antonius Pius and the Ustrinum or crematorium. Both, as has been shown recently, were closely connected. The Ustrinum of the Antonines was intended for the cremation of the bodies of the family and to enclose the ornamental cinerary urns. In front of this stood the column of Antonius with its wonderful sculptures as a trophy to his fame. The fragments of this column were found early in the 18th century in the garden of the Casa della Missione, and the great pedestal now graces one of the Vatican courts, where it does duty as a mount to the bronze pine cone known as the Pigna. This mode of employment is a distinct humiliation, for the bas-reliefs on the superb work represent nothing less than the apotheosis of the Emperor Antonius Pius, whose statue formerly looked down from the summit of the column. Leaving the site of these monuments lying off our road, we reached the arch of Marcus Aurelius, which crosses the Flaminian Way and was separated only by a low hill, the present Monte Citorio, from the structures we have just visited. The arch of Marcus Aurelius has now disappeared, and the only reminder of it is a late inscription placed on the corner house of the Via della Vite. This informs us that, in 1662, Alexander VII had demolished the arch, then known as Arco di Portugallo. This name the arch had borne since the time of Paul III, having obtained it from the adjoining residence of the Portuguese cardinal, Michael di Silva, the old palace of the Dukes of Fiano. The triumphal arch, originally erected in honor of the Emperor Hadrian, was later redecorated and dedicated to Marcus Aurelius, the exploits and the family of this emperor being glorified in the great bas-reliefs with which the structure was adorned. Since the overthrow of the triumphal arch, portions of its great sculptured panels have been preserved, scattered in various places. For instance, anyone visiting the Palazzo di Conservatori on the Capitol would there find remains on the staircase inside, and the trained eye will easily recognize the recurring portrait of the philosophic emperor. He will be seen taking part in the apotheosis of his deceased wife, Faustina the Younger, sitting lost in reflection in front of the burning pyre, from which a female genius, with a burning torch in its hand, ascends to the immortals, among whom the Senate by a decree had placed the Empress. This sort of deification had become a custom and a need with the reigning families, a conception of glory encouraged even by the noblest representatives of paganism, which contrasted strangely with the views of early medieval Christians. Christianity had already imbued the whole vast empire with entirely opposite doctrines, with its teaching of the importance of personality and of the future reward awaiting the humble and meek. End of section 19. Section 20 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Monumental Contrasts in Rome, the Imperial Forums and the Flaminian Way, Christian Cemeteries of the Byzantine Period. Part 6. Third part of the Via Flaminia within the city. The last portion of the Flaminian Way calls the visitor from Marcus Aurelius back to the Augustan age, for the splendid monuments, on the left hand of the way at least, in the so-called Campus Martius, date from the grandest days of Rome. First of all we see, quite near the arch of Marcus Aurelius, Augustus's altar of peace, or Ara Pacis Augustae. Behind this, more to the left, towered the Augustan obelisk, with the large sundial at its base. Further to the north, beside the Piazza Otto Catoni, and close to the road, was the Ustrinum of the Augustan family, and still further back towards the Tiber, the vast, lofty mausoleum of Augustus, which commanded the whole district. One who cared for art and humanity would probably have been attracted most by the first of the monuments, namely, by the Altar of Peace. It was erected in the year BC 13 to commemorate the emperor's return from Spain and Gaul. The result of his martial exploits was a universal peace, and the Senate, desiring to celebrate this great truce, erected this huge altar to it. The work displayed the highest perfection of sculpture. Scarcely any ornamental creation of antiquity excels in combined skill, grace, and power the bas-reliefs which decorate the surviving remains of this vast memorial altar. Since the ruin of the structure, its remains were unhappily dispersed in various directions. By studying them in connection with earlier copies, the design of the altar has, however, been made clear. The richly decorated altar stood in the open air, upon a square substructure with several steps, and inside a square enclosure of marble walls beautified by sculptured scenes. The monument attracted the notice of certain artists fairly early in the Middle Ages. An Umbrian school of sculpture, which devoted itself with singular success during the 12th century to the study of classical ornaments, seems, if we are not mistaken, to have been much indebted to this marvelous creation, which at that time must have been still standing uninjured. Even Christian visitors who were not artists must often have paused before the altar of peace and reflected how the state of universal peace on earth, under that great sovereign, prepared the way for the blessings of the Incarnation and Atonement. The Fathers often speak of the peace under Augustus as an evident work of divine providence. According to them, it was fitting that all nations should be united in the bosom of the Roman Empire in peace and friendship, to show that all, like one vast family, were called to receive the blessings of the future Savior. The obelisk of Augustus was a memorial of the emperor's successful subjugation of Egypt. Many fragments of the obelisk and its famous sundial are preserved in the present new obelisk on the piazza in front of the Palazzo di Montecitorio, but the situation is not the old one, for the monument formerly stood much more to the north. It also had a large open space, stretching northwards, on the pavement of which were cut the lines of the Augustan sundial. The style or the needle of the dial was the obelisk itself. At this spot again, a Christian shrine attracts our attention. On the eastern side of the square, close to the boundary of the recently discovered outlines of the sundial, the Church of St. Lawrence in Lucina was built as early as the 4th century. The origin is otherwise unknown, but Pope Damasus, who was consecrated in this church in 366, may have been responsible for its dedication to the saintly deacon Lawrence. Damasus was devoted to this Roman martyr, and it was he who dedicated to him the other church, called later St. Lawrence in Damaso. It may be that the fragment of a Damasian inscription dug up in 1872 near the Church of St. Lawrence in Lucina has an important historical bearing on this matter, but there is no proof that this inscription belonged originally to this spot. It might quite well have migrated thither from elsewhere, as is often the case with such fragments in Rome. Another church in this neighborhood of the Flaminian Way, or Corso, retains the memory of the mausoleum of Augustus. This is the Church of San Giacomo in Augusta. It was, however, only built during medieval times in the gardens which formerly surrounded the Grand Sepulchre. The greater part of the mausoleum itself is still standing. In the middle it encloses an enormous circular building of about the size of the Moles Hadriani, the mausoleum of Hadrian, on the other side of the Tiber. The tomb is a genuine Moles Augusti, which, no doubt, stimulated Hadrian to surpass it in grandeur. The ascending tiers of marble supported at the summit a circular mound of earth, divided by terraces, and planted with cypresses and other shrubs, thus harmonizing with the gardens, which stretched far to the north towards the Flaminian Gate. Two obelisks adorned the entrance on the south side. During the 6th century, they were doubtless still standing, but were later on thrown down and broken. Later still, they were rescued from oblivion and migrated to their present places, one to the Quirinal, among the fountains before the palace, the other to the Esquiline, behind the apse of Santa Maria Maggiore. The gardens around the mausoleum in the 6th century could scarcely have stood a comparison with their condition in the period immediately following Augustus. The first districts to feel the decline of Rome's fortunes must have been those which were not covered with buildings capable of defying assaults, and which were of no use for business or any other practical purpose, but only served to embellish the city. We may also take it that plundering barbarians were specially attracted by the lavish splendor of the decorations, such as the valuable cinerary urns. The mausoleum of Augustus contained urns with the ashes of Agrippa, Drusus, Germanicus, and the emperors Tiberius, Claudius, and Nerva, the last sovereign to be laid to rest here. If the left side of the Flaminian Way, as it approached the outskirts of the imperial city, were bordered with gardens, this was the case still more on the right side. On this side, the Einsiedel itinerary mentions the Praetorium, which is spoken of nowhere else. Beyond this, on the right-hand side, the only monument known is a lengthy, handsome, but nameless building, mainly composed of rectangular porticos. To the south, it perhaps comprised the site of the later church of St. Sylvester, whilst to the north it reached beyond the present Via Fratina. In 1883 and 1886, in the latter street and in the Via della Vite, massive pillars of red granite from the east and of Cipollino marble were dug up, which must have formed part of this structure, and bear witness to its size and splendor. Also blocks of peperino, slabs of divers kinds of marble for facing the walls, and other building materials show the magnificence of the extensive buildings situated here. What name or what purpose they may have had is not easily decided. Andrea Palladio left a drawing of the remains, which were still to be seen in his day, and this sketch has been taken by Rudolfo Lanciani and others as proof of the existence at this spot of two connected pleasure gardens surrounded by porticos. The arrangement of certain gardens at Pompeii would certainly go to confirm this opinion. Christian Holsten, on the contrary, sees in Palladio's sketch the plan of Aurelian's famous Temple of the Sun, which he locates here. The arguments for this view are indeed of weight, but how can we account for the absence of any testimony to the position of the far-famed Temple of the Sun in this part of Rome? How is it that on the supposed site of the temple there should exist no trace of masonry, but merely garden soil? And is any satisfactory answer forthcoming to the arguments by which the great Aurelian Temple of the Sun has always been located on the southwestern slope of the Quirinal, near the Baths of Constantine? The mausoleum of the Emperor Augustus was also the mighty pioneer of a whole array of other sepulchral monuments which adjoined it to the north. They stood isolated among the gardens which fringed the Flaminian Way near the city boundaries, and belonged to a period previous to the erection of the Aurelian Wall. Where now, at the end of the Corso, stand face to face the two churches of Our Lady, like two kindly sentinels on the road. Two pompous tombs once stood on either side of the Flaminian Way. To the left was one in the shape of a pyramid, which in medieval times was popularly called Mita, like the pyramid of Cestius at the Ostian Gate. It remained there, probably till the time of Pope Paul III. The opposite one, of which little is known, also had a large square base. The foundations of both were partly laid bare in 1874, when workmen were digging in the Piazza del Popolo. Upon this fine piazza, an Egyptian obelisk now rears its lofty head, as it was brought to this site from the Circus Maximus by Sixtus V. We shall not consider it here. End of section 20. Section 21 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Monumental Contrasts in Rome, the Imperial Forums and the Flaminian Way, Christian Cemeteries of the Byzantine Period. Part 7. The Surroundings of the Flaminian Gate. A visitor in ancient times, following the straight line of the Flaminian Way through the Flaminian Gate, would have perceived to the left, just outside the Aurelian city wall, another sepulchral monument of huge size. Its inscription and reliefs are a striking memorial of the habits of imperial Rome. The Einsiedeln guide noticed it and copied the inscription, which extols the deceased, Aelius Gutta Calpurnius, as one of the greatest charioteers and jockeys of his time. His immortal victories are all registered in the lengthy text of the inscription. The factions for which he won prizes are all named with painful precision. Even the names of the horses are engraved and immortalized with the rider. 5 of the luckiest actually have their portraits graven in outline on the monument, namely Palmitus, Danaeus, Oceanus, Victor, and Vindex. The charioteer's quadriga also figures among the representations. This far-famed hero belonged to the time of the Antonines. The fate of his sepulchral monument was tragic. It seems to have existed down to the 15th century, when it was demolished. In 1877, when the 2 fortified towers flanking the gate and dating from Sixtus IV were pulled down, remains of the vanished tomb were found built into the right-hand tower. When the tower was being erected, builders who had no respect for the exploits of Calpurnius had apparently made use of his mausoleum as material for their work. These remains, with their graven portraits, are now exposed in the town museum on the Caelius. The Einsiedeln guide also preserves the text of another inscription, which could formerly be read close to the Flaminian Gate. This did not belong to a tomb, but concerned municipal affairs, and made known a law of Marcus Aurelius concerning payment of import dues. The inscription proves that a whole century before the Aurelian wall was built, the urban boundary line, where these duties were levied, passed near this spot. The imperial mausoleum of the Domitians near the Flaminian Gate was also erected outside the city. It was another of the superb memorials crowning the northwest side of the Pincian Hill, and stood upon the rising ground immediately behind the present church of Santa Maria del Popolo. The ashes of the Emperor Nero, who belonged to this family, were deposited here. The Romans of the Middle Ages, mindful of the fact that the cruel persecutor of the Church had found his last resting place here, regarded it with a sort of uneasy dread. It was said that Nero's ghost was wont to quit its place of torment and to haunt this spot, showing itself and making itself heard. The late medieval legend of the origin of the church just mentioned connects the building with Nero's dark memory and his restless ghost. It tells us how the desecrated spot demanded an act of reparation, and how it was restored to calm only after the erection of this church of Our Lady by Paschal II. Most of the older Roman topographers agreed in placing the ancient Flaminian gateway upon this slope of the Pincian Hill. This mistake was due to the misunderstanding of a passage in Procopius. The natural spot to seek for the gate was at the end of the straight street, and in recent times this has been proved to have been the case beyond a shadow of doubt. While work was in progress at the Porta del Popolo in 1877, it became clear that this gate occupied exactly the position of the ancient Flaminian Gate in the Aurelian Wall, and below the Porta del Popolo remains were even found of the original circular towers of the Porta Flaminia. The battlements of these Aurelian towers, or better still, the heights near the imperial mausoleum of the Domitians, enable us to cast a glance back at the glories we have passed in the city and at the grand panorama beyond. On the left, the horizon is bounded by the terraced slopes of the Pincian Hill, with the gardens and buildings belonging to the Acilii, that Christian family whose acquaintance we have already made. Adjoining them also on the left of the picture, behind a great nymphaeum at the foot of the Pincius, we see the long, picturesque series of arcades of the Aqua Virgo, beginning its course into the city. Quite to the right, on the other verge of the city, beyond the Tiber and below the Vatican Hill, rises St. Peter's venerable basilica, which then, as now, faces our vantage ground, its front corresponding to its ancient form, that of a five-aisled basilica. The wall above the atrium glitters in the sun with its great mosaics on a gold ground, visible from afar. To its left, a keen eye might discern the slender spike of the obelisk in the circus of Gaius and Nero. On the same right bank of the Tiber, our glance rests on Hadrian's mausoleum, and then, traveling across the river, dwells in astonishment upon the buildings of the Campus Martius, of which the series begins with the Mole of Augustus. We have alluded merely to the monuments in the vicinity of the Flaminian Way, disregarding a host of towering architectural structures on the level ground of the Campus Martius and in the ninth region lying to the west of the road, that is, to our right. Among these were the baths of Nero and of Alexander Severus. Their massive outlines seem to form a center to this forest of masterpieces in stone. To the left, the cupola of the Pantheon soars into space, while to the right extends the lofty, colossal walls and tiers of seats of Domitian's Stadium on the present Piazza Navona. Before and behind this group, temple roofs, theaters, thermae, gables of entrances to porticos or gardens, mingled with columns, obelisks, triumphal arches and cupolas of every kind, all rising towards the radiant southern sun, concealed below the superb porticos of their fountains, shops, statues, and other works of art. It is true that at the time of our ramble all this showed signs of decay, but even in the 6th century the aspect of the Queen of the world still bore the stamp of beauty and grandeur impressed upon her. Looking down the majestic course of the Flaminian Way, with its triumphal arches, the eye was not confined, as it now is, to the narrow line of roadway. At that period, it was possible to look over the monuments ranged on each side of the road, both to the right and to the left. In the background, beyond the Septa Julia, could be seen the frowning stronghold of the capital. Below the baths of Constantine were Trajan's Forum, while the baths themselves could be discerned in all their enormous length, seated on a projection of the Quirinal. Behind these, on the Viminal and Esquiline hills, lay a confused mass of houses and monuments interspersed by gardens. Quite humble is the appearance of the Christian basilicas among all these buildings, while that of the monasteries is even humbler. The churches and monasteries of the great city were wont to lavish their own peculiar decorations on their interiors. Nevertheless, St. Peter's, the Lateran, and a few other imperial foundations were happy exceptions even in outward appearance. These insignificant churches and monasteries were, however, to take possession in future ages of the inheritance of the classic world. The fallen empire and the heathen capital were dead forevermore. The vision of splendor over which our eyes have roamed was hopelessly doomed to vanish. The fate then overtaking the masterworks of genius in this focus of the world's history deserves indeed to excite throughout all time the sympathy of mankind. Our only comfort is in the recollection that Providence preserved much of what was noblest and best in Rome and the ancient world, and transformed it for the good of humanity. With what feelings, however, must cultured pilgrims from Germania on their visit to declining Rome have regarded the inscriptions and monuments on the Via Flaminia, which spoke of Rome's eternal rule over the world? Pilgrims from the north usually entered the city by this highway, and on their road they certainly had reason enough to compare things as they were with what they had been once. At the mausoleum of Augustus, the inscriptions on the bronze tablets at the entrance glorified the emperor as conqueror of the world. What had, however, become of the scepter he wields so proudly on the well-known statue? The pilgrims saw monuments of former triumphs of Rome over Gaul, Spain, Egypt, but now these countries obey other rulers. They saw the humbled figure of their own country, Germania, upon the triumphal arch of Marcus Aurelius, and again in the temple of Neptune as a mourner among the statues representing the subdued provinces. If they were able here to recognize the Germanic features, it must have been even easier to perceive the northern stamp on the faces of the prisoners and slaves portrayed in statuary. But these barbarians of the north were now beginning to impose their laws on the Roman world. What is more, they had already begun to combine Roman civilization with Christianity, and in addition were displaying such life and energy, such determination and enterprise as promise well for a new era of Christian civilization. End of section 21. Section 22 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Monumental Contrasts in Rome, the Imperial Forums and the Flaminian Way, Christian Cemeteries of the Byzantine Period. Part 8. Processions, pagan and Christian, on the Via Flaminia. Formerly, in heathen times, solemn processions of people and priests passed down the Flaminian Way to celebrate the Robogalia in the open meadows outside the city. The object of these processions was to seek the protection of the gods for the crops to come. Their date was April 25th, that is, the same as that on which the Church celebrates the feast of St. Mark. The procession of people, clad in white, passing through the gate, went along the Flaminian Way, through the fields to the flats near the Tiber. On the way it must have passed the heights of the Monte Perioli on the right, where the Christian cemetery of St. Valentine was excavated in the tufa rock as early as the 3rd century. Further, it crossed the Milvian Bridge and entered the Claudian Way on the farther side of the Tiber. Near the 5th milestone on this road stood, venerated by the heathen, the grove sacred to Robigo, the god of frost, who, just at this season, could work damage to the fruits of the earth. Here the procession paused, and the flaming Quirinalis sacrificed to the Canicula a brown dog and a sheep, after which races were run by youths and boys on the fine open ground. The Christian procession on St. Mark's Day was in some sense the outcome of this heathen custom, for as soon as the pagan procession had fallen into disuse, or perhaps even in the time of its decline, the ceremonial described was adopted by the Roman bishops, though of course it was carefully divested of its heathen character. The ecclesiastical procession was held in honor of the true God, to implore, through the intercession of the saints, his blessing on the harvest. The procession assembled inside the city, on the Flaminian Way, at the Church of St. Lawrence in Lucina, and then took the ancient route described above, through the meadows. Thereby the Church sought to compensate the people for a cherished custom of their ancestors, and at the same time more effectually to withstand any surviving remnants of paganism. Instead of songs of praise to the gods, the verdant pastures resounded with the Church's hymns, the Kyrie eleison and the Psalms. The procession halted at several points, partly to rest those taking part in it, partly to offer solemn prayers at the appointed places. The first stop was at the above-mentioned cemetery of St. Valentine, below the Perioli, where a basilica had stood since the period immediately subsequent to Constantine. Thence the march was continued as far as the Milvian Bridge, where a second stop was made. As soon, however, as the Tiber was crossed, the procession, avoiding the Via Claudia, followed by its earlier pagan counterpart, turned first to the west and then to the south, heading for St. Peter's through the plain at the foot of Monte Mario. A last halt was made at an oratory of the Holy Cross, standing on this road, after which the procession entered the Basilica of St. Peter, where the station was held on this day, and where the Pope celebrated Mass. It may be that this particular route was not followed until after the 6th century, but there is no doubt that at a date not much later the procession took place as described. As to the procession itself, we shall not be far wrong in placing its origin in the 4th century. End of section 22. Section 23 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Monumental Contrasts in Rome, the Imperial Forums and the Flaminian Way, Christian Cemeteries of the Byzantine Period, Part 9. St. Valentine's Church and Cemetery on the Flaminian Way, recent excavations. The Basilica of St. Valentine, situated behind the first milestone on the Flaminian Way, near this martyr's cemetery, was erected by Pope Julius in the 4th century. During the first half of the 7th century, the church was restored by Pope Honorius and then reconsecrated by his third successor, Theodore. The church is especially mentioned in the itineraries of that century, which lay stress on its beauty and size. On account of the saints there venerated, it stood in high esteem. Going northwards through the city, says the Salzburg itinerary, thou wilt reach on the Flaminian Way the great basilica, restored by Honorius, where the saintly martyr Valentine rests. Other martyrs, however, are buried underground, farther to the north. In consequence of the presence of St. Valentine, the Flaminian Gate even changed its name, and as it led straight to the tomb of this saint, it came to be called Porta San Valentini. This once much frequented shrine continued to enjoy high honor in the Middle Ages, when a flourishing monastery grew up on the hill above. When, however, during the 13th century, the body of the saint was translated into the city to the church of Santa Prassede, the ancient basilica became deserted and soon fell into decay or was demolished. Not until our day have its venerable remains again emerged from the earth and from the oblivion into which they had fallen. The discovery of the ancient basilica and of the Christian catacombs pertaining to it belongs to those incidents which can occur nowhere save in the eternal city, to the surprise and joy of those who love Christian antiquity. The impression of such discoveries, with the finds daily disclosed during these excavations, can never be effaced from the minds of those who, like the present writer, were able to take part in them. A brief study of this important memorial will incidentally acquaint the reader with some particulars of value for the understanding of Roman manners. As early as 1878, Orazio Marucci, the Roman archaeologist and pupil of de Rossi, identified the original sepulchral vault of St. Valentine in the heart of the hill, amidst portions of the catacombs which had surrounded it. Until then, the martyr's first burial place had been wrongly located in certain passages, lying higher up the hill. 10 years later, in 1888, the basilica was at last discovered, and, moreover, on the very spot which the scholar just named had pointed out as the probable site of the church. At that time, while the new street, the so-called Passeggiata Flaminia, was being laid, the trenches cut through the level in front of the hill cemetery, and gradually there came to light the whole interior of the forgotten church, with its foundation walls and pillar bases, from the apse built into the hill itself, down to the large atrium in front. A great deal of the space laid bare had to be filled in again, but the main part had been unearthed, and is shown upon the accompanying ground plan. The only portion not uncovered was the atrium itself. It formerly linked up the Flaminian Way with the church, and owing to the distance from the road, must have been of unusual length. Here it was ad Valentinum in atrio, according to our authority, that the procession on St. Mark's Day made its first pause. From this point, too, pilgrims coming from the north by the Flaminian Way usually thronged into the shrine, eager to visit the church of this martyr, the first of the holy places of Rome lying on their road. While the excavations were in progress, the three aisles were readily recognized, for they were divided by the bases of great pillars, which had mostly disappeared. The nave was about 40 feet wide, but all its pillars had been thrown down. After a while, there came to light remains of the earliest marble balustrades, iconic capitals and epitaphs of the 4th and 5th centuries, well-preserved portions of the original tessellated pavement, sculptured ornaments dating from the church's foundation and from later medieval times, works belonging to different ages, but all resting peaceably side by side beneath the earth. The left side aisle ended in a circular, the right in a square apse. In front of the apse of the nave, remains of two interesting constructions were visible. First, there were traces of the rectangular chancel usually found in basilicas, or scola cantorum, a raised platform in the middle of the nave. It rests on ancient graves, the inscriptions upon one of which dated from the time of Pope Julius I. Between the choir and the apse, a long passage, once roofed over, and crossing the whole church, was found at a lower level. This was accessible from the right and left aisles by steps. This passage allowed of visitors approaching the substructure of the high altar, and had evidently, at one time, been lighted by lamps, of which the niches were seen in the wall. It thus formed a species of transversal crypt, and is indeed one of the oldest in Rome. The passage had been constructed to enable visitors to draw nigh to the body of the martyr, for St. Valentine and his sarcophagus must have rested in the recess at the foot of the altar, and, no doubt, worshippers could both see and touch the tomb through a finistella. If, as is probable, the martyr's remains were removed here under Pope Honorius from his earlier tomb in the neighboring hill, then the construction of this remarkable passage may also belong to the time of Honorius. The original burial place in the hill proved too small and inconvenient for public worship. It was certainly this reason, and the wish to provide the neighboring population with a place of worship, that led Julius I to found the vast basilica. Even afterwards, reverence still induced people to mount to the tomb and the catacombs in the rock, and we may still see the flight of steps leading thereto. In the immediate vicinity of the catacombs there stood also several heathen tombs. The Christian burial places, kept distinct from the heathen, were in two groups. The more recent were inside and near the basilica. The earlier, on the contrary, were near the martyr's tomb in the catacombs. Even before Constantine, 5 straight galleries had been excavated from the soft rock near where St. Valentine rested, and made into a cemetery. It was not until after Constantine, or indeed until after Pope Julius I, that Christians began to bury their dead in the basilica, and later outside its walls and in the long forecourt. The burials in the latter place continued, so far as can be judged by the inscriptions, down to the 6th century. That is, until it had become customary to bury the dead within the city. The cemetery and basilica of St. Valentine seem to have been subordinated to the titular church of St. Lawrence in Lucina, a dependence which would agree with the habit of putting cemeteries outside the city under the protection of the titular churches standing nearest to them within the walls. Among the numerous epitaphs found on this spot during the excavations was one belonging to a presbyter of the title of Lucina. The Christian epitaphs found in the ground cut through for the new street amounted to about 200. The number would certainly be far greater had it been possible to reach those of the atrium. Examining the newly gained epitaphs, together with the inscriptions still extant in the catacombs of St. Valentine, we find them to contain the usual touching profession of faith in a life to come, with an expression of fraternal sympathy with the deceased, and wishes for their repose beyond the grave. These stones bear striking witness to the belief in the intercession of the Church militant and of the saints in heaven. Another point of importance vouched for by these epitaphs is the worship of the saints, especially of St. Valentine. For instance, one of the tablets beseeches the saint Domus Valentinus, to refresh the deceased, that is, to intercede for his repose in the next world. Another inscription says, May the glory of Saint Valentine be granted thee. Pope Damasus, who did so much for the catacombs, also placed an epitaph in honor of the martyr, though only a fragment remains of it. These inscriptions are often of importance on account of the historical information they convey. Thus, one belonging to the 4th century contains the name of a certain Maximus, Praepositus of the Flaminian Way. The Praepositus was a high secular official who, in consequence of the reforms introduced into officialdom under Diocletian and Constantine, took the place of the older Praefectus Vehiculorum of the Flaminian Way. This road, on account of its importance for both war and trade, had always had a special traffic superintendent. The Praeposeti Cursualis formed a special corporation, or militia, and were therefore, on state occasions, allowed to wear the mantle, or chlamys, fastened with the fibula upon the shoulder. Strange to say, a gold fibula was found near the inscription of Maximus, and also a gold reliquary, or phylacterium, such as noblemen were wont to wear on their breast. Though the main part of the excavated church has been preserved for the future as a precious memorial of the early days of the church's triumph, the catacombs are disappointing on account of the dilapidation they had undergone. The owners, namely, the hermits of St. Augustine at the Porta del Popolo, of a vineyard situated above the catacombs, at a time when unhappily no reverence existed for such venerable spots, established their wine cellars in the cemetery and demolished almost all of the early Christian tokens and even the venerable pictures. About the tomb of this martyr, pious tradition at an early date spun its customary legends. The story of Valentine's life and martyrdom has come down to us in a very distorted version. The so-called acts of this martyr form a portion of those of the Persian martyrs, Marius, Martha, Audifax, and Abacum. The whole is, however, so barbarous and disjointed that without a doubt it must date from a much later time and belong to the 6th or 7th century, that is, to a time when it was the rule to cast the stories of the martyrs into a legendary form and to put together tales in which the same miraculous incidents constantly reappear. This much seems certain, namely, that St. Valentine suffered martyrdom under the Emperor Claudius II, or Gothicus. Scarcely any more do we know of the martyr St. Zeno, who, as St. Valentine's companion in death, was venerated with him at the place we have just described, and whose name was found on a marble tablet inside the basilica. Saint Zeno and Saint Valentine were invoked in the ancient litany sung in the procession to this place on Saint Mark's Day. End of section 23. Section 24 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Monumental Contrasts in Rome, the Imperial Forums and the Flaminian Way, Christian Cemeteries of the Byzantine Period. Part 10. Christian Cemeteries outside the walls. The Christian catacombs, which from the first had been so dear both to the people of Rome and to pilgrims, during the long-drawn Gothic wars were exposed to great danger. Not only had they to suffer at the hands of the enemy, thus calling for the frequent restorations of which we have already seen instances in the history of Pope Vigilius, but also, owing to the insecurity of the country about Rome, the faithful were, little by little, obliged to cease visiting them. As already noticed, no interments took place in the catacombs after the time of Alaric's siege of Rome. Christian Rome then began to bury her dead in graveyards situated near or above the catacombs, where churches, great and small, were erected after the pattern of St. Valentine's Basilica. The cemeteries were resorted to, partly to offer prayers for the faithful departed, partly to do honor to the martyrs there reposing. Many bodies of martyrs, buried at an inconvenient depth, were about this time brought up to the surface and placed in oratories and churches standing above their tombs. Owing to the misfortunes of the age, in the 6th century, the custom already alluded to grew up in Rome of burying the dead within the city walls, an innovation contrary to ancient Roman practice and law. In consequence, cemeteries outside the walls began to fall into disuse, another fact which explains why the Christians ceased to visit them. By the populace, the catacombs were usually called cemeteries of the martyrs, though by far the majority of those buried in them were ordinary Christians, the martyrs being the exception. The underground burial places, once so well attended, even stood in danger of being deprived of the liturgical ministrations of the clergy. It was Pope John III, 561 to 574, that noble Roman, who took steps to ensure that these venerable cemeteries should retain their position amidst the places of worship of the city. The Liber Pontificalis begins the sketch of his life with the brief but significant words: "He cherished and restored the cemeteries of the holy martyrs. He enacted that the Lateran should, each Sunday, supply the cemeteries with the oblation, the wine, and the lights." This seemingly unimportant regulation of Pope John, as de Rossi says, really marks an epoch in the history of the cemeteries of Rome. Pope John's enactment was observed for more than 2 centuries, during which it was the rule to celebrate a Sunday Mass in each of the churches erected over cemeteries. The priest was sent from the titular church to which the cemetery was subordinate, and the necessary materials were supplied by the Lateran, the head of all the titular churches of Rome. The Archaius and the Vestarius of the Pope had to see that all was carried out aright. Thereby, not only was service in the catacombs prevented from dying out, but at the same time, the rural population in the neighborhood was afforded the opportunity of attending the liturgy on Sundays. In the previous wars, no doubt, observance of these duties had slackened. At the time of Pope Gregory I, 590 to 604, for instance, we learn that each Sunday a priest had to celebrate Mass in the church on the hill above the cemetery of St. Pancras on the Aurelian Way, and we shall not be far wrong in supposing that the priest belonged to a neighboring titled church, situated below the hill near the gate, that is, to San Crisogono, Santa Cecilia, or Santa Maria in Trastevere. It was in the nature of things that the service of the catacombs and their supervision were, from the earliest times, so distributed among the Roman tituli that each catacomb depended on the nearest titular church. From the first, each parish established its cemetery as near as possible, that is, outside the nearest city gate. The care and direction of these cemeteries naturally remained in the hands of the respective titular priests. That, among all the catacombs, one, and this the most important of all, belonged to the whole Christian community as a body can easily be explained. This was the catacomb of Callistus, where the popes were buried during the 3rd century. This catacomb stood under the pope's own clergy, and was managed by the archdeacon of the Apostolic See. The service of the titular clergy in the cemetery churches assumed greater proportions in the 3 most important basilicas lying beyond the walls, that is, in St. Peter's, St. Paul's, and St. Lawrence's, all 3 of which were cemetery basilicas, which, however, on account of the influx of Roman Christians and of foreign pilgrims, required to be placed on a special footing. Hence, as early as Pope Simplicius, services throughout the week were introduced in these 3 basilicas, and were carried out by duly appointed tituli, the titular priests being aided, especially in the choral services, by monks from the monasteries in the immediate vicinity of these basilicas. After Pope Simplicius, at St. Peter's there were priests in weekly residence from the tituli of the 6th and 7th ecclesiastical regions, at St. Paul's others from the 1st region, and at St. Lawrence's priests from the 3rd region. Though the limits of these ecclesiastical regions are little known, owing to want of authoritative information, it is certain that the regions just enumerated lay quite close to the 3 great basilicas assigned to them. Hence we find here at these cemetery basilicas the same system initiated by John III, by which each cemetery outside the walls was looked after by the title church nearest to it. What is rather remarkable is that this system was retained till late in the Middle Ages, in spite of all the changes which occurred. We see this from what Peter Malleus says. In the 12th century, he mentions the 7 cardinal priests who had in turn to perform the services of the week day by day in the 3 basilicas, St. Peter's, St. Paul's, and St. Lawrence's. These cardinal priests are really the ancient titular priests, to whom by his time the name of cardinals had come to be applied. Among the 7 cardinals officiating at St. Peter's, according to his list, no fewer than 5 still belonged to tituli in the 6th and 7th regions, that is, to the very regions appointed for this by Pope Simplicius. Among those of St. Paul's, there were certainly 4, and possibly 5, from the 1st region as appointed by Simplicius. Only at St. Lawrence's had there been any great alteration, and for this we can readily give a reason. A similar weekly duty by titular priests or cardinals had been also introduced at the Basilica of Santa Maria Maggiore, which stood quite near the gate of St. Lawrence, and the consequence was that several titular churches, which had hitherto supplied at St. Lawrence's, were brought into the service of the more distinguished church of Santa Maria Maggiore. This explains the change in the clergy officiating at the former church. The service in these important churches continued to be provided for exactly in accordance with the practice which had prevailed with respect to the earliest cemeteries, and it was only the prolonged sojourn of the popes at Avignon which made an end of this ancient custom, as it did of so many other traditional usages of the Christian capital. The arrangement made by John III after the Gothic Wars for the orderly celebration of the Holy Sacrifice in the catacombs must accordingly be considered as a simple evolution of what had gone before, as a step by which worship in the catacombs again became what it had been formerly, namely, an integral part of the life of the Roman Church. His measure was for a long while effectual in protecting from negligence and decay those subterranean shrines, which are so full of interest for Christians, whether Romans or pilgrims to Rome, though ultimately they too had to undergo the common fate. John III, who cherished and restored the cemeteries, also deserves well for his embellishment of them. The still existing portraits of 2 martyred popes and 2 African saints on the walls of the crypt of St. Cornelius in the catacomb of Callistus belong to his period. Upon one fresco we see the grave and dignified figures of Pope Xistus II and Bishop Optatus, and upon the other those of Pope Cornelius and Bishop Cyprian. Upon the former we read the words of Psalm 58, which sound like a hymn of thanksgiving for help received during the trials which John III and his time had experienced. But I will sing thy strength and will extol thy mercy in the morning, for thou art become my support and my refuge in the day of my trouble. The 4 figures, all dressed exactly alike, wear the same costume as senators were wont at that time to wear in everyday life, and when not actually engaged in public functions. We can distinguish their sleeved tunics, with the dalmatic over it and the pennula or planet. But the most striking vestment is the broad white stripe of the woolen pallium, with its black cross. This is passed round the neck and looped, so that one end hangs down in front and the other behind. Their figures all display the great tonsure, and in their arms they hold the book of the Gospels set with precious stones. It may be that the whole restoration of this crypt was due to Pope John III. Our illustration shows it in the state in which de Rossi discovered it in 1852, and among other things includes the column stump which formerly supported the altar table, or upon which the lights before the saint's tomb floated in a vessel of oil. End of section 24. Section 25 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Monumental contrasts in Rome, the imperial forums and the Flaminian Way, Christian cemeteries of the Byzantine period. Part 11. The Catacomb of Praetextatus. John III seems to have lavished special care on the Catacomb of Praetextatus, when, during the regency of Narses, new troubles arose through a quarrel between the city and its governor. John withdrew for safety to the cemetery of Praetextatus. He dwelt there, so the Liber Pontificalis informs us, for a long while, and even consecrated bishops in it. Naturally, we need not imagine him living underground, for a cemetery also included all the buildings above the corresponding catacombs, and these sometimes comprised dwellings of considerable number and size, besides churches and oratories. As a matter of fact, over the Catacomb of Praetextatus, there still exist many remains of church buildings belonging to a period subsequent to Constantine, and perhaps to the 6th century, among them a ruined hall with high vaulted niches, which must have been in the shape of a Greek cross, and which consequently resembled in plan the church in Rome which John III had dedicated to the apostles. Besides, in the immediate neighborhood of the Christian catacombs, there were also some ancient villas, which might have afforded shelter to the fugitive pope. The Catacomb of Praetextatus and its grand surroundings are in some measure calculated to supply our fancy with a picture of the former state of things, in a place which was at one and the same time a favorite shrine and a center of classicism. Both influences strike the memory, and even the eyes of a modern visitor, early Christianity and its worship, and the lavish pomp of pagan times, for there are but few sites where the monumental and spiritual contrasts of Rome are as sharply opposed as here. Long before the mansions and fine gardens of this district had begun to fall into ruin, indeed while they were still in the fullness of their pride, the honored martyrs of the new religion were already resting in the bowels of the earth, in the underground cemeteries excavated by the Christians almost under the very villas themselves. Their religion had already received the call to take over the inheritance of the former masters and to continue their glorious tradition, though in a new and higher sense. The saints in the Catacomb of Praetextatus slept in one of the finest and most memorable spots in the vicinity of Rome. The cemetery lies to the east of the Appian Way. Anyone strolling from the Basilica of San Sebastiano on this road towards the Church of San Urbano will have it on his left. He will see the horizon bounded by the smiling Alban heights. To the right stands the majestic heathen circular mausoleum of Caecilia Metella. In the hollow stretches of the Circus of Maxentius, with its endless encircling walls, quite close rises the beautifully constructed heroon of his son Romulus, making a fine foreground to the scene. The Church of San Urbano itself, which looks down from the opposite hill on the peaceful cemetery, is an ancient pre-Christian building. It formed part of the extensive estate of Herod Atticus, and was the temple, or perhaps the mausoleum, of Herod's wife, Annia Regilla. Herodes Atticus was one of the tutors of Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus. The country house he laid out upon this property was connected with the Pagus Triopius, a farm settlement. The fine buildings of the villa stood nearer to the right and were bounded by the Via Appia. A superb row of Cipollino pillars here formed a sort of hedge. More to the left, nearer Rome and the lovely little vale of Caffarella, lay the center of the underground Christian burial places. The sleepy rivulet flowing through the valley was given the name of Almo, and a well-preserved ancient cave is known as the cave of the nymph Egeria. Upon the hill, picturesquely crowned with evergreen oaks, opposite San Urbano, the eye of the people sees a sacred grove, or Bosco Sacro, while the brick mausoleum lying to the north adopted the high-sounding name of Temple of Deus Ridiculus. Although all these titles may be historically untenable, they help to grace a spot owing its charms as much to its monuments and memories as to its natural beauty. There is also no certainty as to how this cemetery took the name of Praetextatus, or who this person was. The first saint buried in this catacomb would seem to have been the tribune Quirinus, who suffered martyrdom with his daughter Balbina. His death is dated in the reign of Hadrian. Some 30 years later, the martyr Januarius, one of the sons of the holy matron Saint Felicitas, also found a resting place here. The tomb of Januarius, of which the large epitaph placed there by Damasus was found by de Rossi, strikes the modern visitor as the most important in this catacomb, and its crypt is especially interesting on account of its mural paintings. In the same cemetery, later on, the martyrs Valerian, Tiburtius, Maximus, and Bishop or Pope Urban, to whom the church just mentioned was dedicated, all known through the story of St. Caecilius's martyrdom, were also buried, as well as several other victims of the same persecution. Here, too, under the Emperor Valerian, took place the arrest of Pope Xistus II, who was seized while celebrating the liturgy, and then done to death on his stone cathedra in the catacomb of Callistus. His deacons, Felicissimus and Agapetus, as well as some of the lower clergy who were martyred at the same time, were also buried in these galleries. The tomb of these two deacons, with its porphyry pillars and marble balustrades, and of which the inscription by Damasus is well known, has been reconstructed as it was. Round about these saints, innumerable Christians had their burial places in the galleries of the cemetery. Such was the catacomb which Pope John III doubtless did his best to preserve, and above which he sought refuge when driven from the Lateran. End of section 25. Section 26 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Monumental Contrasts in Rome, the Imperial Forums and the Flaminian Way, Christian Cemeteries of the Byzantine Period. Part 12. The earliest churchyards within the city. Returning now to the city, we seek the earliest Christian churchyards. We shall find that they do not date much further back than the time of John III, and in a general way, we may say that intramural burial was introduced as an abiding practice during his pontificate. As it happens, the last dated epitaph from the extramural cemetery of St. Callistus belongs to 560, the year before John's election, and is a sign that from that time, burial outside the walls ceased to be the rule. To his pontificate in the year 567 also belongs the most ancient dated inscription from a cemetery within the city, that namely from the graveyard on the Esquiline between the baths of Diocletian and the church of St. Eusebius. The epitaph was discovered in 1691 in situ between Christian graves laid bare in what was then the Villa Peretti and later the Villa Massimi. The recent excavations during the building of the new quarter on the Esquiline brought to light other very ancient epitaphs from this same great cemetery. In this neighborhood lay formerly a number of extensive gardens, among which the splendid Horti Maecenatus and Horti Lamiani are known by name. This district of Rome, which had never been built over, seemed in a later age peculiarly suited for the construction of graveyards. When the famous Caius Senilius Maecenas laid out his gardens here, he found numerous puticuli or grave pits in which the dead were herded. These pits lay just outside the Servian wall and were consequently not within the ancient city. As their stench was a nuisance to the whole neighborhood, Maecenas had them buried beneath a deep layer of soil, above which he established gardens of which the charm and profusion formed a curious contrast with what was below the surface. One conservatory belonging to these gardens is still preserved and probably marks the center. This building, adorned with frescoes, was unearthed during the excavations on the Esquiline just alluded to. We can still see how it was partly supported by the masonry of the Servian wall, which passed by it. It is usually known now as the Auditorium Maecenatus. Thus a Christian graveyard and a church of St. Eusebius took possession of the decayed glories of these gardens, and the site again was used for the same purpose as previous to the improvements introduced by Maecenas. The Christian manner of burial was, however, something immeasurably more honorable and dignified than that of the heathen period. It was in keeping with the dignity of man which the Church preached. The sepulchres, even of the poorest, were no longer pits into which the bodies were cast, one upon the other, but narrow, cleanly, single tombs, usually built of brick, covered with a roof, and resting just below the surface of the soil. High and low received the same funeral blessing, and the last liturgical greeting of the Church so beautifully expressed in her prayers for everlasting peace, the pax of the other world. On the occasion of the station in the ancient Titulus of St. Eusebius, then to all intents and purposes a cemetery church, which is still marked in the Roman Missal for the Friday after the fourth Sunday in Lent, the Gospel dealt, as it still does, with the raising of Lazarus. The reason for the choice of this Gospel, though at first sight not clear, is soon understood if we call to mind the surroundings of this station in ancient times. The procession on its way to Mass at the Station Church of St. Eusebius had to cross the broad and perhaps most fashionable cemetery of Rome. What then could be in keeping with the elusiveness beloved of the liturgy than that the deacon should chant the words spoken by our Lord to Martha, "I am the resurrection and the life," and to her brother Lazarus, "Lazarus, come forth." What mighty word of which the fulfillment in Lazarus contains a happy promise for all Christians! Another Christian place of burial in Rome existed within the former Praetorian camp and is even slightly older than the last. This cemetery may date back to the time of Theodoric. This we may gather from the brick stamp of this king, which was found in one of the Christian graves there. In 1863, early Christian burial places were again found in the small buildings once occupied by the Praetorians. The Praetorians had been disbanded under Constantine the Great. Their camp, the enormous square enclosure within the city wall between the Porta Nomentana and the Porta Tiburtina, no doubt continued even later to be used by the military. In the 4th century, no interments had taken place there, but towards the end of the 5th century and during the Gothic period, the site may well have been selected for such purposes. This field, almost cut off from the city by its walls and projecting from the fortifications of the city, may have been chosen as a natural and easy transition from extramural to intramural burial. Even that part of the city lying on the right bank of the Tiber had, in the latter years of the 6th century, its Christian cemetery within the walls. It was not till 1889 that a proof of this was found near the church of San Cosimato in Trastevere. This was an epitaph of a couple named Felix and Victorina, belonging probably to the close of the 6th century. On account of its importance and as a specimen of the writing of the period, we have reproduced it in full. Felix, or as he is called in the epitaph, Philes, was buried with his consort on the Micaurea, that is, Mica Aure. The eastern slopes of the Janiculus were thus called during the Middle Ages on account of their golden sands, whilst the churches of San Cosimato and San Giovanni della Malva, situated there, were formerly spoken of as in Mica Aurea. The above recently discovered epitaph, which contains an allusion to this cemetery, is the first witness we have to this name, which probably originated in classical times. The fourth and last cemetery of the 6th century was not found till quite lately, in 1895, though it was situated on one of the most famous sites of early Rome, namely, on the north side of the Colosseum, below the Baths of Titus. Here, at the foot of the Oppius, in the heart of the monumental portion of the city, Christian tombs had been placed quite early, not only on the rubbish and soil which soon began to cover the ancient ground, but even on the original level on which the Colosseum was built. Probably some church existed here and was surrounded by this burial ground. The bricks for the tombs were purloined from earlier structures, as is shown from their classical stamps. 9 of these stamps belong, however, to the time of Theodoric the Goth, and in all likelihood the cemetery originated during his reign or shortly afterwards. One especially interesting grave found during these excavations stood alone, and had almost the shape of a chest covered with an arched lid. The simple inscription, belonging to the close of the 6th or the beginning of the 7th century, tells us in well-formed letters, but in different Latin, that this was the place of Fortunatus and Lucia, where their daughter Jamula, aged 10 years, rests, and threatens with the fate of Judas any violator of this spot. Formulae such as the last, couched in language even more forcible, became more and more usual on the Christian tombs at the end of the 6th and in the 7th century. Early Christianity was unacquainted with such threats, and in the catacombs they are unknown. Such formulae were the outcome of the custom of burying the dead within the city, in consequence of which the tombs ran greater risks of being violated by passers-by or by unscrupulous builders. Epitaphs also tended to become far more commonplace in their contents, a like deterioration being evident in the shape of the letters and in the engraving. Many happy exceptions exist, however, to this rule. Instead of the several names usual in classic antiquity, each person bears a single name. This may be seen, for instance, on the 2 epitaphs just noticed. Almost invariably, the text of the epitaph begins with a cross. The most frequent introduction is the simple "Here rests," or "Here lies," or "This is the place of," etc. The old "in pace" is also common. The manner of dating also betrays a new period. The calends, nones, and ides of the ancient Romans are met less and less frequently, the date being given by the day of the month. Indeed, no great care is taken to fix accurately the date of death. The epitaph from the Mica Aurea, for instance, merely states that the deceased expired in the month of August, while that from the Colosseum gives no date whatever. The 4 cemeteries described were, of course, not the only ones in Rome. Graveyards probably grew up around many churches, especially the titular churches. The atriums of these buildings, those spacious square open places, were admittedly suited for such a purpose. In course of time, however, the dead were laid to rest at every convenient spot, even amongst the houses and the ancient monuments of the fallen city. The Christian tombs, for the most part poor and humble, strikingly contrast with the city's buildings, still grand and stately in spite of their decay. Yet a certain similarity of fate unites both in spite of their contrast. While Christians are burying everywhere their dead, Rome of the monuments is herself becoming one vast tomb. Classical culture is expiring, and antiquity is already extinct. It does not ill become the sinking city that it should shelter its departed Christian citizens and allow them to slumber near their shrines. Contemporary writings prove that the aspect of Rome in those days failed not to excite melancholy thoughts. Rome, particularly, felt the distress caused by the inroads of the Lombards, who about this time began to descend on the unfortunate cities and lands which were then just on the point of recovering from their ruin. So great was the misery and terror that even clear-headed men, whose views were in advance of their age, were ready to believe that the end of all things was at hand. End of section 26. Section 27 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. The Eruption of the Lombards into Italy. Redemptus, Bishop of Ferentum, to the north of Rome, told Gregory the Great before the latter became pope how once, when visiting his parishes, he was overtaken by nightfall near the tomb of the martyr Eutychius, and had accordingly spent the night there. Towards midnight he had received a vision of the saint, who said to him, "Watchest thou?" And on his replying, "I do watch," the saint added, "The end of all flesh is at hand." Many connected this story of the bishop, which was already in circulation during his lifetime, with certain prodigies in the skies, which in the midst of the general excitement they fancied they were seen at night. visions of fiery spears, and hosts in battle array, coming from the north, and marching through the firmament. That they were the Lombards, and that they forebode the downfall of Italy, became a general conviction when these signs in the heavens were recalled after the Lombard invasion was over. Like a sword drawn from its scabbard, writes Gregory the Great, who, with dismay, witnessed these events. The wild hordes suddenly fell upon us, and people sank on all sides as though mown down. Cities were depopulated, strongholds destroyed, churches burnt, and monasteries of either sex laid level with the ground. The fields lie waste, and the country mourns its neglect, for there is no one to till it. The owners themselves have disappeared, and where formerly there were crowds, wild beasts now lodge in solitude. These moving words, written only 25 years after Alboin's invasion of the Italian provinces, express the feelings of one living in a city utterly distracted by the news of misfortune reaching it from every quarter. The best historian of the Lombards, Paulus Diaconus or Warnefrid, and before him, certain early authorities, agree in stating that Narses, the Byzantine regent of Italy, in revenge for his own treatment by the empire, had summoned the Lombards into Italy from their settlements in Pannonia and on the lower Danube. Popular tradition at an early date embellished the story by adding that Narses had dispatched fruits from the gardens of Italy to attract the foreigners. It has proved impossible to explain the many difficulties inherent in these reports. The Liber Pontificalis informs us that ultimately disagreements became rife between Narses and the inhabitants of Rome, in consequence of which, and as already narrated, Pope John III was forced to take refuge at the cemetery of Praetextatus. It is by no means impossible that during these days of incessant anxiety and alarm, such charges of treason against his sovereign may have been quite unfoundedly levelled at so unpopular a governor as Narses. As so often happens, they would then have readily secured credit and found their way into the by no means critical chronicles of that day. The invasion of the Lombard host was made through the Pretal Pass in the spring of 568, that is, in the pontificate of John III. In setting out from their settlements in Pannonia, and even while on the march, they attracted swarms of other warlike Germans, Gepidae, Saxons, Alemanni, and Suevi, as well as Slavs from the east. The invaders were mostly heathen, though the Lombards for the most part were Arians. Alboin is said to have ascended in Friuli when coming from the Alps, the mountain which to this day is called the King's Mount, or Monte del Rey. Here with his retinue he looked down upon the lovely plain of the country stretched out before him. A future made up of battles and sorrows for luckless Italy lay in the wild cravings and projects which at that moment must have filled the enterprising warrior and his followers. The invading flood then swept into the plain. It comprised men, women, and children, with their possessions, provisions, and army material loaded on wagons, escorted by fleet horsemen. The inhabitants of the country hastened to the cities of refuge, but the cities themselves soon yielded to hunger. The Byzantine troops, few in number, badly captained, and with their pay in arrears, failed to make a stand. The citizens could only seek safety in flight to the coasts. Milan was taken September 4, 569, and the occupant of the see, Honoratus, a schismatic bishop and upholder of the 3 chapters, fled to the stronghold of Genoa instead of suffering with his flock. Paulinus, too, the head of the 3 chapters faction in Aquileia, forsook his episcopal city before it was invested. He hastily gathered together the cathedral treasures and hurried to the safer, rocky island of Gradus, or Grotto, to the south of Aquileia. This became the new headquarters of the metropolitan, whilst Aquileia itself perished in the flames. The cities of Venetia were, almost all, taken by the Lombards. Only Patavium, Mons Salicius, or Mons Salice, Mantua, and a few others held out. The province of Istria remained, however, partly Byzantine. On the other hand, the Lombard king captured Ticinum, or Pavia, dominating the river Po, after 3 years' blockade. During the tedious and difficult siege, he sent on his soldiers to the south, where these wild guests filled the city of Rome with terror. Many districts between Rome and Ravenna were mercilessly ravaged by them. Meanwhile, the commander-in-chief appointed by the emperor, Longinus, the prefect of Italy, proved powerless to resist, receiving but little help from the east, while to add to his difficulties, famine and pestilence raged throughout the land, as though in league with the Lombards. The Lombards, flushed with victory, were already threatening an incursion into southern Italy when Alboin, in May or June 572, was slain by his own men. After the king's murder and the reign of his successor, Cleph, which lasted only a year and a half, came 10 years of anarchy among the Lombards, every captain striving to reign on his own account. This was in one sense the saving of Rome, for it prevented the carrying out of any coherent plan of warfare. In fact, it was to this lack of method displayed by the Lombards that the city owed it never to have fallen into their hands. As for the provinces given over to the enemy, that decennary of the dukes was only the more terrible. Indeed, it was the worst period of the invasion. At that time, says Warnefrid, many noble Romans, that is, Latins of the provinces, were murdered from greed. The rest were forced to pay tribute of a third of their property to the Lombards. Churches were plundered, priests killed, cities devastated, and the people exterminated. Parts of Italy which had hitherto escaped conquest passed under the yoke of the Lombards. Such is a sketch, made in bold strokes, of the wretched country. Sicily, however, and the two southern extremities of the peninsula were never subjugated, whilst Naples and Rome too, with their neighbourhood, always remained Byzantine. Ravenna, with a part of the Exarchate and the Pentapolis, was subdued only for a time. Likewise the sea-coasts of Venetia, of Istria, including Pola and Parentium, and of Liguria with Genoa, remained secure. On the other hand, the Lombards obtained a firm footing in Spoletium and Beneventum. In the former city, Faraud and his successor Ariulf established the headquarters of a dukedom of Spoleto amidst the grand edifices of the Romans and Pelagians. In the second, Duke Zodo, followed by Arrechis, laid the foundation of his rule. It was Zodo, a savage and ungovernable prince, who in 589 attacked the monastery of Monte Cassino. There 4 saintly men, Constantine, Simplicius, Vitalis, and Bonatus, had ruled as abbots after the death of Benedict, their founder. Under the last it was that the treacherous assault took place. He and his monks were awakened in the night by the clash of arms, and compelled to seek safety in flight. With nothing but the original charter of the Benedictine rule, and their rations of bread and wine, they reached Rome, where they were given a monastery near the Lateran, which was for many years governed by their abbot, Valentinian. Ultimately, after nearly a century and a half, Monte Cassino rose again from its ruins. In the meantime, Pope John III had died, and Benedict I, a Roman, who succeeded him, June 2, 575, found himself and his flock plunged into the horrors of war, with no help forthcoming from Byzantium. On the Bosphorus, money and troops were scarce, nor was there perhaps any general who could have been trusted with such a campaign. Want of confidence, even more than its poverty, proved the undoing of the Eastern court. In 577, the patrician Pamphonius departed from Rome on a mission to Constantinople, carrying a sum of 300 pounds in gold, wherewith to persuade the reigning autocrat and Tiberius, his heir apparent, to take measures in favor of the city. His mission was, however, in vain, and he had to bring back the money. At the court he was informed that, in view of the other engagements of the empire, it would not be possible to assist Italy for some time to come. He was therefore advised to offer his money as a bribe either to the leaders of the Lombards or to the Frankish dukes, who might then assail the enemy in the rear. As things stood, the empire had its hands quite full with the Persian War. At any rate, under Benedict I, when the city stood in danger of famine, the Romans had at least the satisfaction of receiving the time-honored imperial annona brought by corn ships from Egypt. It may have been at this time that the Emperor Justin II and his consort, Sophia, presented Rome with the famous cross containing a relic of the true cross, for the inscription on it alludes to the aid which Justin hoped heaven would send the city out of consideration for it. This cross of precious metal now forms the most ancient and remarkable specimen of votive offerings possessed by St. Peter's. In the summer of 579, Rome experienced her first siege by the Lombard hosts, Benedict I dying July 30th in that same year, as the Liber Pontificalis says, "sunk in sorrow and affliction." His pontificate had lasted a little over 4 years. Whereas before Benedict, the see had been vacant for nearly a year, his successor, Pelagius II, likewise a Roman, ascended the papal throne on November 26, 579, barely 4 months after his predecessor's death, and reigned for 10 years. He was consecrated while the foe was still raging at the gates. At other times it was usual to delay the consecration until the emperor's assent had been obtained. On this occasion, however, all communication was impossible, either with the court at Constantinople or with the imperial plenipotentiary at Ravenna. Yet at this moment, Rome could ill forego the protection which the Pope, at the head of the city, had long been accustomed to exercise. Hence Pelagius was consecrated without further ado, and without any ratification having been obtained. It appears that only the active intervention of the Pope, and particularly liberal offers of the Church's gold, succeeded in inducing the enemy to withdraw. At any rate, we find Pelagius II, at a later date, speaking of the oath taken by the Lombards to refrain from attacking Rome. As soon as the besiegers had retreated, an embassy from the Pope and city again set out for Constantinople to ask for help, and at the same time also to come to an understanding with the court respecting the Pope's election. The Emperor Tiberius, who had meanwhile assumed the reins of government in 579 or 580, at last nominated a special commander-in-chief for Italy, whose office was identified with that of the Exarch of Italy. But beyond sending a few troops, East Rome could do little more than revert to its old expedient of either bribing the Lombard leaders or inciting the Franks to create a diversion by invading the northern frontiers of the Lombard territories. Pope Pelagius II himself repeatedly appealed to the Franks. Anacarius, bishop of Antisiodorum, having sent an embassy to Rome to fetch some relics of Saints Peter and Paul, the Pope improved the occasion. The diocese ruled by Anacarius belonged to the Burgundian realm of King Guntram, and as the bishop was held in high esteem by this king, and likewise enjoyed consideration at the other Frankish courts, he seemed the right man to advocate the cause of Italy and Rome. Hence the Pope requested him to give practical effect for the reverence for Rome and the See of Peter, so profusely expressed by his envoys, by interceding with the Frankish princes on behalf of the city. The Pope seems to fathom the future. "It is our conviction that Providence bestowed upon your kings the true faith, yea, the same that is held by the Roman Empire, that this city of Rome, whence comes the faith, and all Italy might obtain neighborly protection from you." The plans of Pelagius were not, however, particularly successful in the West. He lacked the effectual support of the empire. At first, the Emperor Mauritius, who succeeded Tiberius, paid but little attention to Italian affairs. Even the important seaport, Classis, near Ravenna, was allowed to fall into the Lombards' hands. When the Pope appealed to Ravenna for help, Decius, the patrician, who since 584 had been exarch, explained to him that he could not even defend the surrounding districts, much less attend to Rome. In Rome itself, there was but a small band of Byzantine soldiers, with no magister militum, and without even a dux. The untiring Pope again turned with anxious remonstrances to Constantinople, where the future Pope, Gregory the Roman deacon, was then apocristary. Unhappily, only one of the many letters has been spared to us, which Pelagius, according to Paul the deacon, sent to Gregory. In this Pelagius, among other things, says, "What we endure from the Lombards, in spite of the oaths sworn to us, no tongue could ever tell. Unless God moves the heart of the emperor to hasten to our aid, then all is at stake. A papal notary, Honoratus, had arrived in Rome from Ravenna. He was thoroughly acquainted with the position of affairs there, having apparently been accredited to the exarch's court as papal responsalis, or apocricary. In the autumn of 584, Pelagius sent him to Constantinople with a certain Bishop Sebastian, that both might support Gregory in an urgent appeal for help. The long interregnum of the Lombard dukes came to an end at about this time, and Cleft's son, Alphari, was chosen king. He took the classic name of Flavius in addition to his own barbaric one, aping in this the Byzantine emperors, who were accustomed to borrow the name of Flavius from the family of Vespasian and Titus, though with no more right than Authari. In spite of the regal title, Lombard royalty was only superficial. The great crimes, which hitherto had signalized their changes of rulers, continued to disgrace them. Alboin, their first king in Italy, had been murdered in revenge by his wife Rosamund, and she was in turn disposed of by poison at Ravenna. King Clef fell by the sword of a slave, and our authorities state that King Alphari also was poisoned by a traitor. Such tragedies were a reproach to the throne established by force in the heart of a Christian country. From the time of Alphari's successor, Agilulf, we have a work which displays the portraits of some of those savage warriors who conquered Italy. The scene, executed with utter lack of artistic skill, is a sort of glorification of Agilulf, whose name is inscribed near his head, and of the victorious sword, which the king, seated on a throne, bears across his knees. This work of art, if we may so call it, now in the Museo del Bargello at Florence, is the oldest representation known of the Lombards during their occupation of Italy, and consists of a very thin silver plate in hammered work. Two attendants, with shield, spear, and plumed helmets, guard the king. Two winged Victories hover to the right and the left, but so ludicrously shown that they would not be recognizable, save that each hold a shield with the word Vittoria. On the other hand, each brandishes a horn of plenty. Beyond these, on either side, are Lombards, possibly vanquished dukes, coming to make their submission. Finally, at each extremity, a youth is seen bringing the king a crown surmounted by a cross. Two slender towers form a sort of framework for the picture. Especially noticeable in these Lombards is their long hair, parted in the middle and hanging down on each side. The king, too, has a very long, shaggy, pointed beard. To this custom of wearing beards, the nation owed the name of Lombards, Langobardi, or long beards. The epitaph in Ravenna of Duke Druchtulf, who deserted Authari and went over to the empire, says of him, "His face was terrible to behold. A long beard covered his mighty breast." The description given by Warnefred of the pictures from Lombard history in the palace of Agilulf's consort, Theodolide, at Modicia, or Monza, affords fuller details about the outward appearance of the Lombards. "They shaved the neck and back of the head," he says, "and allowed the remaining hair to hang over their cheeks down to the mouth, taking care, however, to part it in the middle. Their dress was loose and usually of linen, resembling that of the Anglo-Saxons. It was commonly ornamented with broad-colored stripes. Their shoes were open above almost down to the big toe, and kept in place by crossed leathern thongs." The heathen barbarism, idolatry, and unbelief, which overran Italy with the military rabble, seemed to plunge the land into hopeless darkness. Contemporaries describe the invaders quite simply as pagans and abominable idol worshippers. Even their Arianism, in itself impotent and effete, is mentioned only in connection with their persecution of the Catholics. The worship of Odin was practiced by the conquerors in Italy under various forms. Goats were sacrificed to the god, their heads being laid before him. Adders also were worshipped. Thus the city of Rome, during its siege under Pelagius II, saw in its immediate neighborhood the lowest and unholiest forms of heathen worship. During a sacrificial festival of the Lombards, held at some place not named, 400 Christian captives were brought in. With song and dance, the barbarians fetched the goat's head and ordered the Christians to worship it. When many stoutly refused, the Lombards in their fury seized their swords and butchered them. In 578 again, 40 prisoners were massacred because they refused to partake of the flesh of sacrifice. Among the Catholics, tales were told of heavenly signs and wonders that had happened for the protection of holy men, or after their death, to glorify their willing sacrifice. A pleasant picture, in refreshing contrast to the ferocity of the times, is, however, to be found in the life of the hermit Minas in Samnium, loved and revered by the people, but dreaded by the Lombards. He had relinquished all his worldly goods in order to make others happy. Sinners coming to him were affectionately reproved, and with holy violence compelled to take the path of heaven. By special grace, he was even able to read the secrets of men's hearts. The faithful were accustomed to send him little presents from their stores, that in his solitude he might exercise the hospitality he loved to show to others who sought him out. One day a fierce Lombard attacked him and tried to carry off his all, consisting of a few beehives. According to the popular belief, however, an evil spirit at once entered into the robber and dreadfully tormented him. God thus showed the Lombards how great a saint Minas was. Such was his power that by lifting his stick he could drive away the bears of the neighborhood from his hives. After his encounter with the marauder, he obtained such fame among the Lombards that none of them would venture to approach his cell save with the utmost respect. In the early part of King Athari's reign, the exarch Smaragdus came to Italy to take the place of Decius. Smaragdus gained advantages over the Lombards by inducing Druchtulf, one of their dukes, to desert to him. Classis and Brexillus, or Burcello, were reconquered for the empire. In consequence of this, the Byzantines were able to conclude a fairly honorable 3 years' truce. The Holy See availed itself of this period of peace to commence negotiations with the schismatic bishops of northern Italy, in the hope of bringing them back to the fold. End of section 27. Section 28 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Rome and the Schism of Aquileia. The efforts previously described of Pope Pelagius I to terminate the schism which had arisen in the West on account of the 3 chapters had been only partially successful. The bishops of Venetia and Istria, and particularly the metropolitan see of Aquileia, now removed to Grado, continued to oppose overtly the condemnation of the chapters by the Fifth Ecumenical Council. They were thus in open rebellion against the See of Rome, which had staked its authority upon that council. Public disorder in Italy having long hindered any mutual advances, or even any intercourse whatever, the breach remained unhealed. Pelagius II, therefore, after the Byzantine military successes just mentioned, resumed with fresh energy the efforts for reunion. He was desirous of restoring the alienated North Italian territories to Roman unity, in order the more effectually to secure the blessings of religion to those dioceses which were being so sorely tried. But church unity was, in his mind, to react also upon politics. It was to be the salvation of society. It was to increase the power of resistance against the invaders of the threatened districts. Lastly, it was to secure the conversion of the barbarians. The Pope sent a touching and affectionate letter to the separated bishops of Venetia and Istria and to their subjects. During recent times, he writes to them, we have for our sins been forced to endure unheard of trials and judgments from God. Could we but attain to unity and peace, there would be some hope of these public chastisements also coming to an end. We should then secure both earthly and everlasting peace. Yet with great pain, I perceive how you still persist in schism. You prefer to be as vine branches severed from their roots. You wish to labor outside the vineyard to which the Lord has appointed us, and which alone a reward may be obtained. Know you not that whosoever is not at peace and in communion with the church can have no part in God? Look around you. The end of the world is at hand, and complete desolation covers the earth. Whole districts lie deserted. A stormy deluge overwhelms our age, as under Noah, and yet, dear brethren, you refuse to enter into the ark of salvation. Such is the anxious Pope's invitation to the Ark of Unity. As a matter of fact, the union of Catholics throughout the West and East under the primate was, apart from the three-chapter schism, a grand and edifying spectacle. In all countries, Rome was recognized as the keystone of unity. One might have wandered from the farthest Asiatic frontiers of the Byzantine Empire as far as Ireland, and from the African deserts to the Frankish realms, and yet have found everywhere the persuasion of the necessity of communion with the Roman successors of St. Peter as the divinely appointed guardians of the faith. The schismatic advocates of the three chapters argued, however, that the Apostolic See, by approving the decisions of Constantinople, had connived at an infraction of the Church's ancient faith. Pelagius, accordingly, in the same letter adds, "Reflect, my dearest brethren, that eternal truth can never be convicted of error. Our Lord commissioned Peter to confirm the faith of his brethren. Christ prayed for him that his faith might not fail. Hence Peter's faith will never be shaken to all eternity. It remains unchangeable. Remember, too, that to Peter was entrusted the feeding of all the sheep. To him were the keys of the kingdom of heaven committed. Upon him the Savior has built his church, against which the gates of hell shall not prevail." The Pope does not omit, however, to add that the Holy See still holds firm to the doctrines set forth at Chalcedon. For, as already pointed out, his opponents had urged in justification of their schism that the rejection of the three chapters had implied a condemnation of the Council of Chalcedon. He finally entreats the bishops to send envoys to Rome. There they would be kindly received and provided with all information they might desire concerning the three chapters. This letter was written in 585 or 586. The messengers chosen by Pelagius to carry it were Redemptus, the good bishop of Ferentum, to whom we owe the story of the prediction of the end of the world made to him by the martyr Eutychius, and Quodvoldeus, abbot of the greater monastery of the Basilica of St. Peter. Their first visit was to be to Elias, archbishop of Aquileia, then resident on the island of Gradus. Elias had succeeded Archbishop Paulinus, who had escaped from the destruction of Aquileia by fleeing to Gradus. The diocese which Elias controlled, at least nominally, from his metropolitan see of Gradus, extended far up to the north. Besides Venetia, Istria, and parts of Illyricum, the ecclesiastical province of Aquileia at that time embraced Noricum and Rhaetia Secundum. As long as the Roman Empire was supreme in these regions, it was right and natural that Aquileia should take the first place. But since the provinces had been seized by the German invaders, the bond of union between them had been loosened. The schismatic archbishops of Gradus, nevertheless, saw fit to assume great importance in their dealings with the empire. They sought to persuade the Byzantine court that the reconquest of the occupied provinces would depend very largely on their goodwill. They also diligently kept up the delusive hopes of the Eastern Empire that the enemy would soon be ousted, and that their own devotion to the imperial cause would hinder any further inroads of the Lombards. The North Italian schism ended more promptly on the western side of the peninsula, that is, at Milan and Genoa. Honoratus, the Archbishop of Milan, who had carried the schism with him to Genoa, was dead. After his demise, the electors, assembled in Genoa, chose, circa 574, Lawrence II as their archbishop. A rival of the name of Fronto was, however, set up by those of the clergy who remained behind at Milan. This schism within a schism was to lead to a reconciliation with Rome. Lawrence, who seems to have been more desirous of unity and more open to conviction than his opponent, entered on negotiations with the Holy See, and through his envoys made a statement, duly witnessed, to the effect that he renounced schism and submitted to the Roman Church. On the death of the reconciled archbishop's rival, Opposition to Rome throughout this diocese was virtually at an end. Lawrence was acknowledged in Milan itself by the remaining clergy, and his successor, Constantius, also proved true to the cause of unity. The declaration just mentioned, made by Lawrence in Rome, did not touch the question of the 3 chapters. This agrees with what we have already explained elsewhere. Communion with the Apostolic See and the rejection of everything which it rejected was deemed sufficient, such a formulary comprehending all that was necessary. It had wisely been made a rule no longer to broach the highly involved, and now scarcely intelligible, questions of the 3 chapters, except where circumstances made it unavoidable. On the other hand, the schismatic bishops of northeast Italy, and particularly the titular Archbishop of Aquileia, stubbornly adhered to their own views of the 3 chapters. The papal messengers returned from Gradus and from Istria without any reply, the answer seemingly having been drawn up later at a council. In due course, delegates from the council attended in Rome, and in the name of their brethren, handed in a memorandum. In this, all discussion was curtly refused, and merely certain inappropriate passages were cited from ancient church writers to prove that the schismatics were right in their attitude towards the 3 chapters. The delegates themselves were not men of education. In Rome, they were shown documents, which, had they been capable of instruction, would have convinced them that the original question in dispute had been wrongly understood in Venetia and Istria. The trouble was, however, wasted, and the envoys refused to be persuaded. In spite of this failure, the Pope sent, in 585 or 586, a fresh letter to Elias and his bishops. In this, he again answers in general terms the objections raised, as well as certain other questions concerning the 3 chapters. Once again, and with still stronger emphasis and paternal affection, he showed the need of returning to the bosom of the mother. "Think you," he asked the bishops, "that in the day of God's judgment, Theodore of Mopsuestia or Ibis with his epistle will come to your help and save you?" He several times cites Cyprian of Carthage, who speaks so strongly of communion with the one Church as a condition for salvation. He points to Augustine, who holds that any separation from the apostolic sees is to be deplored. Now, on the question at issue, namely, that of the 3 chapters, the apostolic sees, according to the Pope, agree entirely in both doctrine and policy. This allusion to the apostolic sees was a concession to the point of view of the Pope's adversaries, whose prejudices against definitions emanating from the Roman See alone were so strong. In this letter, Pelagius once more proposes a conference in Rome, attended by really competent men chosen from among the schismatic bishops. Should they, however, in view of the dangers consequent upon war, prefer Ravenna as the place of meeting, he is quite ready to send representatives there to meet a council. A third letter, purporting to be by Pelagius and addressed to the same bishops, is also preserved. This long and important document, however, seems rather to have been a memorandum intended to accompany the second letter. It deals at great length with the intricate question of the condemnation of the 3 chapters, which was again and again being brought forward against Rome. Pelagius had entrusted the drafting of this document, and no doubt also of the 2 above cited letters, to his future successor, Gregory, who by that time was again back in Rome. In composing the memorandum, Gregory utilized the Lateran archives and thus produced the best summary of the question which has come down to us. In it we have a learned dissertation, at once historical and theological, impartially setting forth the reasons for which the luckless chapters were condemned. More than this, the Roman Church could not have been expected to do. The exarch Smaragdus, at the request of Pope Pelagius, now made strong representations to Elias and his party, and ordered them at least to take part in the council to be held at Ravenna. Realizing that the intervention of the secular power might have serious consequences for them, the schismatics sent a humble petition to the Emperor Mauritius, praying that the matter might be allowed to stand over till their diocese had shaken off the Lombard yoke. As soon as this was accomplished, they promised to betake themselves to the court at Constantinople and there await judgment. Meanwhile, however, they trusted that their gracious sovereign would command the exarch not to molest any bishop on account of the communion with Rome. Soon after this singular appeal to the supreme secular power in 586 or 587, Elias, the usurping archbishop, died. His suffragans lost no time and elected, to use their own words, "For the Holy Church of Aquileia, the most blessed Archbishop Severus." Smaragdus the exarch was, however, determined, nor did any letter of respite arrive from Constantinople to thwart his action. Hence, in conformity with the law of the Christian empire, he proceeded to Gradus, and there arrested the pretended archbishop, together with some other bishops, and brought them captives to Ravenna. Could we but trust the accounts of the schismatics, their chief bishop was even beaten with staves. At any rate, it is correct that he and his supporters were sternly ordered to enter into communion with John, the Archbishop of Ravenna, an act which would naturally have brought them part of the way to Rome. As they refused to do so, they were kept in prison. After the lapse of a year, Severus, by signing a union formulary, obtained permission to return to his see. In consequence of this act, his supporters refused to have any dealings with him, and he finally withdrew his subscription at a synod of 10 bishops held in Murano near Venice. This synod took place between the end of 588 and beginning of 590. In 589, the zealous exarch Smaragdus lost his post, and it is not unlikely that the persistent complaints of the schismatics at court may have contributed to his downfall. At least it is certain that the exarch Romanus, who succeeded him at Ravenna in 589 to 590, after the short administration of the exarch Julian, held different views and was less opposed to the bishop's party. The fact of the matter is that Constantinople preferred, in view of the political situation, to leave the schism alone, in spite of its being contrary to law. This was clearly proved when Gregory the Great, who succeeded Pelagius on the papal throne and was supported by the sovereign, cited Severus and other episcopal ringleaders to account for themselves in Rome before a synod. This was in January 591, and the truce which followed Athari's death, September 5, 590, had made possible the journey to Rome, or at least had deprived the schismatics of the excuse of dangers to be incurred. Nevertheless, they chose to refuse the invitation, and instead held 2 synods in their own dioceses, at both of which it was unanimously agreed to make fresh representations to the emperor. Those of the bishops who belonged to the districts still occupied by the Lombards assembled in Gradus, under the presidency of Severus. The rest of the bishops met at some place unknown. The 2 pseudo-synods dispatched by the hands of clerics petitions in defense of their schism to the emperor. That sent by the bishops in the Lombard sphere of influence has alone been preserved. Its authors call themselves Bishops of Venetia and Rhaetia Secunda, and their letter is equally noteworthy for its fulsome deference to the emperor and for the veiled political threats which it conveys. We again find here the promise that, as soon as the enemy have been expelled, the bishops will betake themselves to the emperor's majesty in order to be judged by him. God ever deigns to end ecclesiastical controversies as soon as they are brought before a Christian sovereign. They endeavor to show that the Pope, being himself biased, could give no decision. Our people, so they urge, must not be embittered, otherwise if one of us comes to die, they will prevent his successor from seeking consecration in Gradus. Then recourse will have to be had to the neighboring Gaulish archbishops, and the province of Aquileia will perish, and that at a time when, in view of the state of things in Italy, union would be of great advantage to the empire. The Gaulish bishops have already occupied 3 sees in this province, namely, the Ecclesia Biconensis, Tiberniensis, and Augustana. Hence, seeing the awkward position of political affairs, we venture to hope that the emperor will prevent papal measures being taken against us. Thus wrote the petitioners. The Ecclesia Tiberniensis is Debern in Lernfeld, or Carinthia. Augustana is probably Augsburg. Biconensis is probably Petau or Salzburg. The names and places appearing upon the document deserve notice. Ingenuiensis Ecclesiae Sabioniensis, or Sabin Brixen, Maxentius Juliensis, or Zuglio near Tolmezzo, in the province of Udine, Laurentius Bellunante, or Belluno, Augustus Concordiensis, or Concordia near Miradola, Agnellus Trientiae, or Trent, Agnellus Axellinae, or Asolo in the province of Treviso, Junior Veronensis, or Verona, Fonteus Feltrinae, or Feltre, Felix Tervisiane, or Treviso, Honoratus Vincentiae, or Vicenza. The answer of the Emperor Mauritius was a letter sent to the Pope in 591, in which the latter is commanded not to disturb the bishops of the Istrian provinces, but to leave them alone until peace is reestablished in the land of Italy and the whole church province again restored to the Roman Empire. Hence the schismatics were, for the nonce, victorious. Meanwhile, the anticipated overthrow of the Lombards and the restoration of the subjugated provinces to the empire remained a dream. The political outlook for the Byzantines, instead of improving, grew worse. Many of the separated bishops, taught by sad experience, changed their attitude and sought reunion with Rome. Some of the 10 names mentioned above belonged to bishops who were eventually highly esteemed by the Catholics of their regions, and whose subsequent reconciliation with Rome may therefore be assumed. What was then of most consequence was to heal the wounds of war, and to make the new political situation, which now had come to stay, more endurable by converting the Lombards. These urgent practical tasks turned the thoughts of the bishops from dreary discussions regarding the 3 chapters. It opened a wide field for charity, and it was Catholic charity which slowly and gradually healed the breach, which had so unnecessarily added a spiritual misfortune to the dreadful hardships of the age. End of Part 4. End of Section 28. Section 29 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 5. Progressive Decline of Civil Order and Roman Culture, Signs of Life in the Roman Church. Chapter 1. Decline and Collapse of Civil Life. Part 1. Byzantium, North Africa, Mohammed. The close of the ancient Roman world is marked by deep shadows resulting from the irreparable injuries wrought in public affairs, both within and without the empire, by outward misfortunes and by the growth of old-standing internal abuses. Impending ruin came steadily nearer. On the one hand, barbarism and tyranny, unbridled force, and love of war were predominant in the fresh political combinations which were being formed in the West upon the wreck of the ancient structure. Of this, the Lombard rule in Italy was the most terrible instance. On the other hand, in the Roman, or rather Byzantine Empire, obsolete systems and worn-out forms continued to be observed, of which the only purpose was self-interest, and the sole result the dissolution of the great family of nations. To realize the impotence of the huge Byzantine Empire, we have only to think of its utter helplessness at the time of the Lombard incursions. The lack of united action on the part of the civil officials and military commanders in Italy, the want of plan and of any understanding of the social needs of the country and of the efforts of the Church, in a word, the political and social feebleness of the government in a province of such immense importance to the empire, the very pearl of the West. We can well foresee how utterly unable it will be to cope with the inroads of Mohammedanism. Another disturbing factor was the uncertainty of the succession to the throne, both in the empire and in the countries outside it. This struck at the vitals of state coherence and foreboded ill for union and internal strength. Where the highest authority is constantly exposed to violence in its transmission, the political ground becomes unstable. Paying closer attention to these premonitory symptoms of the general downfall of the political world, we obtain a yet clearer view of the Church's action and of the power displayed by her at this juncture. The Church was the only institution not convulsed by the overthrow of the ancient world. On the contrary, she progressively unfolded new organizations for the salvation of spiritual goods, strengthening her hold by increasing the authority of the bishops and, above all, the See of Rome. There, in the eternal city, in which lies the fate of all nations, she worked, little by little, replacing the crumbling political coalition by a union based on religion. In the rotten Byzantine Empire, uncertainty in the succession to the throne was an evil of long standing. At Byzantium, for 160 years, from 540 to 610, no son ever succeeded his father. On 2 occasions, the succession fell to nephews, and on 2 occasions likewise to sons-in-law. Otherwise, the crown was in the bestowal of the army or of the scheming women and eunuchs of the palace. When Justin I, in 518, desired to become emperor, he had to bribe the imperial bodyguard with the same amount as he had himself accepted for promoting the cause of another candidate for the throne. When his sister's enterprising son, Justinian, had obtained the reins of power, he did not scruple to disgrace the crown by requiring all, throughout the empire, to take the oath of fealty to Theodora, his wife, a former actress and prostitute, now his consort on the throne. In spite of the glamour of his conquests and the fame of his legislation, Justinian succeeded in restoring very little of its vanquished spirit to the body of the state. The fate of the countries conquered by this emperor was not enviable, sucked dry as they were by extortionate and tyrannical bureaucrats. No improvement occurred under his immediate successors. Justin II was too old and too helpless in the hands of his wife, Sophia, to arrest the disorders among his officials. He did nothing to restore the finances or to reduce the exorbitant taxation, nor did he hinder the sale of pardons to malefactors and the putting up to auction of political offices. In the imperial army, barbarian recruits were being admitted in ever-increasing numbers, for the absence of regular pay was no inducement to subjects to take up a military career. The Emperor Tiberius, the husband of Sophia's daughter, who ascended the imperial throne in 578, was a valiant soldier. A Thracian accustomed to war, he stopped the Persians, whose advance had struck the empire with terror, but the long wars he had to wage were unfavorable to the improvement of conditions at home. Finally, Mauritius, husband of Tiberius's daughter Constantina, may with even better right be called a strong and capable ruler, yet in his case too the advantages gained were principally of a military order. He secured the capital of the Byzantine Empire against the Avars, who, since the departure of the Lombards, had established themselves in the long stretch of country between Constantinople and what is now called Belgrade. The victory at Adrianople in 587 and the death of Bion, the dreaded king of the Avars, in 602, crowned the success of the Emperor Mauritius. Subsequently, however, in his efforts to save expenditure, he issued an edict which brought his reign to a sanguinary end. The soldiers refused to allow the cost of their arms and uniforms to be deducted from their pay. They raised the brutal, cruel centurion Phocas to the throne, and Mauritius, together with his family, was barbarously done to death in his own capital. That the empire held together, in spite of all the storms within and without, is to some extent due to its own inertia. Its frame was too huge, and the conservatism of the vast mass was too powerful to allow of an immediate collapse. It is a testimony to the genius enshrined in Roman institutions that they should have existed so long, and that the Byzantine Empire, in spite of its hopeless internal corruption, did not fall to pieces sooner. If we turn from Constantinople to the once flourishing provinces of North Africa, we find the ruins caused by wars waged there by the empire and by maladministration. It certainly was a dazzling triumph when, in 533, Belisarius, after the overthrow of the Vandal kingdom, brought its king Gelimer as a captive in his train to the hippodrome at Constantinople. With the king were the leading Vandals, arrayed in all their finery, and all the incalculable treasures of Carthage, that booty which the Vandals had once wrenched from Rome and the rich cities of the Mediterranean. The Roman palace of the Palatine now restored to the throne of Byzantium the imperial furniture carried off by the Vandals. Yet, however loud the shouts of triumph might resound through the hippodrome, a long period of great distress was now beginning both for the Roman inhabitants of the North African provinces and for such of the Vandals as had not enlisted in the army. Procopius tells us of repeated risings of the oppressed inhabitants, acting conjointly with the Moors, who had been angered by the bad faith of the Byzantines. He also gives some fearful accounts of the devastations, bloodshed, and pillage. His work on the fall of the Vandals ends with the following words. The population of Africa was frightfully reduced. A few only were left. After great tribulations, they had indeed secured peace, but all were beggars. Both from the ecclesiastical and the political point of view, the blow struck at North Africa by what it had undergone was too severe to allow these regions, which had been with so much difficulty reduced to order, ever to become prosperous again. Exhaustion and depopulation rendered it easy in the next century for Arab hordes to overrun the provinces, and in 698 Carthage passed under the yoke of the Moslem. The movement stirred up by Mohammed was to be a new and frightful scourge for the Byzantine Empire. Its fanaticism, to which it owed its irresistible power, was directed against all surrounding countries which bore the name of Christian. Mohammed, with his pretended revelations and his blind hatred of Christian civilization, came to complete the misfortunes of the period which had begun with the invasion of the barbarians. His warrior hosts, recruited from the deserts, did on the eastern borders of the Byzantine territories what the barbarians of the north had done in the Western Roman Empire. The barbarians, however, in course of time, bowed down before the cross and made peace with their new subjects, whose civilization they adopted. On the other hand, Mohammed and his disciples stood for the denial of the Christian faith against all admixture with its supporters and for the destruction of all Christian ethics. Mohammedan morality was mere sensuality. Its only civilization was that of the fanatic sword, and its tenets, which denied the Trinity and the divinity of Christ, were the negation of all that formed the religious foundation upon which the world was established. The birth of the anti-Christian prophet occurred somewhere about the year 570, hence at a time when Gregory the Great, who was to be the strongest realization of the saving and restoring power of the Church in early medieval ages, was yet in his youth. End of section 29. Section 30 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Decline and Collapse of Civil Life, Part 2. Spain, the Frankish realms, England. Continuing our survey, we find in Spain, towards the end of the 6th century, the gifted nation of the Visigoths on the point of entering the Church. Before their conversion, however, the ancient enmity between the Arian intruders and the Latin population once more asserted itself and led to a sharp persecution. King Luvigild, who deserves the name of a cruel persecutor, was a distinguished soldier in the field and famous for his strength as a ruler. His constant aim was to break the might of the Byzantines in the country, and he did in fact expel them from all their possessions, save for a few seaports to the south and east. His home policy was, however, less well advised, and clearly proved how impossible it was to establish the Visigothic nation on any other basis than that of the one true religion and of submission to the Church of Peter. Luvigild sought to attain his object by laying undue stress on the monarchical principle, and on these lines he enacted fresh laws. Regal pomp was his delight. He was wont to appear in imperial purple, and when surrounded by his nobles, to be seated on a lofty throne. He also tried to make his monarchy hereditary, as the want of any settled order of succession to the throne had been bitterly felt in the country. On account of the turbulence of the nobles, the succession was not only insecure, but was almost always an occasion for bloodshed. Amalric, Thudes, Thudegesel, and Agila all of them kings, had each in turn been murdered. Gregory of Tours exclaims in horror, "There is now the custom that whosoever wishes to be king must murder his predecessor." Liuvigild himself was the brother of King Liuva, to whom Athanagild, who, in 567, had, strange to relate, died a natural death, bequeathed the throne. In order, therefore, to defeat the old elective principle, and to keep the crown in his own family, Liuvigild, in 572, assumed as co-regents the two sons of his first marriage, Hermenegild and Recared. At the same time, he took steps to encourage the profession of Arianism, which he fancied would help to knit together the kingdom. Hermenegild was, however, won over to Catholicism by his wife, Ingunda, an Austrasian, and soon became the center of the struggle between Arians and Catholics. Goswintha, the king's second wife, was the person mainly responsible for the fierce persecution which followed. A reign of terror now began for the Latins who remained faithful to the Church, and for all who, like Hermenegild, endeavored to protect them. Against the Catholics, King Liuvigild made use of the weapons of exile, pillage, and starvation. Nothing but apostasy would satisfy the sovereign. Just as in the days of the first martyrs, sung so touchingly by the Spaniard Prudentius, the public prisons were again thronged. Many were scourged and died under torture. Even bishops were seized and maltreated, most of them being driven into exile. At the same time, every snare was set to tempt the Catholics, and promises added to fear were, unfortunately, not without result. Hermenegild was ultimately executed by his royal father, but sufficient blood had now flowed, and Liuvitigild's son, Recared, lost no time in seeking a better foundation for the distracted and almost ruined kingdom of the Visigoths. He set the example of conversion, and by wise measures gradually brought the bulk of his people into the pale of the Catholic Church. The position of matters in Gaul during the 6th century did not differ materially from that in Spain. There was there the same uncertainty concerning the newly founded thrones, the same political upheavals, and the same pretension to power on the part of the Merovingian kinglets, who, to quote a leading German historian, might well have been Byzantine emperors or despots of the East. In Gaul, indeed, the Church was not hampered by Arianism. Sovereign and subject professed Catholicism. The ancient Catholic bishoprics were still in existence, councils were held, and monasteries were rising in great numbers. Yet the Church lacked liberty and a congenial atmosphere. The bishops were some of them feeble and worldly, and they were fettered in their action by the interference of the kings. It had gradually become the custom for the monarchs, themselves utterly unlettered men, to rule their country's church. Here, less than anywhere else, were the oppressed and subservient clergy capable of doing justice to the social problems of the day. The splitting up of Clodovic's great monarchy into 4 parts, an event which followed his death in 511, and the fierce dissensions prevailing in the Merovingian royal family, readily paved the way for despotism on the part of the sovereign, lawlessness on that of the people, and for deterioration in the body clerical. It is true that the separated portions of the Frankish kingdom were again united in 558 under Clotaire I, but only for 4 years. After this king's death, a fresh division among his sons again led to the establishment of 4 kingdoms, of Austrasia under Sigebert I, of Burgundy under Guntram, of Neustria under Chilperic I, and of Paris under Caribert. The latter, however, on the early death of its sovereign, was divided among his 3 remaining brothers. Of the 3, Chilperic I was a good specimen of that overbearing and cruel character so often found among the Merovingians. He was a libertine, like others of his royal rank, but none reveled more than he in the intoxication of feeling supreme. He wished to ape the greatest of the ancient emperors. Not only did he drape his shoulders with the imperial purple and sit in a curule chair, but he also dictated verses like Nero, imposed taxes like Justinian, and even added to the alphabet several new letters of his own invention. books written ages before he had erased with pumice stone and corrected. In a sudden freak, he passed a law compelling all the Jews in his kingdom to be baptized on a certain day. Anyone who dared to oppose his will was sure of being despoiled of his belongings. The refractory had their houses pulled down, their fields and vineyards destroyed. Anything which recalled his father, whom he hated, he could not bear to see standing. He reviled the bishops, and such courtiers as ventured to expostulate were threatened with the loss of their eyes. Gregory, Bishop of Tours, his contemporary, compares for cruelty his long reign of 23 years with those of Nero and Herod. This same bishop, one of the few brave and zealous members of the Frankish episcopate, was forced personally to oppose King Chilperic, when the latter, in his presumption, trenched upon the domain of dogma and impugned the doctrine of the Trinity, urging that to admit 3 persons was inconsistent. The Bishop of Albia, or Albi, gave his support to his brother of Tours, declaring he was ready to rend the obnoxious decree before the king's eyes. Some of the atrocities with which Chilperic is charged must be partly laid to the account of that fury, Fredegunda, who married him as her last husband. Nevertheless, his own readiness to spill blood and his murders were so notorious that Gregory of Tours, when relating his tragic end, scarcely conceals his satisfaction at the death of one whose many crimes had long seemed deserving of such a fate. Fredegunda now went to Paris and put herself under the protection of King Guntram. But Childebert of Austrasia, her deadly enemy, sent an embassy to Guntram with the demand, in itself alone descriptive of those unhappy years in Gaul: "Hand me that woman, that evildoer who slew my aunt, my father, my uncle, and my nephews." These were but a few of the victims sacrificed to the ambition and hatred of this woman, who had risen to the throne from the rank of a servant. She stood alone in cunning and cruelty. She may, indeed, be compared to the famous Brunhilde of Austrasia, so far as craft and resolution were concerned, but impartial history knows Brunhilde to have been far less steeped in crime. Guntram, Fredegunda's protector in Paris, was one of the sovereigns least implicated in deeds of violence. At any rate, he made some effort to atone for his outbursts of tyranny and rage by good works, and especially pious foundations. So far removed was he, however, from the conception of a wise and moderate ruler, that, for instance, he exterminated the family of a disgraced nobleman to the 9th degree of kinship, to protect himself from the vengeance of any relative. When Guntram took possession of Paris in 584, his appeal to the people assembled in the church was in the following significant words: "I beg of you all, men and women, assembled here today, break not your oath of fealty and slay me not, as you lately did my brothers." In the following year, the nobles who lamented the condition of affairs presented a petition to the king, in which, among other things, they say openly: "The people are sunk in vice, and each one does what he pleases. No one fears the king, nor has any respect for princes and counts. If anyone tries to improve matters, he at once meets opposition and violence. Those only are safe who hold their tongues and let things go their way." The descendants of the great Clodovec were but a puny race. They were unfit to govern themselves, let alone the realm. They were unable to stem the turbulence of the nobles and the lawlessness of the masses. They were constantly risking their thrones through caprice and cruelty, and instead of utilizing the church for the benefit of their subjects, hampered her by jealousy and tyranny. The decline of the ancient world is writ with blood in the history of those Gallic provinces, once so forward in civilization and culture. Amidst all these sad signs of the times, the observer is, however, comforted by the knowledge that the disorder and unsettlement was largely confined to the sovereigns and nobility. It is clear that the people generally, in their humble way, sought to hold fast to the true treasure of the nation, to their inherited morality, honesty, and love of work, and the practices of religion. This can be seen from numerous little incidents from Frankish home life, with which the Bishop of Tours has interspersed his narratives. The same writer has also left us edifying pictures of saintly men and women who sustained the inhabitants of the country during the disturbances of the age, and who, by the wonders they worked, and by their teaching, brightened with wholesome light the darkness of those years, to whom save unto such did the Frankish nation owe that inward force which in later times fitted it for such great deeds? In England, too, Roman rule was to be engulfed amid a storm of misfortune and distress, while the new Germanic system of government was to prevail only after much civil war and many excesses on the part of the chiefs. Here, too, we find remnants of early culture, mingled with barbarity and heathen savagery of the invaders. Christian civilization, which had early made its way here, now flickered dimly and threatened soon to be entirely extinguished. The Angles, Jutes, and Saxons, under Hengist and Horsa, mere hardy warriors and seamen so graphically described by Sidonius Apollinarius, made short work of the ancient Britons, and of which Roman civilization still existed in the land, but they were utterly unable to re-establish the country on a better footing. Civilization and morality were driven into the fastnesses of Wales, where the aboriginal inhabitants maintained their independence, their language, their religion, and their old customs. In the conquered southern portion of Britain, amongst the ruins of the Roman provinces, arose the petty Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, subsequently known as the Heptarchy, which, pervaded by the spirit of paganism, consumed their strength in mutual feud, and in the effort to enlarge their boundaries at each other's expense. Gildas, about the year 560, describes with grief and high-flown rhetoric, in his Book of Complaints, or Liber Querulus, the endless distress brought upon his country by the invaders. From sea to sea the flames raged, consuming country and city, and ceasing not till all was turned into ashes. Peasants and princes, people and priests, were all put to the sword. In the streets lay the pinnacles of towers and overturned altars surrounded by half-burnt bodies. Whoever escaped the sword perished by famine or fled beyond the seas. He gives an equally lurid sketch of the moral and social conditions of his country during the 6th century. Were only part of what he says actually true, it would yet show how deep-seated and pitiable was the corruption consequent upon the invasion. Britain has kings, but they are tyrants. She has judges, but they are godless. They punish the guiltless and protect the robbers. She has priests, but they are ignorant. Clerics, but they are scoundrels. Pastors, but they are wolves who rend their own flocks. St. Columban, the great Irishman, who died in 615, at the sight of the desolation, both material and moral, which pervaded the whole north, was also moved to expect the approaching collapse of the world. With his own eyes, he had seen the misery prevailing in the British Isles, and during his travels he had also become acquainted with the similar state of affairs among the Franks. He himself had experienced the royal displeasure in Gaul, and by command of the king had been driven out of the monastery at Luxovium, or Luxeuil, which he had taken endless trouble to build amidst the ruins of a castle and baths belonging to the Roman times. He had finally found shelter among the Lombards of northern Italy, where he founded the conventual house of Bobbio, which in the future was to be the center of Christian culture for this people and the vast surrounding territories. Seeing how dark was the future, Columban, in a letter to the Pope, exclaims, "The world is already falling to pieces. The Shepherd of Shepherds is about to come for the last time. The Lord of Heaven seeks to rouse us from sleep and slothfulness by the horrors which surround us, that he may find us watching for his dreadful coming. See how the nations are everywhere troubled and in confusion. See how the kingdoms of the world are falling. Soon the voice of the Most High will be heard, and the earth will quake before him." The saint, whose foresight was otherwise admirable, in his agitation believes in the imminence of the end of all things. Such was the impression made by the calamities accompanying the downfall of the ancient Roman world, even on those who were mentally in advance of their time. Columban, in his anxiety, turned his eyes towards Rome. There he still saw the focus of mankind, the heart which sends the lifeblood of the Spirit coursing through the world. With the utmost reverence he calls the Church of Rome the chief seat of the true faith, the head of all the churches in the world. "We are," he writes, the bondman of the chair of Peter. Though Rome as a city is great and renowned throughout the world, to us she seems great and brilliant because of her apostolic throne. To Columban, Rome appears set as a lighthouse amid the tempest of destruction. This accounts for his anxiety, aroused by reports which have penetrated even into his solitude at Bobbio, concerning the attitude of the popes towards the matter of the 3 chapters. They were erroneous and spiteful rumors circulated by foes of the Council of Constantinople, and false charges against Pope Vigilius, which at that time were constantly being made at the Lombard court. Columban, whose temper was not of the sweetest, and who in this matter was prejudiced, could not bring himself to see anything save an injustice in the condemnation of the 3 chapters. The strong language he uses in his letters to the Pope against the opponents of the chapters, and against what he considers an ill-advised action on the part of Rome, demonstrate afresh his conviction of the supremacy of the Roman See, of which the decision should be above suspicion, seeing that obedience is demanded of all. The world of that day, in the midst of its decay and dissolution, received, however, abundant spiritual aid from Rome, and it was not in vain that men like Columban looked thither for enlightenment on the difficult questions then being mooted, and for the safeguarding of those supernatural doctrines which guide men safely through the perplexities of life. Not only did the Roman See, under the watchful care of Christ, shed the light of true doctrine over the faithful in distress, but it also infused strength and courage through the channel of the bishops who obeyed it. It was in those very ages that the Holy See began to send in greater numbers its own Roman missionaries to foreign parts, to bring unbelieving nations to share in the salvation of the Church, and to awaken fresh life in regions where Christianity was moribund. Those were also years during which Rome's power of attraction increased in every direction, and pilgrims from all lands flocked to the Eternal City to gain new spiritual strength, to invigorate their consciousness of unity, and to study the customs of the Roman Church so as to be able to introduce them at home. Instead of the end of the world, which was momentarily expected, many Christian ages were yet to come, while from the ruins of antiquity, with the help of Rome, was to emerge the medieval system, distinguished by its Christianity in faith and action. But of what was to come, no one had the slightest inkling. On the contrary, everywhere, even in the works of Gregory the Great, we are confronted with utterances concerning the approaching end of the world. This we can explain only by reflecting there was a world, namely, the ancient Roman world, which was really on the point of being submerged, and that even the greatest minds were unable to rise superior to the dismal influences which surrounded them. The world is passing away, exclaims Avitus, the famous bishop of Vienna, whose only consolation is his knowledge that at any rate Rome still stands with her institutions intact. The inscription which John III put up in Rome's new church of the apostles says, "Amidst universal misery, the Pope was ever generous, nor did he lose heart when the world failed." We even hear authors complaining that literary work has become difficult because the world is dying. Writing books, so we are told, has become an unprofitable task. The writer known as Fredegarius, at the beginning of his chronicle, makes such a confession with the utmost simplicity. He bewails the relaxation of mental power. No one can now hope to emulate the writers of yore. Seeing that the last days have come, he has no hesitation in admitting his rusticity and his limitations. His literary style certainly bears out his opening statement, being awkward and extremely poor. End of section 30. Section 31 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, The End of Roman Culture, Chronicles, Forgeries, and Legends. Part 1. Authors and Schools. Though the unhappy state of the times in the 6th century had entailed a lamentable neglect of study and of olden culture, even then there were men of distinction who, after having made the literary treasures of antiquity their own by dogged study, devotedly applied them to the benefit of their contemporaries and of generations yet to come. Men so great as Boethius the senator, so learned and many-sided as Cassiodorus, men who were both scholars and churchmen, such as Caesarius of Arles and Enodius of Pavia, poets like Venantius Fortunatus, finally historians like Gregory of Tours, to say nothing of Gregory the Great, who deserves to be reckoned among the greatest of the fathers. All these names remind us that the period of decaying Roman civilization which we are studying was not wholly deficient in powerful minds, more or less imbued with the classical spirit, which preserved the inheritance of ancient culture. Only to the strenuous exertions of Christians and the spiritual impulse maintained among mankind by the new heaven-sent religion do we owe it that those ages found any pleasure in the classics of antiquity and did not allow them to be irrevocably lost to the future. People still read and studied, and especially in the monasteries now springing up, devoted themselves with serious effort to the pursuit of knowledge. But there existed no longer the same public and social incentive to original work, and above all, amidst the unutterable misfortunes which had swept over the face of the civilized world, the necessary means for study were frequently lacking. But already Cassian of Massalia had sought to give a scholarly tendency to the labors of the monks in their silent cells, and just as Cassiodorus had strongly advised the pursuit of knowledge in the monasteries of Italy, so Caesarius, the celebrated bishop of Arles, strove also to create new abodes of learning wherever ascetics dwelt. Caesarius expressly reckons the copying of books as one of the duties which monks by their profession are bound to perform. The earliest known rule for convents of women, namely, the treatise Ad Virgines, compiled by Saint Caesarius in 513, obliges even nuns to copy books. Caesaria, the sister of Caesarius, who ruled the nunnery founded by her brother, was herself a lady of education. In the matter of education and culture in the early portion of the 6th century, the southern provinces of Gaul were the best provided. Indeed, Gaul, far more than Italy, the actual mother country, seemed called to be the protectress of ancient civilization. Overwhelmed by barbarians, with an abundance of monasteries, it has to its credit the glory of having for ages maintained the high standard of ancient culture for the benefit of mankind. The reason for this is clear. Nowhere could minds be found more open to this culture than among the Romanized Celts. The second place in this respect belongs to northern Italy, which was distinguished for the intelligence and earnestness with which it followed ancient literary traditions. Ravenna, particularly, long remained one of the headquarters of ancient scholarship, even when the last successor of Theodoric the Goth, that broad-minded patron of Roman knowledge and art, had passed away. Many late works of art in Ravenna, and likewise in Arles and other cities of southern Gaul, belong to those years, and their forms, borrowed from the antique, with their defects and their failure to reach the standards of earlier and better times, witness at least to an effort to retain as much as possible of what was good in former ages. Thus we find in art what we found in the literature of the period, namely, excellent intentions, but also the same traces of progressive incapacity. An example from the domain of art is the sarcophagus of Archbishop Theodore of Ravenna. The bas-reliefs on each side are not devoid of taste and sense of form, but in the main they merely reproduce earlier designs, which the sculptor had, moreover, failed to apply correctly or to combine. The cross rests upon the old classical lion's head, but the latter has been unduly flattened and the design lacks artistic consistency. Nor does the other cross on the chalice or cantharus, also adapted from an ancient pattern, look much better. The twining branches and the birds are also borrowed from earlier works, but they are more satisfactorily executed. In the educated circles of Rome, the treatment of ancient literary works was somewhat similar. The classics were not only copied, but learnt by heart and expounded. People sought, with more or less success, to imitate them, both in secular works and in the expression of Christian conceptions. The favorite authors were Cicero, Livy, Pliny, Horace, Suetonius, and Seneca. But the most prized of all, and the most indispensable in the schools, was and remained Virgil. End of section 31. Section 32 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The End of Roman Culture, Chronicles, Forgeries, and Legends, Part 2. Virgil as molder of the Middle Ages. The poet Virgil was everywhere chosen in preference to all other classic writers for the training of young people on account of his clear and elegant language, the gentle cadence of his verse, and the pure and spiritual tone which pervades his whole work. The educational influence of Virgil on the Middle Ages was enormous. Mankind may thank him for a large part of the taste and feeling it acquired in the schools. The very ideas and images current in those ages betrayed the study of that poet, whose Aeneid was the most popular schoolbook of medieval times. During the 6th century, every educated monk, cleric, and layman was well acquainted with the fate of Troy, and with the adventures of Rome's first father, in all the lively colors with which the imagination of the Mantuan poet had invested them, a fact which naturally added even more to the esteem in which Rome was held. Gregory of Tours, speaking of Andarchius, an officer of the court of King Sigebert, and wishing to show how educated he was, says, "He was perfectly at home in the works of Virgil, in the books of the Theodosian Code, and in arithmetic." Gregory of Tours, by his quotations and language, shows clearly enough that he himself, in the Frankish schools of the 6th century, had not only read the Aeneid, but had also familiarized himself with the Georgica and the Bucolica. He must also have read many other ancient authors, for he sometimes recalls Gellius, Pliny, and even Servius, the commentator of Virgil. From the 6th century dates a remarkable poetical production entitled Cento Virgilianus de Ecclesia, of which the author is thought to be Mavortius. Therein the poet, in words and phrases often borrowed literally from Virgil, recounts the life of Christ, the foundation of the Church, and even her customs, for instance, the liturgy in the basilicas. In the latter highly instructive passages he describes the faithful assembled beneath a vast roof, sustained by 100 columns, and the sacerdotes holding forth. Even the preacher steals his text from Virgil's storehouse, and from the ambo bids his hearers learn righteousness, discite justiam moniti, though instead of concluding, as Virgil does, "And despise not the gods," he says, "and cherish and value your hope." When, in accordance with ancient custom, the poet publicly recited his production, the assembly rewarded him with cries of "Maro Junior! Maro Junior!" which he acknowledged without further ado by 6 improvised verses. We can scarcely fail to be reminded of the poet's celebrations in the Basilica Olpia on Trajan's Forum, and of Orator's recitation in the Church of St. Peter ad Vincula. Mavortius, the ready versifier, whose life is quite unknown, also composed a similar Virgilian cento on the judgment of Paris, the son of Priam. We see thereby now, in the orations and literature of those days, spiritual subjects were mingled with profane. Nor was there anything new or unusual that a minor poet should thus borrow inspiration from Virgil. For a long time past, all were glad to array themselves with tags from the mantle of the favorite poet of old Rome. Ausonius the pagan had already compiled a Cento Nuptialis in verses from Virgil. There also exists a Christian Virgilian cento composed as early as the 4th century by the poetess Proba, and another of the 5th century, The Virgiliana Continentia. Proba was the wife of Adelphius the proconsul, city prefect of Rome in 351, and she must not be confounded, as she so often has been, with Anicilia Faltonia Proba. Her work, consisting of 694 hexameters, deals with subjects from the Old and the New Testaments, which she endeavors to sing in the grand style of Virgil. During the Middle Ages, Proba was often used in the schools side by side with Virgil. In the Virgiliana Continentia of the next century, the effort to imitate Virgil is carried even further. The author, Fabius Placiades Fulgentius, an African, actually seeks to give an allegorical interpretation of the Aeneid, an unlucky attempt resulting in a distorted work which rightly found little favor. In the 4th century, the famous passage in Virgil's 4th Eclogue concerning the restoration of the world and the wonderful child had come to be understood messianically, as applying to Christ and his religion. The words which Virgil professed to have received from the mouth of the Cumaean Sibyl sounded too tempting to credulous and enthusiastic Christians not to be at once accepted as a pagan prophecy of the coming Savior of the world. The reverence in which the great poet was held as a trainer and educator of the young was even deepened by the persuasion that he was in some sense a prophet of Christ. Dante, who is well known as an admirer of Virgil, accepts the early medieval tradition and takes the passage in the 4th Eclogue as a prediction of Christ. Pope Innocent III, in one of his sermons, also expounds the poem after the same fashion. At Zamora in Spain in the 12th century, Virgil was given a place in the stalls of the choir among the Old Testament prophets, the word progenes showing the allusion to the Cumaean prophecy. Even to this day in Rome, Raphael's Cumaean Sibyl in Santa Maria della Pace holds in her hand a scroll which speaks of the new race descending from heaven. In the Middle Ages, it was even told how St. Paul himself had made his pilgrimage to Virgil's tomb near Naples, and how he had wept bitterly over it at the thought that he had not been able to meet the poet in this world and convert him. St. Paul's lament was even preserved in a hymn formerly sung in the poet's native city, in which the apostle is made to say, "How warm had been my embrace, had I met thee face to face, greatest of bards." End of section 32. Section 33 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, The End of Roman Culture, Chronicles, Forgeries, and Legends, Part 3. Ennodius, Fortunatus. Magnus Felix Ennodius, Bishop of Pavia, in his works introduces us to those distinguished circles in Rome which, during the Gothic period in the 6th century, gave themselves up to literary pursuits. A man of high culture and practical experience, during his long residence there, he had come to know the city of Rome and its society. He mentions a series of men distinguished for their eloquence: Faustus, Avienus, Symmachus, Festus, Agapetus, Probus, Probinus, and Cethegus, and even 2 women, Domna Barbara, that flower of Roman intellect, and Stephania, the most brilliant light of the Catholic Church. Ennodius, who delighted in good panegyrics, gives us this list in the Paranesis Didascalia, which he wrote for 2 youths as guide for their education. It is no model for students, but rather a superficial booklet with plentiful evidence of the decline in taste. Here, as elsewhere, decay is manifest in exaggeration and affectation, rocks on which degenerative literature of every period makes shipwreck. In this little book, Ennodius launches forth into an inflated eulogy of the rhetorical art, which he seems to mistake for genuine eloquence. According to him, rhetoric rules the world. "Whoso uses our studies," he says, "controls the universe." Ennodius was also the author of some pompous little speeches for school use, or dictiones, on subjects drawn from Rome's pagan past, in which we find lengthy discourses of Dido to departing Aeneas, the lament of Thetis over the body of Achilles, and so forth. To him belongs also a speech to obtain free passage for the vestals and sacrificing priests from a conquered city, in a polished discourse which was to be delivered at the translation of a public hall, or auditorium, to the forum. He declared that a lecture hall to the rhetorician was the same as the field of battle to the soldier, as the sea to the sailor, or the forum to the advocate. "Arouse yourselves," he cries to the Romans, whose ardor he sees cooling. "Be zealous, hasten to win the laurels of oratory, mindful of your father's renown." We may well believe, however, that the then Romans were in no mood to devote themselves to mere childish bombast. What, moreover, must sober readers have thought of Ennodius when they found him introducing into his poems, as a mouthpiece with which to praise the virtue of monks and nuns, no less a person than classic Cupid? And yet, in spite of his foibles, Ennodius was a most worthy and painstaking cleric and bishop. His pedantry and rhetoric were mere superficial decorations. After having embraced the clerical state, and with her consent, placed his wife in a convent, he devoted himself to the love of God and the care of souls. He did not, however, relinquish his studies. Ennodius, moreover, could write with the utmost feeling and dignity when he fell in with a subject worthy of him. Such a theme was long provided him by the Church of Rome, when in the course of the schism he had to defend Pope Symmachus against the accusation of his antagonists. When called upon to do so, he was also equal to defending the Church with heroic self-sacrifice, as he did, for instance, on his second embassy to Constantinople, when he was made the butt of the contempt and violence of the Byzantines' prejudice against Rome. Full of good works for the Church, and much esteemed for his furtherance of the cause of education, he died in 521 with the reputation of a saintly bishop. Some 10 years later, a Christian poet was born whose work faithfully reflects the literary life of the second half of the century. This was Venantius Honorarius Clementianus Fortunatus, like Ennodius, a bishop. In him, too, Rome's early culture survived, ennobled by Christianity. Fortunatus was a man of great talents, and had been well trained at home in Trevisium or Treviso, in grammar, rhetoric, and law. In 565, he made a pilgrimage to the tomb of St. Martin of Tours, and after many wanderings, settled down in Pictivium, or Poitiers, where in a convent dedicated to the Holy Cross dwelt his patronesses, Radagunda, the Thuringian princess, and the widow of the Frankish king, Clotaire I, and her foster child Agnes, both equally devoted to poetry and to silent virtue. In Pictivium, Fortunatus received priest's orders, and towards the end of the century became bishop of the same city. As bishop, he was respected and revered by the best-known men in Gaul, with most of whom he was in personal touch. He seems to have died early in the 7th century. His poems are many of them models of sincerity and deep feeling. In his religious hymns especially, the beauty of his language lends new meanings to Christian conceptions. The poems of Fortunatus are written in an agreeable meter. They display his kindly, warm-hearted nature. His readily stimulated muse and his pliancy made him equally at home everywhere, amongst highest and lowest, and in circles both spiritual and profane. An instance of his more solemn style is found in his touching elegy on the desolation of Thuringia. This and others of the works of this much-travelled poet are also of considerable value on account of the historical notices they contain of places, manners, monuments, and works of art. His best-known pieces are hymns on the Passion, Vexilla Regis Prodeunt, and Pange Lingua Gloriosi Proelium Curtaminis. The former is cast in an Ambrosian form. The latter is a sort of war song, for as it celebrates the bloody victory of the crucified, it was written by the poet in the same measure as the Roman military songs, that is, in the Troaic tetrameter catalecticus, arranged in triple lines. Fortunatus in this hymn sings the triumph of the trophy of the cross. Crucis Tropheo, Dic Triumphum Nobilum. It was written to commemorate the sending by Justin II of a relic of the true cross, beautifully mounted, to the convent of Pictivium in answer to a request from Radagunda, just as he had sent one to St. Peter's in Rome. These passion hymns, having been designed to be sung at the reception of the relic of the cross, glorify in an especial manner the wood of the cross, the tree of redemption, from which the relic came. In another hymn to the cross, the poet describes with great feeling the vine which entwines the stem and branches of the cross, and extols its fruit, whence flows sweet blood-red wine, a poetic description which recalls the figures of the cross with trailing vines frequently found in mosaics and elsewhere. Fortunatus is none the less under the influence of the debased taste of his time. His works are not free from exaggeration and affectation, especially those which he produced previous to his ordination, that is, whilst yet a wanderer. It was during his pilgrimage to Tours that he composed in Austrasia, at the court of King Sigebert, a nuptial hymn, or epithalamium, for the latter's marriage to Brunhilda in 566. At that time he still shared the weakness for borrowing from Olympus the figures for the adornment of such nuptial odes. In his poetry, however, Venus, Cupid, and the rest play a humbler and more decent part than in certain earlier works of the decadence. We can also feel that in such passages the poet is not quite at his ease. As a whole, the Germanic world in which he lived never showed the interest in mythology displayed by members of the Latin family. Not only the epithalamium, but also other panegyrics of Fortunatus verge on the extravagant. Wherever he went, he was ready with a song in praise of friends or of those who showed him hospitality. He lauds King Chilperic in a flattering poem, actually recited before the bishops at a synod, generally believed to have been that of Braunacum, or Brane, in 580. He here assures Chilperic, with quiet confidence, that the world is full of his name. Libya, the Red Sea, and even the distant Indus are acquainted with his fame. The king's art of writing verses is as great as his valor in battle. And yet in Chilperic's Latin distichs, there were verses in plenty which were either too long or too short. On a later occasion, with equal fulsomeness, Fortunatus told Charibert, another Merovingian king, that to him was due a place near Trajan and the Fabians, yea, near Solomon himself. Charibert, too, the poet honors for his dexterity in handling the Latin language. In those days, Frankish kings and nobles were flattered to be praised as expert Latinists. The numerous poems written by our poets in their honor also show that they were delighted to hear their exploits sung in Latin verse. Vilathusa, a noble lady who was certainly not a Roman, is called one by Fortunatus in a poem addressed to her, because, forsooth, she had made herself perfectly at home in Latin culture. Duke Lupus, a gentleman of mixed descent, Roman and German, employed at the Austrasian court of King Sigebert, is politely told that, in his worthy person, noble Rome herself has settled down at the German court. Against this one-sided glorification of old Romanism, we may set the fine lines upon the Frankish nation in the prologue of the Salic Law, written about the same time. This Latin preface, cast in metric form, is the oldest specimen of Frankish native poetry. It extols the nation as handsome, clever, brave, and true, as having risen even higher since it embraced the Catholic faith, and as having an advantage over the other Aryan Germanic nations in that it has never been tarnished by heresy. The Franks' one-time dependence on the Romans now appears in the light of a bondage of which they freed themselves, thanks to their energy, and now they pride themselves on the rich gifts to the churches of those holy martyrs against whom the Romans formerly raged with fire and sword. Now that such national feeling prevailed, pagan pomp and its mythical accompaniment were no longer secure in the Latin schools of the country. In course of time, oratory came more and more to adopt the Christian language. The celebrities of Olympus had lost their meaning, and were understood only by a few. In the schools of the grammarians, heathen subjects had to take a back place, though they were not swept away, and at a later period, especially in that of the Carolings, were again to see a better day. End of section 33. Section 34 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 3, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, The End of Roman Culture, Chronicles, Forgeries, and Legends, Part 4. Compilations and Handbooks. One literary distinction of that age was the useful educational books it bequeathed to posterity. It produced a number of works, which, though only of middling character, so far as style and contents were concerned, enjoyed an extraordinary popularity during subsequent ages, especially in the schools, and thus handed down to latter times the treasures of knowledge and civilization, solved with the shipwreck of classical antiquity. Of such a stamp was, for instance, the poem of Orator, the Roman subdeacon, on the Acts of the Apostles. So largely was it studied in the Middle Ages, that though it scarcely deserved the honor, it became a kind of Christian Virgil. It was, indeed, not devoid of educational value, and was pervaded by a breath of classicism, but its allegorism fostered the inclination of medieval poets and men of letters for fanciful allusions. In a different field, the works of Cassiodorus were likewise used as handbooks in the West, forming, as they did, real arsenals of scholarship. Next came the pleasant and attractive Dialogues of Gregory the Great, with an abundance of miraculous incident, which gratified the taste for legend. Of a rather earlier date were the profound works of Boethius, the Latin translations of the speculative, mystical books called after Dionysius the Areopagite, the compilations of Dionysius, Exiguus, etc. Cassiodorus rightly praises the monk Dionysius Exiguus for having made, by his translations, the elements of Greek Christian culture more intelligible to the West. True, he was Scythian by descent, says Cassiodorus, but his training was Roman. He was versed in Greek and Latin learning, and so sure was he of both languages that without the slightest hesitation he could read a Greek work in Latin or a Latin one in Greek. In Rome, Dionysius busied himself in the service of the Holy See, compiling, from sources both Greek and Western, facts of law and tradition. He also translated into Latin important works of the Greek fathers. Cassiodorus, his friend and admirer, had himself the merit of having made known the Byzantine church historians to the medieval schools by the means of his famous Historia Tripartita. Two members of the Roman clergy also occupied themselves during the 6th century with translations from the Greek. John, a subdeacon, in collaboration with Pelagius, later Pope Pelagius I, translated the sayings of the early fathers, an ascetic work intended for edification. Another John, a deacon, compiled an exposition of the Heptateuch from the writings of the various fathers. A similar work on the Gospels belongs either to this latter writer or to Victor, Bishop of Capua, circa 554. To the last belongs, besides other writings, a translation of the Harmony of the Gospels in Greek by Ammonius Saccas, and a Scholia to Genesis, compiled from Greek Christian writers. These works, albeit they betray considerable industry, have no claim to originality, but they drew attention to the treasures of Greek literature at a time when Rome, being once more under Byzantine authority, could only gain by appropriating the wisdom of the East. The Greek monasteries in Rome and in southern Italy subsequently also busied themselves with translation work on a large scale, though unfortunately they confined themselves too much to the favorite sphere of pious legends. The so-called Bible Catene, which made their appearance in the West during the Middle Ages, form a continuation of writings just mentioned. People like to string together thus the pronouncements of antiquity, passage by passage, like the links of a chain. The plan upon which such books were based embodied the Christian principle that it is in the light of tradition that Holy Scripture must be interpreted. The method adopted can, however, scarcely be recommended as a literary model. To these works we owe it, nevertheless, that many books of the primitive church, which would otherwise have been utterly lost, are here represented by excerpts. Down to our own day, discoveries continue to be made of fragments of early authors buried among these once neglected works of theological literature. Obviously, among the scant literary work of the period, books on religion were bound to preponderate, one reason being that culture had retired beneath the shelter of the church and the monasteries, and another that religious and moral subjects, amidst the prevailing misery, were preferred to things profane. Yet even then, besides the school books and classics, a few secular tales, to all intents and purposes novels, found a limited circle of readers. About the middle of the 6th century, a secular poet, who was, however, a Christian, Maximian the Tusculan, gave a detailed account of his amorous adventures, not without some unsavory interludes. This book is seldom heard of. The romantic history of Apollonius, king of Tyre, enjoyed a wider circulation. This is a translation, made in the 6th century, of a Greek work by a pagan, dating from the 3rd century or even earlier. The Christian has translated it freely into Latin, leaving plentiful traces of the debased speech of his age, for colloquial Latin enters largely into the book. The description, moreover, lacks vitality and reminds one of the narratives produced by the Greek sophists. Venantius Fortunatus once alludes to this shipwrecked Apollonius. The tale, in new translations, found its way into the literature of the Romance languages. We can easily gather from casual remarks by contemporaries which books exercised the greatest fascination and were most widely read in Rome, especially in clerical circles. Preference was given to the lives of the saints and to historical books, and, during the 5th and part of the 6th century, to the better and more cultivated of the pious historians. The first place belonged to Sulpicius Severus, the elegant Aquitanian, surnamed the Christian Sallust, with his life of Saint Martin of Tours, his dialogues, and his 2 volumes of chronicles. When his life of Saint Martin reached Rome, he tells us that it was fought for, while booksellers declared that nothing had ever been so quickly sold and at so high a price. Among the popular books were the Lives of the Fathers, by Rufinus of Aquileia, who brought before his readers the strange world of the Nitrian desert and its penitent ascetics, a fine subject indeed, though not handled with the skill of Sulpicius Severus. There was also that favorite of the best classes, Paulinus of Nola, the gentle, tender poet, who so vividly describes church life from every point of view. In certain select circles, attachment was shown to the grave letters and writings of Saint Jerome, in which feeling and power combine with a vast scholarship, and in which passages are not unfrequently met which display genuine oratorical art. Prudentius, the lively, inspiriting Spanish poet, was immensely popular, particularly his scenes from the history of the martyrs, which are notable for their vivid coloring and deep feeling. His Psychomachia, or Soul's Combat, an allegory of the virtues and the vices, was eagerly pursued by ascetics of either sex. Saint Avitus of Vienna, for instance, in a letter to his sister Fusina, quotes from this work the description of the battle between chastity and sensuality. Fusina was well able to judge the value of this book, for besides the whole of the Bible, she had read all the Latin religious poets. The Psychomachia, in which her brother referred her, is a peculiar and quite original work. It is the first example of a purely allegorical poem in the literature of the West, and was in great measure responsible for the extent to which this form of art was cultivated in the Middle Ages. In some sense, it depicts the spiritual combat which actually took place on the threshold of the Middle Ages between paganism and Christianity, between barbarian cruelty and passion and Christian morality. Many items contained in it applied equally well to the centuries after Prudentius, and corresponded to circumstances still obtaining in the Middle Ages. For instance, he brings idolatry on the scene, with her forehead bound with a fillet, after the fashion of the heathen priests. He also describes how idolatry assails faith, a humble figure in peasant's dress, who comes forward to meet her adversary with her arms and shoulders bared, ready for the fray. Sensuality in this poem is shown as the greatest of the Furies, bearing a torch of burning brimstone, with which she attacks Chastity, trying to strike her bashful eyes with the flame, only to be finally overcome and to perish by the sword. Next comes Pride, with lofty headgear. Luxury is a tipsy dancer on a chariot drawn by 4 horses. Avarice, with her followers, as with a pack of wolves, eagerly rummages among the slain lying on the forsaken battlefield. She seizes men of all classes, even priests of the Lord, but reason protects the tempted, and the wounds they received are not dangerous. Finally, good works, or operatio, fells avarice to the ground. The power of such imaginative descriptions depended entirely on the manner of treatment. Those who were afterward to venture on the seas of allegory did not steer clear of rocks with as much success and skill as Prudentius. End of section 34.